Chapter 76. Some time ago, Lauren was worried about preparing gifts for a while. He wanted to prepare novel, unconventional and thoughtful gifts for everyone. I have been thinking about the connotations and meanings of various gifts for a long time, but I am still not sure what to give. Ron was overheard saying that the Christmas gift he most wanted to receive was a Christmas gift box from Honeyduke's candy shop. Only then did Lauren realize that there was no need to think too much about giving gifts to each other, just be happy. Honeyduke's Candy Shop's Christmas gift box contains 9 best-selling magic candies, including jelly slugs, candy cane quills, peppermint toads, chocolate frogs, bubble super bubble gum, BB gum, licorice wands, ice mice, BB's all-flavor beans. There are no piles of cockroaches on the list, which proves that there are still many normal wizards in the wizarding world. But Lauren is not a normal wizard. The gift boxes he ordered were all filled with cockroaches, and he gave one to each of his friends. When Lauren placed the order, he was still lamenting that the owner of the candy store, Uncle Ambrosio, was still too young to cater to the boss's preferences. If Dumbledore were to put cockroaches on the list, he might be happy and let him open a small branch in the castle, which would not be filled with galleons and sacks. In the gift box for Dumbledore, Lauren stuffed a few pairs of wool socks embroidered with butterfly patterns into the gift box. They were women's ones, and Dumbledore would definitely like them. Lauren originally wanted to add cockroaches to the pile, but eventually gave up the idea. The Christmas gift for Hermione is the potions notes summarized by Lauren. The main content is to sort out some potion theoretical systems, which can make Hermione learn more easily, and I believe it will be of great help to her. As for Grandpa Bates, Lauren didn't prepare any gifts. The two of them had been dependent on each other for so many years, and every Christmas they just had a sumptuous dinner and nothing else. Thank you, Lauren. Turning around to look, Ron was holding a Honeyduke's Christmas gift box that was larger than him, and cheers came from behind the gift box. Ron quickly opened the gift box, took out the BB's multi-flavor beans and put them into the box. These were his chess pieces. He opened a piece of chocolate frog and stuffed it into his mouth, and was about to open other gifts when his eyes suddenly noticed the pile of cockroaches in the gift box. Ron looked at the mantis pattern on the wrapping paper with its legs moving, and pondered for a moment. You eat too. He piled a whole box of cockroaches in front of Lauren and quickly walked away to open other gifts. Ah! Who doesn't understand this little idea? Lauren sneered, even Dumbledore likes to eat cockroaches, don't you understand? What do you know? Ron's head popped out from behind a large bulging paper bag, looking confused. Dumbledore likes to eat cockroaches. He is the most powerful wizard. I like to eat cockroaches. I learn spells very quickly. Hermione also eats cockroaches. She learns best. Lauren spoke out a series of examples seriously. Ron's eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. Could it be that? Yes, a pile of cockroaches can make people stronger. Lauren stared into Ron's eyes and sincerely conveyed a message of encouragement to him. Ron's eyes fell on the box of cockroaches again, his eyes sometimes firm and sometimes hesitant, his brows knitting together and then spreading apart. He wanted to become stronger but didn't want to eat the cockroaches. Lauren's voice became erratic. Try it, why not try it? He unpacked the cockroach pile, took out one with one hand and put it in his mouth, and handed the rest to Ron. The secret of magic lies in it. Ron followed Lauren's words and subconsciously grabbed one and put it in his mouth. The touch of the arthropod limbs moved around in his mouth. Ron couldn't accept it, his eyes became frightened, and he wanted to spit it out. Lauren covered Ron's mouth and persuaded him, we've come to this point, don't you want to become stronger? Ron felt that this was indeed the case. He chewed his cheeks, the chocolate shell broke, and the aroma of cocoa beans filled the air. The bitterness had not yet risen, and the lemon snow core syrup inside flowed out and wrapped around his tongue, making it sour and sweet. Honestly, this tastes better than I thought. Ron said, his expression confused, as if something had been taken away from him. Do you remember now that the first Minister of Magic was Ulrich Gamp? Lauren asked. This is misleading. The question and the answer are all in this sentence. If you didn't remember it before, you will remember it now. Ron nodded, as if he had actually heard this. You can even recall such partial knowledge about the history of magic. That's what cockroaches are for. Lauren suppressed a smile to brainwash Ron. Before he could think about it, he returned to his bed and continued to open gifts. Ron was eventually deceived, his eyes wandering between the pile of cockroaches and the gifts, and finally he put the pile of cockroaches into the cabinet. Lauren lowered his head to open the gift and laughed from time to time. He seemed very satisfied with the gift he received. What Hermione gave Lauren was a summary of knowledge points about the history of magic. The Christmas card said she wasn't worried about Lauren's other subjects, but that Lauren kept falling asleep in history of magic class and he might get a big P at the end of the semester. Zhuangzihu's handwriting spread across the entire page, warning Lauren to study the history of magic seriously. The last paragraph reads, "We will always be best friends." Lauren looked at the greeting card and imagined Hermione talking about listening to the lectures and studying hard. The little witch's pretty face was tense and her eyes were staring at him. A smile appeared on Lauren's face unconsciously. The next gift was beyond Lauren's expectation. It was from Snape. He gave him a standard size No. 2 copper cauldron. Compared with pewter crucibles, copper crucibles can effectively speed up the process of brewing potions, which is not cheap. A standard size No. 2 copper pot in Partridge's crucible shop costs 25 galleons. Snape was indeed rich. The rest were given by various classmates, mostly candies, quills, and the like. Lauren took some time to take stock. Ron walked to Lauren's pile of gifts holding a dark purple sweater and looked at the big bulging paper package on top. "I think I know what this gift is." Lauren looked at the sweater in Ron's hand and felt moved. He opened the paper package with both hands and found a sky blue hand-knitted sweater and a box of Mrs. Weasley's homemade fudge. The sweater felt soft and warm, and the wool was very smooth. It looked even better than the one on Ron. Lauren thought it would be a great gift. Ron blushed. He felt that his mother's gift was a bit old-fashioned. "If you don't like it, you don't have to wear it." "How is that possible?" Lauren said as he put on the sweater. It was a little too big, but it made it more comfortable. The door to the dormitory flew open, and George and Fred rushed in happily. They were wearing the same dark blue sweaters, one with a big yellow letter G on it, and the other with an F. "Merry Christmas!" "Hey, look, Lauren got a Weasley sweater too." The two looked at Lauren's sweater, which was obviously more finely made, and said with a funny tone, laughing, "This is obviously better than Weasley's. Mom is more attentive to outsiders." Chapter 77. "Why don't you put on yours, Ron?" George patted Ron on the shoulder. "This is a specialty of the Weasley family." The word specialty made Fred laugh, and the two of them happily put Ron into his sweater. "I don't like dark purple," Ron complained half seriously as his head squeezed out of his collar. The four of them chatted while eating fudge. The three Weasley brothers complained that their parents were partial and went to watch the dragons, leaving them at school for Christmas. Lauren couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "It turns out that you didn't care about not being able to go home for Christmas, but that you didn't care about not being able to go see the fire dragon together. What are you arguing about here?" Percy Weasley poked his head through the crack in the door and scolded the twins with a dissatisfied look on his face. Fred noticed that Percy also had a bulging sweater on his arm and looked at George. "Put it on quickly." "We all wore them, even Lauren." The twins walked towards Percy, grabbed his sweater, and put the sweater over Percy's head regardless of the situation. "I don't want to wear." Percy struggled vaguely. "Look, Percy has a P in front of him," Fred exclaimed. They thought their mother showed off the letters on her clothes to distinguish the twins. "This P is not Percy's P, it means prefect." George seemed to have discovered a big secret. The others were amused by this interpretation. The twins grabbed Percy's sleeves, which he hadn't put on yet, tied him up and pushed him out of the room. "You are not allowed to sit with the prefects today. Christmas is a time for togetherness." The laughter gradually drifted away. The colorful ribbons in the corridor are imbued with all kinds of radiant magic, as if the lights are hung on the ceiling. The lights of various colors are like flowing water, gathering towards the auditorium. All kinds of flowers are floating on the wall, and the flowers are holding candles. It was blown up and down by the wind. There are 12 huge Christmas trees standing in the middle of the auditorium. Next to each Christmas tree is a golden brazier, with the flames swaying like streamers. Magic candles float among the branches and leaves, sprinkling light from scattered air strikes. At noon, the Christmas party officially begins. 100 fat and fragrant roast chickens were placed on the dining table. Barbecued meats and potatoes were piled into hills, sausages were fried, and various marinades and sauces gave off tempting smells. The smell could be felt throughout the main building of the castle, and even before they entered the auditorium, Lauren and the others could not stop salivating. On both sides of the dining table, there were also piles of wizard packets and firecrackers, shaped like red candles. Fred held a firecracker and pulled out the fuse. Boom! A mortar-like sound exploded, and several people around felt their ears ringing. A blue smoke enveloped Fred. When the smoke dissipated, Fred was wearing a rear admiral's hat and had several lively white mice on him. The mice quickly dispersed from him and disappeared in a moment. No trace. Lauren opened his mouth and shook his chin, relaxing his eardrums to relieve the shock in his ears, and smiled unconsciously. The wizard stuff was so powerful. He has an interesting idea, he he he. Ron and Percy saw the mouse and took a few steps away, recalling their not-so-pleasant memories. During the banquet, there were bursts of explosions from time to time, and blue smoke was everywhere. Yellow flame light, blue smoke, and various luminous ribbons reflected in everyone's eyes, shining brightly, making the auditorium look like a dreamy wonderland. At the guest of honor table, Dumbledore, wearing a women's hat decorated with flowers, tilted his head and listened to Professor Flitwick's jokes, smiling happily. Hagrid sat next to Professor McGonagall, drinking and chatting with Professor McGonagall. The two looked very happy. Hagrid drank more and more, and his face became redder and redder. Finally, he kissed Professor McGonagall on the cheek. Professor McGonagall giggled and blushed. Fred also saw this scene. Oh, let me tell you, Hagrid and Professor McGonagall are not a good match. George winked at him. Professor McGonagall will regret it when she sobers up. Everyone around laughed happily after hearing this. Ouch! Percy cried out in pain, holding his teeth. He ate the Christmas pudding too quickly and bit into the gift hidden in the pudding. Percy spit something on the dinner plate, and the silver coin landed on the dinner plate with a crisp sound. It was a silver sickle. Lauren stared at the silver coins on the plate and was lost in thought. He held his chin and guessed, "Do you think there will be galleons in the pudding?" Hearing this, Ron's eyes lit up as he looked at the pudding. He stood up and reached for several plates of flaming red pudding, sucking them into his stomach like drinking water. He wants to wrap up the pudding on the table. By the time he left the table, Ron hadn't eaten a single gold galleon, not even a copper nut, and his stomach was bulging. Ron groaned and walked holding his stomach. The twins walked behind Ron, their shoulders shaking with laughter. "You act like a pregnant mother." Everyone else on the road was holding a bunch of gifts blown out of colorful firecrackers. Lauren had a bag full of colorful firecrackers, shaking his head and tutting, "These people don't know their stuff." In the afternoon, the Weasley brothers took Lauren to a snowball fight. Snowballs were flying around in the playground. Different from the previous brawl, this time they were divided into two groups. The twins chased Lauren, Ron, and Percy. The twins worked together so well that the others couldn't hold their heads up. "Fight back, don't just hide. Ha ha ha. There won't be anyone who can't beat 2 with 3, no, no, no." The twins' arrogant voices followed the snowballs flying all over the place. Lauren hid behind a snowdrift, and the snowball smashed next to it, and the snowflakes splashed on his face, which was cool. "I can't bear it anymore. The colorful packets and firecrackers in my pocket are just waiting for this moment. Give you a little shock." He took out a firecracker, ripped off the fuse and threw it at George. Boom! Blue smoke spreads across the playground. Firecrackers are not very powerful, but they are very loud. George's face was dull, a little dumbfounded, and his mind was buzzing. Fred looked at him and opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh no, the enemy has strong firepower." Lauren threw another bomb at Fred, causing Fred to run away. The situation was reversed, but the scene was not what anyone expected. Lauren was so excited that he chased everyone like a villain. He didn't care who his teammates were and would blow up anyone he saw. "Percy, hey hey hey." Boom. "Ron, hey hey hey." Boom. Ron and the others hid behind a snowdrift. Ron shrank his head and murmured, "Honestly, he's quite scary like this." The twins nodded in agreement and looked at each other. They reached a consensus and their expressions suddenly became serious. "Soldier George, you hold off the enemy while I return to the castle to get ammunition." "Okay, Sir Fred." As Fred and George said this, they suddenly kicked Ron and Percy out of the snowdrift. "Hey hey hey." This is the laughter of the twins. Boom. Ron and Percy were blown away by Lauren. When the twins came back, it turned into a melee of firecrackers. As if they were infected by Lauren, they also started laughing he 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 he. Ron and Percy took the opportunity to return to the castle to replenish their ammunition. A few people played wildly all afternoon, their ears were buzzing, and their minds were filled with the magical hee 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 hee. It wasn't until his clothes were soaked and he was so cold that he returned to the fire in the common room out of breath. The fiery warmth gradually enveloped everyone. Several people sat around the fire, listening to the sound of burning firewood, staring at each other, and suddenly began to laugh. Hey hey hey! Chapter 78. The next morning, the snow had not yet melted, and white clouds filled the sky, neither dark nor clear. Lauren's pear jelly melted again, 4 times already. The black peel is covered with a layer of white frost, and the pears are as hard as iron balls. After thawing in a basin of water, the pears become soft and their skin resembles a layer of moistened parchment. Lauren took Lily out of the dormitory. In the lounge, the twins confronted Percy across a bench. Percy, as a prefect, I order you not to pursue him any more. George pointed to the prefect badge on his chest and said confidently. That's right, if you chase us again, your points will be deducted. Fred next to him had his hands on his chest, his chin facing Percy, and his expression was arrogant. Last night, the twin brothers took advantage of Percy's fatigue and relaxed vigilance to take away his prefect badge. I couldn't wait to show off in front of Percy early in the morning, and I was so good at it. Give the badge. Return it to me. Percy's eyebrows shot up, he stared angrily at George, and leapt across the bench at the 2 guys. Points deducted. Points deducted. The twins ran around screaming, both sides running around Gryffindor Tower. Lauren left some pears in the lounge for them to eat when they got tired of playing catch-up. He only took 3 of them to the auditorium. He planned to eat some breakfast to fill his stomach and try the taste of pears this time. Christmas is over and the Christmas decorations all over the castle are gradually being taken down. There were a lot fewer ribbons in the corridor and no longer glowed. The Christmas tree in the auditorium was still there, but the candles on it had been removed. The end of the Christmas banquet marked the official start of the holiday. More and more students stayed in bed, and the halls were sparsely populated. There are only a few people who eat breakfast on time. More people choose to sleep a little longer and deal with breakfast casually, or go to the kitchen to get their own food, and use the extra time to enjoy the holiday. Hufflepuff has the easiest access to the kitchen, but at the long table of the 4 houses, Hufflepuff has the most breakfast. Badgers never miss breakfast and enjoy every moment of their lives. Putting the pears on the plate, Lauren was patient and filled her belly with pumpkin porridge and jam bread. The slightly hot pumpkin porridge warmed up the whole person. After eating the bread, Lauren felt his stomach felt much more at ease. After scraping the last bit of porridge from the bottom of the bowl into his stomach, Lauren exhaled a breath of hot breath comfortably from his throat. Then he began to enjoy the fruits of this time. He pulled off the plow handle, carefully tore open the peel, put his mouth up to suck the juice of the frozen pear, and swallowed the pulp together. It was so sweet. Lauren breathed out air conditioning this time, savoring the sweetness just now and smacking his lips in satisfaction. Eating like this is really unhealthy, but it's also really fun. Dumbledore didn't know when he sat next to him and watched Lauren enjoying the delicious food. He felt that the Sorting Hat was right and Lauren was indeed suitable for Hufflepuff. It's probably a little embarrassing to say. Dumbledore's gentle voice sounded, and Lauren raised his head, only to notice that there was someone else beside him. Meeting Lauren's gaze, Dumbledore said embarrassedly without any embarrassment on his face, "You know, sweet food always makes people like it." After speaking, he blinked and looked at Lauren expectantly. "Here, give it." Lauren pushed the pear in front of Dumbledore with a disgusted expression. He couldn't stand this man. His beard could almost be used as a broom, and he was still pretending to be a child. Dumbledore happily left with 2 frozen pears. Before leaving, he said, "Pack your things and come to my office later. We are going to the Black Forest to fulfill the prophecy." It seems that the conversation with Rico is the focus this time, and the prophecy is just a trivial incident. Yes, Dumbledore knows his priorities. On the way back to his dormitory, Lauren began to review the memories of Professor Trelawney's prophecy in his mind. Predicting the death of Harry's family, predicting the death of Dumbledore. Hiss, Lauren took a breath of cold air. One of these prophets died one by one, why did the King of Hell call him by name? After being nervous for a while, Lauren returned to the lounge and remembered that he was with Dumbledore. There was nothing to worry about. This was Dumbledore. Dumbledore and I, we are 2 strong thieves. He went back to the dormitory, packed his things, said goodbye to Ron briefly and left. Watching Lauren walk out of the lounge, Ron sighed, dropped the black stone, picked up a white stone and put it into his mouth. Busy, you are all busy, it's better to be busy. Sip, take a sip of frozen pear juice, feel as lonely as an empty nester. When Lauren came to the principal's office, Dumbledore was wiping the juice from his beard around his mouth with a handkerchief. There were leftover fruit cores and peels on the plate on the table. At the table, Fox cocked his buttocks, his tail feathers stood straight up, and his beak sucked the frozen pears on another plate one by one. Seeing Lauren come in, Dumbledore put down his handkerchief and said with a smile, "This is really the sweetest pear I have ever tasted." Fox also responded squeaking. If the prophecy wasn't about him, Lauren could sit here and talk to Dumbledore all day about how to freeze pears. But not now, he was in a hurry. When will we set off? Honestly, it's not easy for someone like me to enter other countries, especially at Christmas, when many people in the Ministry of Magic are on holiday. Dumbledore lowered his head and rummaged for something in the drawer. But fortunately, I know some friends who can give us a little help. There was a rattling and banging sound coming from the drawer. It sounded like things in the whole room were colliding, the cabinet hitting the table, and the table hitting the chair. Ha, found it! Dumbledore bent down and put his whole hand in, half of his body sinking into the drawer, and finally took out a small silver comb, which looked like he used it to comb his beard. Thinking about how the drawer was trying to put the entire Dumbledore inside, Lauren was extremely sure that magic such as the invisible stretching charm must have been used in it. Maybe the space inside was bigger than Hogwarts Castle. Let's go. Dumbledore put the comb in the palm of his hand, stretched it out to Lauren, and motioned for him to put his hand on it. The silver comb felt cool when the fingertips touched it. Before Lauren could feel it carefully, he heard Dumbledore say, "Fox." Squeak. There seemed to be a hook behind Lauren's belly button, and he hooked forward with irresistible momentum, and then he lifted his feet off the ground and flew up. It flew forward like a gust of wind, unable to see anything clearly in front of me. Lauren's hand was tightly attached to the comb, and the comb seemed to have a magnetic force that stuck to her fingers. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a long time passed. Lauren's feet fell heavily to the ground. He was a little unsteady and about to fall to the side. Dumbledore caught him in time. Lauren's hair was messed up by the wind, like a doghouse, and his clothes were askew. He straightened his robes and looked up to see that Dumbledore still looked neat and tidy, his beard not messy at all. "Where is this? Is there a black forest ahead?" Turning around and looking around, they were standing next to a muddy path in the countryside. The moist water vapor was mixed with the smell of soil and grass, and the fragrance was a little earthy. There was a vast forest in front of them. "Albania, if nothing else happens, it should be here." Dumbledore took out a black derby hat from somewhere and put it on. It looked like a traditional style from decades ago. Wearing such a hat on the head of Dumbledore, who is wearing a white robe, has a long white beard and white hair, feels very inconsistent. "I need a little disguise. You know, being too famous is not a good thing." Dumbledore winked at Lauren. "You are lying to yourself. With this beard, eyebrows, and hair, who can not recognize that this is the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most famous wizard in the world? Whoever exposes you, just take out your wand and give it to him, right?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Dumbledore was amused by Lauren's statement. Along with the hearty laughter, his beard shortened rapidly, with some brown color emerging from the roots, and finally turned into a beard that was close to the face, with brown color mixed with some grey. The hair also shrank back and became short, and even the sides of the forehead became somewhat bald. Finally, Dumbledore patted his white robe again, and the large cloth robe began to shrink, clinging to his body and turning into a double-breasted silver-grey velvet windbreaker, underneath which he wore a pair of suit trousers and wide yellow leather shoes. "This outfit goes well with a derby hat." Lauren opened his mouth in surprise. The old white-robed wizard turned into a young man in his prime. "You know, I used to be a professor of transfiguration." Dumbledore's voice became stronger as he patted Lauren on the shoulder and erased the Hogwarts and Gryffindor symbols from his magic robes. On the muddy road in the countryside, Lauren was carrying a suitcase, and Dumbledore was holding Lauren's hand and telling him some of his insights about the prophecy. It starts with Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was originally the Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts. When Quirrell was a student, he was a Ravenclaw with excellent grades. He always felt that he had extraordinary talents, waiting for people to discover. Quirrell has the characteristics of Ravenclaw Academy, is smart and good at learning, and he even obtained 12 certificates in the OWL examination. But he still felt that people looked down upon him and always felt that he had extraordinary talents waiting for people to discover. In order to quickly prove his power, he became interested in black magic. After getting an appointment in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he used the name of Study Tour to look for traces of dark wizards, partly out of curiosity, partly out of his desire for the importance that he had never been noticed. Finally, Kylo found himself in the Albanian forest. I suspect that he was trying to track down Voldemort from the beginning and wanted to learn something from Voldemort. Dumbledore's voice was no longer old, but his tone was filled with helplessness. Lauren knew the rest. Here, Quirrell became Voldemort's servant and was possessed by Voldemort and returned to Hogwarts with the intention of stealing the Philosopher's Stone. At first, I just thought he had surrendered to Voldemort. Your reminder made me understand that it was not just that simple. Voldemort's possession of Quirrell was beyond Dumbledore's expectations and allowed him to make better arrangements and verify some of his conjectures. Lauren carefully recalled the content of the prophecy: the Dark Lord is far away from his forest. His plot. White has anticipated. The Black Forest is the beginning of the wave. The man of blue and black must go to, the transition between the old and the new. Desperate souls are crying, the wave is about to start. What are the old and new, the desperate souls and the waves? Lauren asked. The alternation of old and new may refer to time, before the new year. As for the other two, it is the answer we are looking for during this trip. While talking, the two came to the door of a hotel on the roadside. It is a two-story building with a triangular spire. The outside of this house is covered with black stains. You can't even see the store name on the signboard. The dark double iron doors are tightly closed. Dumbledore pulled Lauren and walked straight towards the closed door. A magical scene appeared. The iron door seemed to not exist, and the two of them disappeared through the door. Lauren felt like he was passing through a curtain of water, and there was a feeling of water rushing over his skin. Completely different from the dilapidated outside, the entrance is a white hall with white floor tiles, reflecting the bright glass chandelier on the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. Behind the counter stood a goblin with a fat head and fat ears. He looked like an obese human suffering from dwarfism. His head was about the same size as his body, his narrow nose was like an awl, and his ears were like bat wings. "Oh, welcome, my dear wizard." The goblin's voice was very shrill and harsh, and he spoke words of welcome, but his tone was very uncomfortable. Dumbledore, in his prime, threw out a bag of galleons and said, "A room." "Of course." The fat goblin stretched out his hand behind the counter, and a black key-like pendant flew into his hand. The entire transaction took less than a minute, and both parties were very smooth and didn't say anything superfluous. Dumbledore took the key, but instead of looking for the room, he turned around and took Lauren out of the hotel. Hanging the key around Lauren's neck, the two of them walked into the forest. Pinch the key and shake it, and no matter where you are in Albania, you can return to your hotel room. Of course Dumbledore didn't need it, this was insurance prepared for Lauren in case the two of them got separated in some unexpected situation. During Dumbledore's introduction, Lauren learned something about Albania. This is a place that is difficult for the Ministry of Magic to take care of. Many dark wizards gather here to trade dark magic items or various things of unknown origin. Many mysterious events have occurred in Albania throughout history. Legend has it that the forests are home to various dangerous creatures, vampires, werewolves, and evil witches who have lived for centuries. Students at Hogwarts rumored that Quirrell met a vampire here and was cast an evil curse by a witch, making him timid, stammering, afraid of his own students, and afraid of the subjects he taught. This is where Ms. Grey and Bloody Barrow died. Honestly, this place has been on my list of travel plans for when I retire. Dumbledore in his prime winked at Lauren, which was even more difficult to accept than the old, white-haired Dumbledore acting young. Lauren felt like his eyes were being attacked by magic. He resisted the urge to complain and continued to listen to Dumbledore. Chapter 79. The late winter in Albania was even colder than Hogwarts. Walking through the gradually sparsely populated paths, snow piled on the road and melted into the mud. Not long after Dumbledore pulled Lauren out of the hotel, he began to use magic to wander in the Dinarum Mountains in eastern Albania. After the two of them walked more than 10 meters, they would shrink into a ball and disappear in place like a vortex. With a slight pop, they would appear hundreds of meters away, then walk another dozen meters and repeat the last action. Dumbledore's disappearation spell was very subtle, and Lauren didn't feel any discomfort during such a short-distance teleportation. This behavior was repeated countless times, and Lauren couldn't help but ask, "Principal Dumbledore, what are we looking for? Look for some special traces. They stopped in front of a snow-covered pine tree, which is common in Albanian forests, mostly coniferous. There are many ice edges hanging on the branches, with the tips pointing to the ground, and white snowflakes stick to the stick-like ice edges. There was a flash of flame, and a flame shot up from Dumbledore's palm and rose up along the trunk of the tree. It did not damage the branches at all, but only melted away the ice and snow. It started to rain lightly under the trees. The ice edges on the tree revealed their true colors. They were snake bones with their tails wrapped around the tree and their heads hanging straight to the ground. The snake bones have varying degrees of corrosion, and some have become rotten and yellowed, looking like they have been there for several years. Some of them can still see corroded pieces of flesh hanging between the bones, indicating that they were only a few months away from death. There are big and small. The small ones are no more than the length of an arm, and the large snake skull is almost as big as an adult head. The ice and snow covering the carrion melted away, and a faint stench began to permeate the air. Voldemort doesn't look like he's been having a good time these past 10 years. Dumbledore looked carefully at the remains of these snakes, seeming to confirm something. For 10 years, Voldemort hid in this forest, possessing a snake, and lingering. The body of an ordinary snake cannot carry Voldemort's evil soul for a long time. Voldemort will change his body every once in a while, and these bones are hung here, like some evil ritual. Dumbledore knew that it was impossible for a man as conceited as Voldemort to live here for 10 years without leaving some traces to prove his existence. These snake bones are the best proof. Arrogant sense of ritual, even if there is only a residual soul left, you have to prove yourself. Lauren raised his head and looked at these snake bones, imagining Voldemort crawling through branches and shrubs, the scales on his abdomen making a rustling sound. He didn't know much about Voldemort and always thought he was a villain with no intelligence and no nose. All kinds of strange thoughts came to mind. Does Voldemort need to hunt for food? Will he swallow rats and rabbits alive with their skins and flesh? Dumbledore didn't know that Lauren already knew about Voldemort, and he was wondering how much he should tell Lauren. After stopping for a while, the two started wandering again. This is really a small country. Dumbledore took Lauren to visit every place in Albania in one afternoon. Winter is not over yet, the mountains and forests are covered with ice and snow. The two came to sit by a vast lake, which was not frozen. Lake Arid stretches for thousands of miles in the east of Albania. The clear lake reflects the clear clouds in the sky and the surrounding mountains. Looking at such a wide and clear lake, Dumbledore looked much more relaxed. It doesn't look like anything special here. All afternoon, they saw no werewolves, no vampires, no evil witches who had lived for centuries. An old wizard's advice is to never jump to conclusions about anything prematurely. Dumbledore waved his hand and turned a stone into a tabletop, and placed some snacks that he took out from nowhere. Lauren watched him take out a pot of steaming black tea from his sleeve, and then looked at his cumbersome small suitcase, mentally slandering whether Dumbledore's invisible stretching charm was legal. Secretly planning to start refining his own space items after returning, and asking Flamel for help, he should be able to complete it during the summer vacation. Voldemort used an evil ritual to put his soul in a strange state. Dumbledore poured the black tea and his voice drifted with the rising fog. Harry's mother protected Harry with love, a power that Voldemort did not understand. The rebounding death curse destroyed Voldemort's body and magic, leaving him so weak that he turned into a wandering ghost and lingered in the Albanian forest for 10 years. Until Quirrell's arrival, Voldemort easily controlled the power-hungry wizard. At this point, Dumbledore took a sip of tea and said, "Don't be driven by power, control power. Why don't you just expose Quirrell? Voldemort cannot be killed, and Hogwarts needs a defense against the dark arts professor." Dumbledore said this with confidence. No one knows better than him how difficult it is to find a professor who is willing to come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts, and he has to change one every year. Harry and the others are now on guard against Professor Snape, thinking he wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Lauren looked at Dumbledore. Well, although there are some deviations, it is acceptable. Dumbledore pretended to think, and then asked, "What about you, do you believe Severus?" Thanks to his magical eyes, Lauren had seen something strange on the top of Professor Quirrell's head, and had also seen the dark mark of Severus. Dumbledore wanted to know what Lauren was thinking. "I think Professor Snape is unlucky. He was the only one bitten by Fluffy." Such an answer made Dumbledore pause. He looked at Lauren with gentle eyes and smiled, "Maybe I should tell Severus how to calm that irritable puppy." Lauren was still thinking about desperate souls. The only souls related to this forest were Quirrell and Voldemort. Are those snakes desperate souls? Lauren asked. I don't think so. These are just ordinary snakes. Who will be that desperate soul, Voldemort? Lauren didn't want to accept such a choice. The plot of redeeming the villain was too vulgar. Voldemort's soul has long been broken. He will not despair. He only grew angrier and resented those who had put him in this situation, whether those who resisted him or those who were his useless servants. Dumbledore looked dazed. He occasionally wondered if he would have had a different outcome if he had been kinder to young Tom when he went to the orphanage. I think your prophecy won't have results until the last day of this year. That's when the old and the new will change. Why did you bring me here so early? Lauren could only dare to mutter this in his heart. Chapter 80. The sun sinks into the bottom of Lake Arid, turning into tiny specks of light that spread out with ripples. After it got dark, Dumbledore asked Lauren to take out the key and shake it. With a squeezing feeling, they appeared in a bright hotel room. Warm yellow light spreads from the lampshade, illuminating every corner of the room. It is said to be a room, but this is simply a house, with a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. There is a brown cloth sofa next to the wall of the living room, and a maple leaf pattern tea set is placed on the table. There are only spatulas and some salt and condiments on the kitchen counter, which is unique to Wizard Hotel kitchens. If someone really wants to cook, he must have brought his own ingredients. The wizard uses magic to make a fire, uses magic to get water, and finally uses magic to clean it. The kitchen is just a symbolic function. The wizard can cook anywhere. If it weren't for the fact that some passengers were not very good at transfiguration, they wouldn't even have a spatula. Lauren and Dumbledore had already eaten while chatting by the lake, and Dumbledore took the food out of his pocket. It's hard to imagine a hot steak or a whole pot of broth being taken out of your pocket. Lauren thought Dumbledore might have a kitchen in his pocket, and possibly a house elf in it. Back at the hotel, Dumbledore said he was going to see a friend and asked Lauren to stay in his room and not go anywhere. In a place like Albania, Dumbledore's friend. Lauren could only think of the thief-like figure in Order of the Phoenix, Mundungus. The Mundungus who resold Black Family antiques, gave Slytherin's Horcrux locket to Umbridge, and escaped from the battlefield and killed Moody. Many members of the Order hated Mundungus, but Dumbledore kept him in charge of providing intelligence and detective work. Lauren kept in mind the matter of staying away from his pig teammates, and would definitely remind Harry in the future. After wandering around the room without incident for a few times, Lauren regretted not bringing Flamel with him. Boredly, he leaned against the window and looked outside. The sky was not dark, but a deep blue. The starlight reflected on the snow, and the outside was very clear. Shadows covered Lauren's blue eyes, and in his field of vision, a space at the edge of the woods suddenly began to distort. With a pop sound, a man's figure suddenly appeared. He looked around and quickly walked towards the hotel. Behind the man, the space also became distorted, and another person suddenly appeared. The visitor took out his magic wand and pointed forward, collapsed. A red light flashed, and a person in front fell straight down. The latter person groped around on him for a while, finally took out something and quickly apparated away. Such a straightforward robbery made Lauren silent. He thought that the magic world would have some grey areas, but he only scratched the surface, selling some black magic items and researching some black magic. He never expected such a direct robbery. At least after the fall of Voldemort, dark wizards should not be so presumptuous. Sitting back on the sofa, leaning back against the cushions, Lauren stared at the ceiling. The scene just now kept reappearing on the ceiling, and the red light of the stunning curse turned into the green light of the death curse. Just changed the spell, still pointed forward gently, and the person still fell straight down. There seems to be no difference. It was in front of the hotel, so I just passed out. Lauren couldn't help but wonder if the wand was farther away in the woods, whether it would emit a green light, and maybe there would be a fierce fire afterwards, and no corpses would be left behind. Is there really nothing in that forest? This is a magical world, and many people die without a trace. Magic is such a magical thing. For the first time, Lauren intuitively felt the fragility of some things. He didn't feel this way when he killed the troll with his own hands. Dumbledore came back in his youthful appearance. His face looked a little rosy, maybe he had drunk some wine. Lauren told him about the scene he had just seen, and expressed his speculation, many people must have died in this place, and no one will find out if they die. Dumbledore had a complicated look on his face. He was pleased with Lauren's thoughts, but also felt helpless about the situation. Lauren, this kind of situation would only occur in areas like Albania where the Ministry of Magic has difficulty supervising. Most countries have their own Ministry of Magic, which strictly monitors illegal activities, and even the entry and exit of wizards requires approval. Lauren was a little confused. Why, it shouldn't be difficult for the Ministry of Magic to control this place. They spent an afternoon traveling throughout Albania. There were no vampires, werewolves, or evil witches who had lived for centuries. Dumbledore's explanation for this is that Albania has a special geographical location and cannot be subordinate to the Ministry of Magic of other countries and cannot establish its own Ministry of Magic. Albanian wizards have fled. There are only more than 3,000 wizards in the entire UK, and there are even fewer in small places like Albania, where it is impossible to establish a Ministry of Magic. Regarding the Muggle issue, the situation here was very chaotic. Until 1990, there were various riots and Muggle riots. Dark wizards gather here to trade. The insertion of other people may cause revenge and disrupt the order of the country. The Ministry of Magic of each country does not want to be involved in this. How about you? Lauren looked at the greatest magic master in the world. No matter his prestige or ability, he could do it. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, the highest wizarding court, President of the International Federation of Magic, has been nominated for the British Minister of Magic many times. Dumbledore looked confused. He took a few steps back and sat on the sofa. I can't do it. He still looks like a man in his prime, with energetic beard and neat short hair. He is a well-deserved transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, but his voice and eyes are full of age. This godlike, even omnipotent person seemed a bit powerless to Lauren. I'm afraid of power. Since a long time ago, I have been preventing myself from getting close to power. Dumbledore's voice was very soft, and he was caught in some kind of memory. When I was young, I also dreamed of changing the world and shouted inspiring slogans. I have a close friend who is in the same industry. He set out with a great dream and gained power for his dream. In the end, under the alienation of power, he went further and did many wrong things. Many people died and many irreparable mistakes were made, which ultimately cannot be made up for. When Dumbledore was young, his sister was bullied by Muggles, and his father was imprisoned in order to avenge his sister. In order to take care of their sister, the family had to hibernate in Godric's Hollow. Family ties are both a bond and a shackle for Dumbledore. He longs for a freer life. No young boy with extraordinary talents would want to be trapped in a small valley for the rest of his life. Later he met Grindelwald. The two had lofty ideals and were equally talented. They have the same mind, as if they were one person. Build a new wizarding order, where no one will suffer like Ariana, and every wizard can freely perform magic. Albus was addicted to the passionate love and lofty ideals of youth. In the end, his sister's death made Dumbledore decide to calm down for a while, and he and Grindelwald grew further and further apart. Grindelwald's incident made Dumbledore realize the terrifying power of power, and he was afraid of making the world worse under the pretext of for the greater good. Dumbledore understood that he and Gellert were the same people. They had lofty ambitions. With the blessing of power, such ambitions would cause countless people to fall into disaster with a casual thought. As he became more famous and more powerful, he became more resistant to power. Looking at it all, is there anyone in the wizarding world who can stop Dumbledore when he goes astray? No one can. Lauren fell silent. Dumbledore was undoubtedly a great man, and his respect for life became a shackles to himself. No more talking, let's give everyone a few shouts. Boom. 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 Starting from tomorrow, develop a good habit of writing and saving manuscripts, and make sure you don't do it again. Chapter 81. No one can comment on what Dumbledore did. Albus Ford runs the Pig's Head Bar, and the two brothers are strangers. Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard, and the two may never see each other again in this life. Destiny never favored Dumbledore, whether it was family or love. Even if life is in the endless darkness, he still emits the light of fire. Dumbledore was silent on the sofa. He looked at Lauren, and seemed to look through Lauren to somewhere unknown. Lauren said nothing. He quietly returned to the bedroom, closed the door, and left Dumbledore alone with his memories. The next day, Dumbledore had dinner and talked with Lauren as usual. Unlike usual, Dumbledore no longer blinked mischievously. He acted crisply and cast spells neatly. Not like an old principal at all. Lauren didn't like such a mature and steady Dumbledore. The two stayed in Albania for a few days. During the day, Dumbledore took Lauren through the mountains and fields looking for clues about the prophecy. At night, they stood in front of the window and watched the magical light flickering in the forest from time to time. Lauren already knew that this small country was bordered by Serbia and Yugoslavia to the north, adjacent to Greece, and Italy on the other side of the strait. Compared to these two countries, Albania is more like a backward village with no trace of modernization in sight. December 31st. The wind blowing down from Jezerksa, the highest peak in Albania, is still cold, and wizards with various purposes are still lingering here in the coming new year. Dumbledore took Lauren to the shore of Lake Arid early in the morning to wait. Within a few days, they left footprints in every corner of the forest, but found nothing. As the prophecy said, we need to wait for an opportunity, at the turn of the old and the new. Looking at the calm lake, Lauren cast his eyes on Dumbledore from time to time. He still trusted Dumbledore, and he knew that this century-old wizard with a rough fate would always be the backing of Hogwarts. Lauren could feel that Dumbledore still cared about him. It was as if the conversation that day had never happened, but there was a sad barrier between them. The sun rises and sets from the bottom of the lake. Just as the sun sank to the bottom of the lake, Lauren turned his head and looked behind him. In Lauren's field of vision, in the forest, a mighty blue beam of light was like a flowing galaxy, connecting the starry sky and the earth. He had seen this color of blue light before when he first entered the room of requirement, coming from Ravenclaw's diadem. What did you see? Dumbledore noticed Lauren's movements. Lauren pointed to the source of the blue light, there. Dumbledore pulled Lauren and disappeared. After several moves, the two landed in front of a tree. The thick old tree still has lush branches and leaves in winter, and the ice and snow cannot hide its body, and a dark hole is exposed on the trunk. After getting closer, the blue river of light was even brighter in Lauren's eyes, but not dazzling at all. There is something shining inside the hole. Dumbledore tapped the tree trunk gently, and there was a hollow echo inside. This is a hollow tree. The inside has become hollow for unknown reasons, but it is still alive and well. He waved his hand, and the deformation spell was applied to the tree. The hole expanded downwards, revealing the scene inside. A python is hibernating inside. It is a 12-foot-long red and yellow python with a mesh pattern on its back and a blue gemstone under its head. The moment Lauren's eyes touched the sapphire, the river of light connecting the starry sky and the earth gradually converged. Principal Dumbledore. Lauren's legs were a little weak. Anyone who is so close to a python for the first time will have weak legs. This is written in the genes. You are Gryffindor. Dumbledore's voice was soothing and not nervous at all. His hand was on Lauren's shoulder, which made Lauren feel more at ease. This snake has a scarlet light on its body. Lauren guessed that it might also be an animagus. Dumbledore obviously understood Lauren's thoughts and waved the Elder Wand. Original form appears. The curse was shot at the sleeping python, but was bounced off by the thick scales. Animagus animals do not possess any magical abilities, let alone deflect spells. Besides, this is Dumbledore's curse, this is the curse of the Elder Wand. Dumbledore looked at this scene, his expression darkened, and his voice became hoarse, it cannot be restored. This is not an animagus, but a blood-cursed orc. He told Lauren about the blood-cursed orcs, a group of cursed people who could control themselves to transform between humans and animals at first, but over time, they would lose control and be trapped in animal bodies forever. Inside, forget all memories of being a human and become a real animal. Lauren suddenly understood the meaning of a desperate soul, a despair that transcended the distance between life and death. Death row prisoners will gradually go crazy as their sentence approaches, and blood curses are another vicious form of death penalty. Part of them as humans gradually dissipated. Before completely dissipating, every remaining human part was filled with despair, reason, memory, and emotion. The sleeping python was awakened by the spell and the sound of voices. The eyelid membranes on the thick and ferocious snake's head blinked, revealing pure black eyes instead of the vertical pupils of a python. This scene was a bit weird. Lauren actually felt that it was a bit like a girl waking up from a deep sleep. Nagini opened her eyes and saw the appearance of young Dumbledore, and the python suddenly shed tears. She had been wandering in the forest for who knows how long. She didn't dare to face anyone like this. She abandoned all her friends and came here to find an undisturbed cemetery for herself. This forest was rarely visited by people. It was deserted and perfect for hiding. No one she knew would come. A woman named Nagini will die alone here, losing her human existence and becoming a snake named Nagini forever. No memory, no emotion, no reason. Some will only have bloodthirsty instincts. Until she touched the blue gem in the tree hole, she woke up from the darkness, but after waking up, she was in endless pain, living as a snake forever, living in pain like this. A python in the forest doesn't know its age. It only knows that the sun rises and sets. Its countless suns. The snow fell and melted, and she had slept for dozens of times. She had been to Hogwarts and watched Dumbledore from a distance. Dumbledore also noticed the tears, and he felt a strange feeling in his heart. The man and the snake looked at each other like this. Do we know each other? The python couldn't speak, and another teardrop slipped down its scales. It seems to be sane, can we save her? Lauren's words were not out of desire to refine the magic stone, but simply out of pity. He remembered the python next to Voldemort, Nagini. Lauren, who had only watched the series of movies, did not know that there was such a story about a python. At this time, the python did not have black energy on her body, and she had not yet been made into a Horcrux. What kind of villain could a weeping python be? What would it think now if it knew that it would become a bloodthirsty beast that loved to eat human corpses, and was eventually beheaded by Neville's sword? Dumbledore recalled Nicholas Flamel's words and Trelawney's prophecy in his mind. Nicholas Flamel, the redemption of a desperate soul. Trelawney, the blue and black man, the wave. You are the one who can save her, Lauren. He stared at the little wizard's blue eyes, which were so young and full of life. He has been looking down on the magical world for more than 100 years, how could he not know the sins of wizards, and the conflict comes from this abnormal social form. The ambition of pure blood, the greed of goblins, the humbleness of elves, other races doing their own thing, and the rise of muggles. He and Gellert once had the same idea, but they couldn't see the problem. It's just that he is old, and the shackles can be put on himself, but they should not be put on them, whether it is Lauren or Harry. Dumbledore asked himself, how could he say those words to such a child? I have to drink less butterbeer from now on. As I get older, I can't be the same as before. He answered in his mind. Lauren was still thinking about what he just said. He stared at Dumbledore. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? You can't help but let me, a first-year wizard, do it. You really look up to me. He didn't mention much about the prophecy, and didn't pay attention to Lauren's rich expression. Dumbledore looked at the sapphire on Nagini's pillow. Do you know what that is? Lauren came back to his senses and said that he had seen Ravenclaw's diadem in the room of requirement. There was a layer of black air on it. It didn't look normal. I didn't touch the diadem. The light in this gem is the same as that in the diadem, and more brilliant than the diadem. Dumbledore thought about the day Voldemort returned to Hogwarts to apply for a job, and he thought he finally understood why Tom had returned, to hide the Horcruxes made from Ravenclaw's diadem. With the answer to the riddle, Dumbledore said with a smile, do you know Ms. Ravenclaw's most famous saying? Extraordinary wisdom is mankind's most valuable asset. I think Voldemort found Ravenclaw's diadem here, but left his wisdom here. Dumbledore looked at Nagini, and you have guarded the most precious treasure. Miss Helena stole Ravenclaw's diadem and hid it in a hollow tree in Albania. She was eventually killed by the Bloody Baron and returned to Hogwarts to become Ravenclaw's ghost Lady Grey. The silver-tongued Tom deceived the location of the crown from Ms. Grey, made the crown into a Horcrux, and hid the crown in the room of requirement on the night he returned to Hogwarts to apply for a job. In fact, long before Voldemort, Nagini had obtained this gem, the sapphire, which symbolizes human wisdom. The sapphire preserved Nagini's remaining sanity, but could not turn her back into a human. Nagini wandered in the forests of Albania for decades with human consciousness and the body of a snake. Perhaps due to the blessing of fate, Voldemort has not discovered Nagini or the sapphire so far. Dumbledore took off his hat and pointed the hat towards Nagini, gesturing for her to come in. Lauren looked at this scene with confusion. Nagini's tail curled around the sapphire, and the huge python's head gradually became smaller as it approached the hat, and finally retracted into the hat, and the python became a pet snake. Dumbledore put his hat back on his head, making Lauren's eyes twitch. Honestly, I have a friend who can carry many more animals than I do. Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something and winked at Lauren mischievously again. The two decided to take Nagini back to Hogwarts first and discuss with Nico whether there was a solution. Walking in the forest under the moonlight and snow complement each other, and the silvery white light entangles the shadows of trees and people. Harry is a Parseltongue, and when he comes back we can chat with the big snake. There was joy in Lauren's voice. His prophecy contained no dangers and found desperate souls. Grandpa Bates' werewolf disease could be cured. Dumbledore froze when he heard this. Harry is a Parseltongue. Lauren tilted her head and looked at him. Didn't I tell you? Should not. You remember it wrong. Well, it's possible. You have to understand that I'm an old man over 100 years old. Then I will say this kind of thing more times next time. Dumbledore's silver-grey velvet trench coat gradually became looser and turned into a white robe, and his beard and hair also grew back. Lauren held his hand and jumped up and down in the snow. People far away are celebrating the new year, and fireworks are blooming. This is the transition between the old and the new. Chapter 82. In the Hogwarts principal's office late at night, the portraits of past principals hanging on the wall have fallen asleep. Two figures, an old one and a young one, appeared out of thin air, and the warm yellow lights in the office gradually brightened. You go back first, I will take care of it first. Dumbledore took off his hat that no longer fit well and placed it on the table with the brim upwards. Goodbye, Principal. Lauren couldn't wait to take a good bath. He was exhausted these days in Albania. Nagini was sleeping in a hat with her jewels on her pillow. Fawkes leaned his head over and took a look. He suddenly became alert and cursed at Dumbledore. Squeak. It seems to be talking about you, a guy who likes the new and hates the old. Dumbledore combed its feathers while avoiding Fawkes's pecks, and comforted him with a smile. Okay, okay. Paid some snacks and spent some time letting Fawkes cool off. Dumbledore slowly took out a book with an old white cover from the bookshelf and opened it. There was a portrait of a character on each page. After flipping through an unknown number of pages, I stopped at a portrait of a man with silver hair and a thin body. Dumbledore waited for a while, and the image of the person above gradually became more vivid, colors began to appear, and the portrait moved. Albus. Nico. The two had a conversation, and Dumbledore recounted the experiences of the Albanian party and asked Nico if there was a way to save the blood-cursed orc. There's nothing I can do, but maybe the Philosopher's Stone can. In Nico's telling, the effect of the magic stone on each person's hand is different from person to person. In my hands, I can turn stone into gold and refine the elixir of life, but Lauren may have other options. Judging from his request, it may be made from living things, to restore snakes to humans, and to fix werewolves in human form. Nico's voice came out of the book through magic, like an old man telling a vague legend, revealing the mystery of life. This is not a smooth road. There seems to be no reproductive isolation among magical creatures. Before this, a large number of wizards bred strange creatures for various purposes, causing many disasters. The most famous is Herbo the Despicable, who created a basilisk by using toads to incubate rooster eggs. Some are out of curiosity, some are out of profit, and some have bad intentions. The contents of many Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks are artificially created by wizards. It was not until 1965 that the prohibition of the feeding of magical creatures for experimental purposes bill proposed by Newt Scamander was passed. This ban effectively curbed the prevalence of the creation of new untamable animals in Britain. Aurors from the Ministry of Magic have spent a lot of energy investigating many wizards who illegally gave birth to dangerous creatures. In the following years, the Ministry of Magic in other countries also introduced similar bans. This is only done on magical animals. Lauren will be involved in the human body. Anyone who hears about such behavior will think that Lauren is a dark wizard. If Lauren were to take the path of biological refinement, even if the outside world didn't know about the Philosopher's Stone, just the biological refinement itself would be enough for him to attract the attention of all kinds of people, whether it was the Ministry of Magic or the Dark Wizards. When he found this snake in the Albanian forest, he had already pulled it out of the abyss of despair. Nico talked about the prerequisites for using the magic stone. Cough cough cough. His voice sounded weak. Maybe we don't have to rush to destroy the magic stone. After what you want to do is over, let Lauren try it with my magic stone. Dumbledore sat on the chair and looked at the portrait in the book. Are you ready to face death? When Nico heard this question, his old face showed a smile. Albus, you already know that death is not the end, but a greater adventure. I still have some medicine in storage. When I take care of some things, I will return to Paris with Pernell. Come on in the summer. There is another opera in the spring. I will leave after watching this one. I won't say goodbye to you then. Ahem, cough, goodbye. Hearing the word goodbye, Dumbledore's wrinkles unfurled and he smiled. Goodbye, and I wish you a pleasant journey. After saying that, Nico's portrait gradually faded and became motionless. Lauren carried his small suitcase and ran to the Gryffindor lounge. Returning to Hogwarts, whether it was the dusty stone pillars, the polished armor, or the moving stairs, Lauren felt a sense of familiarity and security at home. At least there won't be any dark wizards mugging here, except Voldemort. In the Gryffindor common room, the 4 little wizards of the Weasley family gathered around the table and played chess, with the twins and Percy playing 3 against Ron. The twins were able to withstand Ron's offensive, but after a few moves in the middle and they believed Percy's words, they were defeated. On the chessboard, the knight on horseback scolded as he walked, "Are you 2 trolls? Why do you listen to others?" Percy blushed a little and looked away, pretending not to hear. When he saw Lauren, who had just come in from outside, his eyes lit up. "Look, Lauren is back." George and Fred also raised their heads, and when Ron was not paying attention, they overturned the chessboard, and each of them shouted in surprise. "Our savior, Lauren is back. We don't have to play chess with Ron anymore." Finally, they both raised their hands and shouted, "Long live Lauren!" It can be seen that in the past few days when Lauren was absent, several people were really tortured by Ron. The twins walked around the table and ran to Lauren. Fred took his small suitcase. George pulled Lauren to Ron and pressed him on the seat. "It's all up to you." Lauren tried to struggle, "I haven't showered yet. We'll wash it later. We agreed that if we can beat Ron tonight, he will never play chess with us again." "But I can't beat Ron in wizard chess," Lauren said. Ron raised his chin with a very disgusting expression, "I can beat you in backgammon too." When Lauren first taught Ron how to play backgammon, he almost overturned with a coping attitude. Ron reviewed the original game after being influenced by Go. He thought he had already surpassed Lauren and was full of confidence. "So arrogant?" Lauren looked at the other Weasleys and said, "Did you break his head during the few days I was away?" George thought about what he had experienced these past few days and said, "I would rather break his head." Fred nodded aside, "But he really seems to be powerful." After Lauren taught Ron how to play Go, he has been playing it with him these days. Ron does have a talent for playing Go, and his computing power and layout have improved a lot. When playing other chess games, Ron naturally brings a Go chess mentality. He can look at several moves after one move, and he can also analyze the chess game from the overall situation. A stalemate will open up another battlefield. Sometimes before the stalemate begins, Ron can foresee the stalemate situation and lay the groundwork in another place in advance. The moves were so wild that the twins couldn't resist it, so they pulled Percy over, and they lost even faster. If Ron's chess playing was purely based on talent before, now with the help of Lauren, he seems to have found a way to explore a further path. "Then let's play backgammon. I'll take a shower first." Lauren didn't refuse. He wanted to see if Ron was bloated. Lorenzo washed himself carefully and wanted to soak for a few hours if possible. When he came out, Ron was playing backgammon with 3 people. "Get down here." Percy pointed out a point. "You're still a prefect. You'll lose if you go there." Although George and Fred had learned their lesson long ago and no longer listened to slander, they were ultimately defeated. Ron couldn't suppress the smile on his lips and pretended to be calm. "It's better to do it with Lauren." The sight of this stinky fart made Lauren's hands itchy, wanting to give him a little shock. The rules of backgammon itself are incomplete. Regular backgammon games usually have handbands to put both sides on the same starting line. There are many sure win openings when there are no forbidden hands. For example, the Flower Moon set. Lauren once relied on this skill to dominate Zyokugao, and he never faced an opponent since he was a child. Now, it's time to teach this Ron a lesson. Neither side thought much about the first few moves, one was attacking and the other was blocking. As more and more chess pieces appeared on the chessboard, Ron's original relaxed expression gradually disappeared. As a result, Ron has been unable to take the initiative from the beginning. The more moves you make, the clearer the chess picture becomes. Finally, Ron could no longer block it, and the battle ended with one finger. "Oh, that's it," Lauren said nonchalantly, imitating Ron's indifferent attitude before. Ron paled when he heard this. The twins cheered, "Finally I don't have to play chess with Ron anymore." Ron ignored the cheers of several people, stared at the chessboard with wide eyes, and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" He recalled each move in his mind, and gradually realized that Lauren's layout was very clear from the beginning. That kind of start. Ron did not indulge in the disappointment of losing the chess game, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. His fingers kept dropping several chess pieces on the chessboard that had the same start as Lauren. The opening moves were played over and over again, deriving them constantly. In just a short while, Ron seemed to be about to come up with the pattern of Hwayu. Lauren's mind was no longer on the chessboard. He came back from the forest all the way and felt empty in his stomach after taking a shower. The first reaction was to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, but when he went to the kitchen, he would meet Xiaomei. Lauren felt uncomfortable thinking about the last scene. Looking at the hilarious twins and Ron who was addicted to the chessboard, the flames in the fireplace illuminated Lauren's eyes. It's the last day of the year, let's do something special. The twins stopped and looked at Lauren expectantly. Want an exciting adventure? How about a night trip, to the Forbidden Forest? Lauren shook his head violently when he heard this. I just started the engine, you just step on the accelerator. When it comes to breaking school rules, you two are still professionals. How about cooking meat on the fire in the fireplace? George and Fred were a little disappointed, but they were also very interested in the barbecue and went to the kitchen to move things with ease. Percy hesitated, but didn't stop the twins. Soon, all kinds of meat were brought into the lounge by the twins using levitating spells. Spells were not allowed to be cast in the corridor. Who called them George and Fred? The house elves cut the beef, mutton, and pork into small pieces, and the little wizards poked them with the forks lengthened by the transfiguration spell and roasted them in the fireplace. Their barbecue technology is not very good, but the fat still gives off a delicious aroma under the flames. Ron toasted the bread until it was burnt, then ate it and said it was delicious. The twins laughed so much that they wanted to bake 2 more pieces of brown bread for Ron. Their laughter changed to a weird tune, and the words they sang changed again and again, until they simply repeated Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Many Gryffindors who stayed in the castle for the holidays also came out of their dormitories and joined in. Such a banquet is far less rich than Christmas, there are no gorgeous decorations, and even the food is not as delicious. But on the last day of 1991, the fire in the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room burned in everyone's hearts. Many years later, they still remember this warm feeling. The next morning while having breakfast, Lauren received a letter from Hermione. Mr. Morgan. I hope everything goes well when you receive this letter, and Happy New Year. I still can't understand why you forgot to write to me. Hannon appears at the window on time every morning. He is such a conscientious postman. You probably don't know that Hannon likes to eat white mice the most. Our whole family loves Hannon. My father always tried to talk to owls, and he figured out from somewhere that owls could talk. My mother tried to make Hannon hoot, so that he could understand the owl that conveyed the news of King Duncan's death in Shakespeare's Macbeth, but I didn't think Shakespeare was writing about a spectacled owl. Our family went camping in Dean Forest during the holidays. Hannon seemed to like it very much. The mist was like clouds, hiding the trees and the camp. When the bonfire lights up, it's like the sun shining through the clouds. I really want you to see the scene. Maybe it would be better in summer, but it's a little too cold now. How about Hogwarts over the Christmas holidays? I hope you don't get jam on the lounge seats. Say hello to Ron for me and look forward to hearing from you. Hermione Granger. A very ordinary letter, an ordinary complaint about Lauren's behavior, an interesting story about the family, and an ordinary greeting at the end. Lauren noticed something extraordinary from these ordinary things. Dear Hermione. Goodbye, Happy New Year. When I received the letter, I fed Hannon the cheese and bread I was eating, and he seemed to like it too. The Christmas banquet at Hogwarts is very sumptuous, with hundreds of roasted turkeys. When you leave, the Christmas tree you see is bursting with flames, and candles hang on the tree like stars. Dumbledore and I went to the Albanian forest and saw a bright light there. The specific situation will be discussed in detail when you come back. I think you might want to say hello to Louis more, but don't worry, everything's fine. Sincere regards. Lauren Morgan. After writing the letter to Hermione, Lauren also wrote a letter to Grandpa Bates, using the Hogwarts owl. I asked Grandpa Bates how his new year was and how the trip went. At the end, I asked if I could eat his roast lamb when I went back during the summer vacation. After several days, Lauren walked in Hogwarts Castle again, enjoying the atmosphere here. While walking on the road, I received frozen fruits from the little Hufflepuff wizards one after another, including various frozen apples, frozen yellow peaches. Lauren felt that if he ate these frozen fruits alone, he would probably go to the school infirmary and receive a scolding from Madame Pomfrey. In order to have a pleasant holiday experience, he shared these things with a few close friends. In the lounge, Ron had 3 chessboards in front of him, one for wizard chess, one for backgammon, and one for Go. He was lost in his own world. Lauren placed the fruit next to him and sighed. Probably because Harry was away and he was too bored. When Harry came back, Ron would probably come out of the chessboard. At the same time, he hopes that Harry's return to school will promote Nagini's redemption and allow him to cure Grandpa Bates as soon as possible. Chapter 83. January 1, 1992, a hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A warm and moist touch on his face woke Rubeus Hagrid from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, a large black dog looked at him expectantly. "Well, now that your teeth are healed, I'll go make you something to eat." Putting his hunting dog on the ground, he took the moleskin coat from the bedside and put it on. He looked out the window. The snow reflected the sun's light through the window onto the wooden roof, making it bright. The giant stretched out every bone in his body, feeling the soreness and swelling in his muscles. "Ah!" Rubeus Hagrid exclaimed comfortably. His body was so big that his waist almost took up the entire space of the wooden house. When he opened the door, the cold wind that rushed in made him shake his neck. "I picked up a big bundle from the pile of firewood." There was no need to rekindle the fire. There was still unburned fuel in the stove last night. The flames gradually licked and wrapped around the firewood, and the wooden house became hot again. Throw a pile of chopped frozen meat into the pot, add some salt randomly, and soon the aroma of the broth will spread. Yaya's saliva was dripping on the ground and he was running around happily. The pot of broth was divided into 2 portions, and 1 portion was poured into Yaya's food bowl. Hagrid laughed loudly as he watched Yaya hurriedly bite out a piece of meat bone and screamed when it was burned. Rubeus Hagrid drank the broth and bit into the rock cake that was heated by the stove. The giant's teeth easily broke through the dry and hard cake, making a crisp sound. After breakfast, I walked around the forest with Yaya. The inspection process was nothing more than walking repeatedly, following the snowy path he had made before, deepening the footprints on the road. In winter, most animals in the forest stay in their homes, waiting for the arrival of spring. He didn't meet any friends to say hello to. Rubeus Hagrid returned to sit in front of the wooden house, looking at the clouds in the sky, his eyes slightly raised. The giant's mind was wandering aimlessly. The clouds in the sky lost their magic power and fell like snow. He almost lost his magic power, but luckily Dumbledore was there. Harry should be having a great time, that flying motorcycle is great to ride. Rubeus Hagrid actually has a lot of things to do, such as going to the forest to pick some fruits that are only available in winter, or preparing firewood for next winter, because this year's firewood is enough. Go to the castle and chat with the professors. Even if he doesn't understand what the professors are saying most of the time, he can still tease the professors with interesting stories about animals in the forest. The professors at Hogwarts are very patient, but interesting things become less interesting after they have been told too many times. As he watched the dazzling sun climb from the second branch of the pine tree next to the cabin to the top of the pine tree, Rubeus Hagrid decided to do something. "Come on, Yaya, let's go outside the forest. Those 2 Weasley boys might want to break into the Forbidden Forest, so we have to be careful." The giant's rough and powerful voice echoed in the forest. "Woof woof woof." Yaya circled back and forth around Rubeus Hagrid's trouser legs. His dogs, like him, are always full of energy. Yaya suddenly stopped spinning and screamed outside. "Hagrid! Hagrid!" came the voice of the Weasley boy. Hagrid looked over and saw that 2 of Harry's friends, the Weasley twins, and a little Hufflepuff wizard were wading through the snow towards the hut. His mouth split unconsciously, and he thought to himself, "I knew they really wanted to break in. These are 2 bastards." Hagrid did not greet them, but walked briskly back to the wooden house, lit up the fire again, and baked a few rock cakes. When he went out again, the giant's voice was full of joy. "Why are you here?" "Happy New Year, Hagrid, we come to play with you. I'd like to introduce you to a new friend. This is Rolf Scamander, the grandson of the famous Newt." The tone of each twin's words and their cheerful mood can always be conveyed to others, and the empty and cold woods in winter become lively. Hagrid brought the little wizards into the house, and the wooden house that could accommodate giants was suddenly full and crowded. In the misty steam rising from the pot, the little wizard's teeth bit on the rock cake, making a tooth-piercing sound. Hagrid looked at this scene with a smile on his face. His heart suddenly felt as if it was filled with something, and he felt very full. Rolf tried several times, but under the protest of the pain in his gums, he finally decided to give up the rock pie. He turned his eyes to the tall, unshaven man in front of him and said, "Hagrid, my grandfather mentioned you. Mr. Scamander, oh, he actually remembers me. He traveled here and gave me an acromantula egg. My grandfather heard that you were expelled because of this, and he blamed himself for a long time. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing. Mr. Scamander was also expelled from Hogwarts because of magical animals. Only then did Lauren and the others know that Newt was running around the world. When he returned to Hogwarts to reminisce, he met Hagrid, who was still a student, and gave Hagrid an acromantula egg. Hagrid hatched Aragog in a cupboard at Hogwarts. Later, because of his involvement in the Chamber of Secrets incident, Hagrid had his wand broken and was expelled from Hogwarts. Ron's eyes were dull. Hell, Hogwarts will actually expel students. The last few times he followed Lauren and the others on night outings, it was purely because the twins set an example, and none of them were expelled. Ron also felt that Hogwarts would not expel students. The twins had completely different reactions. I had an acromantula when I was a student. XXXXX level dangerous creature. George and Fred looked at each other and said in unison, "This is so cool. What happened to that acromantula? Was it executed?" Rolf was concerned about this. No, Aragog made his home in the Forbidden Forest and gave birth to many children. Hagrid sounded very proud of the acromantula, like an old father. Hagrid told how the acromantulas multiplied and became a powerful community in the Forbidden Forest, and the centaurs were afraid of them. When Ron heard this familiar name, he recalled the acromantula he met before, muttering that there was such a deep background story in it. Practice your magic hard. These are walking gold galleons. The venom of the acromantula is very valuable. Lauren said seductively in Ron's ear, his voice low. Ron's expression became one of struggle, desire for galleons, and fear of spiders. He was so distracted that he didn't notice Lauren's expression of wanting to watch a show. Rolf and Hagrid exchanged knowledge about magical animals, and the two seemed to have a great time talking. Talking about things at school, the twins teased Hagrid about kissing Professor McGonagall at the Christmas party. The laughter of several people made Hagrid blush with embarrassment. When complaining about his parents not taking the twins to see the dragon, Hagrid sighed, "To be honest, I really want to see the dragon with my own eyes." Time passed like this while talking and laughing. They didn't stay here for lunch. They said goodbye to Hagrid and prepared to return to the castle. Before leaving, Lauren asked Hagrid for some unicorn tail hairs. These couldn't be used to make wands, and they were barely even used to make potions. Lauren has other roles. On the way back through the snow, Rolf sighed, "Hagrid is a pure and lovely person." Ron muttered, "It's not very cute to have an acromantula as a pet." He seemed to have come out of the chessboard a lot more alive. Of course Lauren wanted the unicorn tail hair not to sell it for money, he planned to conduct his first alchemical experiment. On the way to Albania, Dumbledore's hat and cuffs looked like Doraemon's pockets, which made Lauren drool, who had to carry a bag everywhere. As soon as he comes back, he plans to try to make a space storage device. Storage in the wizarding world mostly relies on the classic magic spell, the Traceless Stretch spell. It is a spell that enlarges the internal dimensions of an object, enhancing its capacity and making its contents lighter without affecting its external dimensions. As a high-level magic spell, the invisible stretch charm is strictly controlled due to its potential for abuse. The Ministry of Magic has strict regulations on this spell. The invisible stretch charm cannot be used for private purposes, but can only be used for the production of individual items approved by the relevant Ministry of Magic department, such as school luggage and family tents. In fact, in the book A Thousand Cases of Violations of the Statute of Secrecy, the invisible stretch spell accounts for the largest proportion. Wizards always naturally take out some inexplicable things from their coat pockets or knitted hats. Noct Isaac, a wizard who returned from a study tour in Africa, poured out 86 elephants from his wallet in front of an entire Muggle customs team, and was eventually sentenced to life imprisonment. There are also people who use invisible stretch spells to steal things. An unknown wizard once attempted to steal the Statue of Liberty using an invisible stretching spell, which nearly succeeded, causing a sensation around the world. In the end, the United States Ministry of Magic cooperated with the Muggle government to promote this event as a grand magic show, and the stupid Muggles actually believed this story. There are some bad guys who use the invisible stretching charm to compete in the Big Eater contest. In a French baguette eating competition, a 45-kilogram woman stuffed nearly 3 tons of baguette into her mouth. The local aura couldn't get it back, even if it was magic. She finally put it in her mouth. The venom of the crocodile mixed with the rainwater neutralizes the effects of this incident. There are many more cases like this. The International Federation of Wizards finally expanded the prohibition on the invisible stretch spell in the Statute of Secrecy. Only approved production departments can legally use this spell, including domestic tent production and Hogwarts luggage. Production of official vehicles for the cabinet. As for how many wizards are using it privately, the Ministry of Magic has no way of checking it. As an advanced magic spell, the traceless stretching spell has very different effects. Applying the seamless stretch charm to Hogwarts suitcase actually doesn't have much effect. It just makes the interior space of the suitcase slightly larger and makes the suitcase lighter so that an 11-year-old wizard can drag it around. In the field of alchemy, the difference in effect achieved by combining the traceless stretching spell with alchemical means is even greater. The capacity limit is different, and there is a big difference between packing live animals and packing dead animals. Some people can fit a zoo in a box, while others can only expand the box several times. In Flamel's introduction, the alchemical magic circle can make the traceless stretch spell more diverse. It will be smoother if the alchemy circle is engraved on the carrier first, and then the traceless stretching spell is applied. Lauren spent a night to understand the basic spatial magic circle of memory, and the rest was the engraving process. At present, he cannot directly use magic power to engrave the alchemical array on the carrier. He can only use some magic materials, and unicorn tail hair is one of them. As night fell, Lauren nestled in his quilt and pointed his finger at the scale icon that symbolized the alchemy laboratory for the first time. Silver light lit up from Flamel's eyes on the cover, absorbing Lauren's consciousness into the book. A ball with a blazing red light was placed into a boiler carved from black stone. Magma-like flowing lines emerged from the surface of the black boiler, connecting them into symbols that were familiar to Lauren but could not understand. Various hexagrams, scales, suns, and astrological images circulated on the surface of the boiler. Finally, countless red bricks and stones were piled up to form a hemisphere. Lauren's perspective suddenly zoomed in, and there was also a hemispheric space inside, with the boiler emitting a dim light in the center of the room. Flamel's figure appeared in the air. "Welcome to Flamel's Alchemy Laboratory." Lauren was dissatisfied. Why not call it Lauren Morgan's Alchemy Laboratory? Flamel glanced at Lauren, and he understood the meaning himself, the alchemy laboratory that any alchemist has dreamed of throughout the ages. Here you can conceive any material that you and Nico have seen, no limit to the quantity, endless. Lauren understands that this means there is no cost of trial and error. He must first develop his proficiency and then enter his soul in the real world. Compared to the library and dueling room, Flamel seemed to enjoy the environment of the alchemy laboratory more, flying freely in the air. What are you going to use as the carrier of the magic circle? What's the easiest way to get started? Lauren is very self-aware. It's obviously unrealistic for you to ask him to engrave alchemy circles on things like pendants, rings, and bracelets from the beginning. A suitcase, a bigger size means more flexibility. Flamel waved his hand, and small black suitcases appeared out of thin air and were piled into a pile. Also, unicorn tail hair. As the words fell, bunches of tied unicorn tail hairs appeared in the air and got into the boxes. Lauren mentally slandered this guy. Was this a hint that he would be angry many times? Use the wand to pull the unicorn's tail hair to stimulate the magic contained in it and outline the alchemy circle. Flamel began teaching, pointing at a box. The box took 2 steps back, jumped into the air during a running start, and opened in the air like a dancer. The unicorn tail hairs tied up in the box spread out and floated in the air, emitting a glowing white light. The tip of the wand is pointed toward the thinner end of the unicorn's tail hair. The tail hair is drawn on the box with the wand, as if attracted by magnetism. The wand is like a pen, and the unicorn tail hair is the ink. A 6-pointed star array wrapped in a double circle is printed on the inner bottom of the suitcase. 3 pairs of runes with 6 corners symmetrically echoing each other and emitting glowing light. The middle is still dim, waiting for a traceless stretching spell to awaken the circle. After Flamel finished his demonstration, his body emitted 4 colors of red, yellow, blue, and green light, which shone on the red brick wall, and alchemy symbols appeared on the wall. Lauren Morgan, you are now a true alchemy apprentice. Chapter 84. After Flamel demonstrated once, Lauren began to try to outline the alchemical circle for the first time. The previous preparations were sufficient. He already fully understood the structure of this elementary alchemy circle, and the 3 pairs of magic texts were imprinted in his mind. He is also familiar with the theories about the properties of unicorn tail hair after being stimulated by magic. The sketching process I envisioned contrasts with Flamel's demonstration. With confidence in mind, it can be said that everything is ready and waiting to be put into practice. He sat down cross-legged, waved a box over, and used a floating spell to stop the unicorn tail hair in the air. Lauren couldn't activate all the unicorn tail hairs at once, so he could only do it one by one. The tip of the wand touched the unicorn's tail hair. Lauren carefully input the magic power into the tail hair through the wand. The tail hair was stimulated and emitted a silvery white light. The tail hair became brighter and brighter, lit up with a tingling sound, and turned into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated in the air. The first unicorn tail hair was scrapped. He was still a little confused as to why it had evaporated. You input too much magic power, and your tail hair can't bear it. Flamel floated above the black boiler, not looking at Lauren at all. In the second attempt, Lauren controlled a small amount of magic power to flow into the tail hair, but the tail hair only adhered to the wand, neither dissipated nor stimulated. He slightly increased the magic output, fearing that it would be too much, so he increased it a little and then decreased it. The unicorn's tail hair lit up, lasted for a while, then dimmed, turning into black ashes and falling into the box. The second tail hair was scrapped. Maintain a stable magic output. Once the unicorn tail hair is activated, it will exhaust all its own magic power. Flamel floated leisurely, still not looking at Lauren. Lauren remembered the newly increased magic power and output it steadily according to the previous standard. The unicorn tail hair sticks to the wand and emits a glowing white light. He looked delighted, holding his wand and showing it to Flamel. He moved a lot, but failed to maintain a stable infusion of magic power. The unicorn tail hair turned into white smoke and dissipated, and the third unicorn tail hair was scrapped. Be still and concentrate until the circle is finished. Flamel seemed to be falling asleep. After failing 3 times in a row, Lauren stopped. The hand holding the wand was shaking a little, and he felt that his shoulders were a little stiff. Fortunately, this is a virtual laboratory in a book of fantasy. If this were in the real world, he would have to pluck off the tail of the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Lauren couldn't help but ask, how did the alchemists practice in the past? Are there so many materials for them to consume? Otherwise, why do you think alchemists are pursuing turning stones into gold? Flamel replied. Well, this kind of practice really requires the Midas touch to make it affordable. Call. Lauren closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Thinking back to the operation just now, stimulating the unicorn tail hair, the magic power should be within a suitable range and remain stable. He adjusted himself and tried again. Smoothly activating the unicorn's tail hair, he used the wand as a quill to draw a magic circle on the inner bottom of the suitcase. Trembling, he touched the wand on the suitcase, and white light patterns appeared on it. Lauren was thankful that the unicorn tail hair did not smudge like ink. He started writing carefully, and the white light of the unicorn's tail clung to the bottom of the box. Before the crooked Yuan could close his mouth, the tail hair disappeared. As a magic material, unicorn tail hair cannot be activated all the time. Even if the magic power is stable, it will dissipate after a time limit. Lauren couldn't draw a magic circle with one tail hair like Flamel, he also had to quickly use one tail hair to complete an independent stroke in the composition, and it would dissipate after time out. If a circle is drawn with multiple unicorn tail hairs connected end to end, the magic flow will be blocked at the connection, which may cause damage to the alchemy items. Lauren kept trying again and again. After drawing a bunch of tail hair in his suitcase, he still couldn't draw the double rings that are the basis of the magic circle. Even one ring was crooked and not symmetrical at all. There were waves of soreness and swelling in his neck and shoulders. Why is the body perception so real in the alchemy laboratory and not a dual room? Only by completely imitating the real environment can the effect of practice be achieved. Flamel saw that Lauren was on the right track and disappeared, leaving him alone to repeat over and over again. When Lauren got up the next day, all he could think about was the shining white unicorn tail hair. Looking at the bright window, he felt a sense of relief. I don't know how long it took last night in the book of fantasy, but he used dozens of unicorn tail hairs and only drew a circle that looked good. Sighing, there are things to do during the day, including practicing the traceless stretching spell. The alchemy circle only makes the traceless stretch spell more effective, provided that he knows the traceless stretch spell. Finally, the practice venue was placed in the room of requirement. Lauren imagined a pile of sand in the room of requirement, cast the traceless stretching spell on a honey bottle, and filled the bottle with sand to test the effect. As a high-level magic spell, his magic power can barely be released, but the effect is not good. The first time I tried it, it took me a long time to make the bottle of sand become a little lighter. Using his gift of correction, Lauren made rapid progress. The bottle gradually became lighter and lighter, and could hold more and more sand. During the rest of the vacation, Lauren sketched circles at night and practiced the seamless stretch charm during the day. During the holidays, Hermione wrote again, this time with Dear Lauren as the header. She was introduced to Miranda Gorshak's textbook manuscript brought back from the Room of Requirement, and gained a deeper understanding of some elementary spells. Describing the scene of her visit to the museum, she talked about the British economy being recovered and some government policies bearing fruit. Hermione wanted to use the money from her building society to make some investments. The last paragraph mentioned that he wanted to use magic to make his front teeth smaller, but his parents opposed it and they preferred to use dental braces. Lauren was a little hesitant. The Christmas vacation was coming to an end in less than 2 weeks. Is it necessary to reply to the letter? He raised his head and found that Hannon didn't even eat the jam bread, and stared at him with a pair of round eyes. He was eventually supervised by Hannon and wrote a reply. Looking back on the UK during this period, the British government went through a series of measures and reforms to reduce the inflation rate, promote economic growth, and bring consumption growth. But this was because Hermione came from a middle-class family, and everything she came into contact with was positive. Influence. In September 1992, a currency crisis would break out in the UK, resulting in a sharp depreciation of the pound. The reply analysed some currency content, and on the grounds that the British national debt was rising and the currency might depreciate, Hermione was advised that if she wanted to manage her finances, she might be able to convert the money in the building society into dollars or marks. Regarding the little witch's front teeth, Lauren replied that she thought squirrels were cute too. Thinking of the currency crisis, he also wrote a letter to Grandpa Bates, advising Bates to exchange his property. Thinking about the relatives who had supported his comrades on their farms in Scotland for decades, his living expenses for coming to Hogwarts were more than those of some pure-blood families. Grandpa Bates can still run around the UK and go on his own annual tours. Lauren felt that Grandpa Bates was probably a very rich man. At the end of January, the snow in Hogwarts started to lighten up, and scattered light snow would only be seen for several days. They could no longer happily have snowball fights, as spring was coming soon. Lauren was finally able to completely outline the basis of the formation, the double rings and the six-pointed star within the rings. Compared to the magic circle, the traceless stretching spell has already been prepared, and now it is just waiting to outline the 3 pairs of magic words. The day before school started, Lauren rushed from the Room of Requirement to the Great Hall for lunch. The content of the traceless stretching spell was still in my mind, and I didn't notice the figure of a little witch beside me. What have you been busy with recently? Came the girl's soft voice. Seamless stretching spell. After Lauren said, he turned to look at the little witch beside him. Hermione, you are back. There was a joy in his voice that he didn't even know he had. Hermione had shoulder-length curly hair, her big, bright brown eyes were staring at Lauren's face, and she smiled, showing her squirrel-like front teeth. The girl's pretty face frowned when she heard the answer of the seamless stretch charm. Personal use of the seamless stretch charm is expressly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. I know. Lauren nodded. Are you going to report me? Such an answer gave Hermione a familiar feeling of clenching her fists unconsciously. It was Lauren himself who was right. The two walked side by side in the corridor. I think this is wrong of you. I know. We're only first years and shouldn't be trying this spell. I know. This violates both school rules and the law. I know. Bang. A slap on Lauren's shoulder made both of them feel comfortable. When the topic of currency came up at the dinner table, Hermione said that her mother agreed with Lauren's point of view, was curious about him, and invited Lauren to visit Granger's house during the summer vacation. Lauren detailed her summer vacation plans, including eating Grandpa Bates's roast lamb, going to the Weasley family to see the burrow, and now adding one more item, she wanted to visit the Granger family. Talking about Miranda's manuscript, talking about the colorful packets and firecrackers for the Christmas party. Talking about the forest while camping, talking about the dark wizards of Albania. From monetary policy to fiscal deficit, the dining table is abuzz. Neither of them is talkative, but they always want to talk more to each other. Perhaps, a letter is not enough to express the longing that has been frozen for half the winter and has sprouted before spring has come. In the afternoon, there was a little witch in the Room of Requirement. She was filling sand in a honey bottle, and Lauren was filling large rocks in a honey bottle. Hermione didn't know how she was convinced that it would be convenient to have a portable space device. The beaded bag could hold all the luggage and books. It sounded very tempting indeed. Dinner time, in the auditorium. Draco Malfoy dragged a black leather suitcase to the Gryffindor table. His golden hair was stuck to his scalp and he was slightly sweating. Lauren Morgan, this is a gift in return for you. Opening the box, there was a box full of frozen pears. There are blue lines inside the box, and when it is opened, blue ice crystals are released around it. Lauren had been fed frozen fruits from the little wizards for a month, and his scalp felt numb when he saw so many frozen pears. He looked at Malfoy. I'm afraid you are trying to kill me. The words of rejection were not yet spoken. You are in no position to refuse Malfoy's gift. Malfoy looked at Lauren, his chin raised high. The child's stinky expression and stinky words made Lauren laugh, and he didn't want to conflict with him. Okay. Lauren closed the box. I'll return the box to you tomorrow. There is no need to return the box. Malfoy was very satisfied with Lauren's understanding and returned to the Slytherin table. Whispering sound. Ron, who was sitting not far away, made a strange noise. Before he could say a few words, he was pulled by Harry, who had just returned to school, to talk about his Christmas vacation. Sirius took him to Godric's Hollow, where he saw his parents' graves. Sirius was so eager to settle the score with Peter Pettigrew that he didn't even have time to attend the Potter's funeral. The cemetery was very large and had many tombstones. There are many wizarding families in Godric's Hollow. Sirius took Harry to look at the tombstones one by one and searched for them for a long time. Harry had never felt that way before. As he walked further and further into the cemetery, every time he walked into a tombstone, he felt a thrill of fear and anticipation. Finally, he saw his parents' tombstones next to the Dumbledore family cemetery. The white marble shone in the dark, and Harry memorized the inscription. James Potter. Born on March 27, 1960. Died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter. Born on January 30, 1960. Died October 31, 1981. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. Sirius said that those were probably words written by Dumbledore, which meant that life is beyond death, and even in death there is life. Harry agreed with this guess, because next to it was Ariana Dumbledore's tombstone, which seemed like what Principal Dumbledore would say. But they were gone, and now his parents' rotting corpses lay cold and unconscious beneath the ice and stone. Harry thought. I was immersed in sadness until I saw the ruins of the Potter family house. White snow and black ivy bury the broken rubble, and wooden signs emerge like flowers from the mess of nettles and weeds. It has gold letters written on it. October 31, 1981. Lily and James Potter died here. Their son Harry is the only one. A wizard who survived the killing curse. The house, invisible to Muggles, was left as is. This ruin is used to commemorate the Potters. And warned of the violence that destroyed their families. Next to it are various inscriptions from wizards who have come to pay their respects over the past 10 years, and the magical graffiti of the past 10 years shines brightly. Good luck to you, Harry, wherever you are. Hope you read this, Harry, we all support you. I would like to extend my most sincere blessings to the boy who survived the catastrophe. Long live Harry Potter. Sirius read the words aloud. Such behavior made Harry's face heat up and pulled him out of his sadness. The two went back to Blake's old house to stay for a few days. For Harry, it was a joy to be with his godfather, and the two could ride broomsticks and discuss Quidditch together. But Sirius couldn't stand the noisy old house elf and took Harry to play in the Muggle world. Harry was not surprised at all that Sirius knew about the Muggle world, which could be seen from the flying motorcycle he modified. Chapter 85. Sitting on the Ferris wheel, you can see the entire amusement park. Harry showed off, emphasizing every word, looking into space as he spoke, recalling the appearance of the Ferris wheel in his mind. But don't you fly higher when you ride a broomstick? Ron asked doubtfully. He really couldn't figure out what was so strange about a wizard standing high and seeing far. Harry got stuck. Yes, the Ferris wheel can't fly as high as he rides on a broomstick, so why are he so happy? Maybe the Christmases of the previous 10 years were locked in the storage room under the stairs. There were 196 floor tiles in the room and 625 horizontal stripes on the top of the storage room. I spent Christmas with them. I thought about waiting until the Dursleys fell asleep at night and stealing their unfinished Christmas dinner. There is no clock in the storage room, so this fantasy will last for who knows how long. When the pig-like Dudley took his parents home and showed off the Ferris wheel loudly at the dinner table, this was Harry's first impression of the Ferris wheel. It's not that the Ferris wheel is fun, it's that Harry has his own family. Neville said this, which made the people around him feel a little strange. Harry silently agreed with this statement, raised the juice in the glass and shook it gently, and said to himself silently, "Cheers to this unprecedented Christmas. Drink it all in one gulp." In the Gryffindor common room, on the bench, the 5 people in Lauren's dormitory gathered together and talked about their respective Christmas holidays. Hermione was sitting on a soft chair, her little back straight, focusing on grading several people's holiday homework. The trick of randomly filling in an answer to a question I didn't know before to get the correct answer was discovered due to an oversight. This made this assignment much more difficult. Here's the thing, one of the potions questions asks, "Where do you get bezoar?" Ron's answer was toilet, then he crossed out the toilet and wrote bathroom next to it. This answer is too outrageous. The little witch can't figure out why she would fill in such an answer. Did she only see the word dung when looking at the question? After some questioning, Hermione found out about their trick. From then on, when I saw a few people's wrong questions, I would just sketch them with charcoal and no longer mark the correct answers. Lauren was thinking about how to tell Harry about Nagini. He had previously thought that the two could communicate. When Harry really came back, he was at a loss as to what to communicate. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind, and they all finally converged on the Philosopher's Stone. He made up his mind to ask Flamel about things tonight. After Hermione finished grading her homework, she pulled Harry and Ron into a small circle and started plotting. To be honest, the trio's conspiracy was a bit loud. From time to time, words from Lua, Nico Flamel, and the Philosopher's Stone emerged from the circle. Neville talked about making frozen pears during the holidays. His grandma was happy and a little unhappy when she ate the pears. "She likes to eat the frozen pears I made, but she also thinks I shouldn't do these things." Neville sighed. He didn't know how to face his grandma and parents. Grandma wanted him to be a mighty man and continue Longbottom's glory, but Neville felt he couldn't afford it. He wasn't the boy who lived, his wand couldn't cast a spell that could blow through a troll's head, he wasn't smart enough, he wasn't cheerful enough, he didn't have a good memory. He only remembered that the medicine at St. Mungo's Hospital was very bitter, bitterer than the medicine Madame Pomfrey prepared, and bitterer than the medicine Madame Pomfrey got from Professor Snape. He's known it since he was 8 years old. That time he followed his grandma to visit his parents in St. Mungo's and saw them expressionless and silent. Look at them looking crazy and talking nonsense. The child in the next bed said that they were on a mission and would be discharged after drinking the potion. The 8-year-old Neville's memory was even worse, but he remembered these words, sneaked to the pharmacy, drank half of the bitter water, and poured himself into the hospital. Scales sprouted from his face, and feathers sprouted from his arms. Neville drank from his hospital bed for a week, finishing his potion. But Mom and Dad can never finish drinking the bitter water. There is new bitter water every day. How miserable they are. Neville wanted to give them something sweet to eat, and frozen pears were just that. That day, my parents had food all over their faces. Neville was laughing, and so was Grandma. But at night he saw his grandma secretly wiping her tears. What his parents drank was bitter water, and what was coming out of Grandma's eyes was also bitter water. Mom and Dad's bitterness can't be finished, and Grandma's tears can't be shed dry. Neville kept these things in his heart, looked into Lauren's eyes and said seriously, "Frozen pears are the sweetest, sweeter than frozen apples and yellow peaches." Before going to bed, Harry and Ron were sneaky, staring from time to time to see if the other 3 people in the dormitory were asleep. As soon as Lauren looked at them, the two turned away and used poor acting skills to pretend that nothing happened. When Neville's call came out, Harry and Ron were making puff and puff signals. Quietly, he got out of bed, walked out of the dormitory, walked down the stairs, and walked to the lounge where there was no one around late at night. In the dim lounge, the two of them buried their heads together, looking at a piece of silvery fabric through the light from the window. The pile seemed to be flowing like liquid. Invisibility cloak. Ron's surprised voice echoed in the lounge. There was another rustling sound. Harry covered the two of them with silver fabric and disappeared, leaving the lounge suddenly empty. There was no one there, but the sound kept coming. This invisibility cloak can hide 3 or 4 people. Merlin's beard, now you don't have to worry about being caught wandering at night. Ron's voice was full of excitement. There are many invisibility cloaks in the wizarding world, and there are 2 mainstream methods of making them. One is woven from the fur of invisible beasts, a method that has been banned by the Magical Creatures Protection Act promoted by Newt. On the other hand, the invisible beast's eyes can foresee the future, and few people can catch it. Most of the existing invisible animal fur invisibility cloaks were handed down from the past. The second is to use the alchemy circle to fix the effect of the illusion body curse. This is the existing mainstream production method in the magic world. It is expensive and has mediocre effects. The invisibility cloak produced will gradually lose its effectiveness over time. The invisibility cloak in Harry's hand, one of the Deathly Hallows, is the most mysterious. No one knows what material it is made of. It is said to be the clothes of the god of death himself. But in terms of effect, this Deathly Hallows seems to be no different from an ordinary invisibility cloak. Some wizards have keen senses. Although invisible, they can detect people under the invisibility cloak. Snape is one of them. Lauren was nestled behind the stairs, with black and grey shadows floating in his blue eyes, outlining two figures leaning side by side, with the brilliance of fiery red magic floating on their bodies. In the abandoned classroom where the Mirror of Erist was found, Lauren realized that his eyes could break invisibility, even Dumbledore's disillusionment curse, and this time the invisibility cloak was no exception. Lauren laughed and rolled his eyes. While the two people below were looking at his invisible body, he suppressed his smile and pretended to be sleepwalking. He walked down the stairs with a blank look on his face, pretending to mutter, "Philosopher's Stone, Philosopher's Stone." Harry and Ron were surprised at first. They both kept silent. Their eyes were glued to Lauren. They raised their ears and listened intently to Lauren's words. The secret of the Philosopher's Stone is... Harry and Ron's eyes widened. The secret of the Philosopher's Stone is... The two held their breath. Let Harry become the light. Harry's pupils shrank before he could think about what it meant to become light. Before the two of them could react, Lauren reached forward and pulled off the invisibility cloak. "I knew you two were being sneaky and not normal. Want to go on a night out?" Lauren rubbed his fingers over the invisibility cloak. It was thinner than parchment, and there was no resistance at all when rubbed. Slippery and cool, unlike any other known fabric. "We only have 2K today, let's see if we can make up for 2K tomorrow. I was really unlucky this week. I was bitten by an insect first and my legs were so painful that they flew up. Then I kept working overtime and was scolded, and I felt like I might be downsized. Shushu, I may have to write books full-time." Chapter 86. Harry came to his senses and said angrily, "Yes, do you want to come together?" They planned to use the invisibility cloak to bypass Lue and see if they could enter the trapdoor. But Harry remembered that Lue was a three-headed dog. He had 3 heads and 3 noses, and he could smell them even if he couldn't see them. Realizing that the invisibility cloak was of no use to Lue, he just followed Lauren's words. Extremely happy. Like an elegant gentleman, Lauren lifted the collar of the invisibility cloak and covered the 3 of them. The invisibility cloak is enough to cover 3 first-year wizards. The moment it was put on, the silver fabric disappeared with the figures of the 3 people. "Who is it?" The fat lady opened the door but saw no one. She looked around suspiciously. Looking out from inside the invisibility cloak will not block your view at all. The 3 of them ignored it and moved forward. "Where are we going? How about the restricted area?" Harry and Ron decided on the destination, but Lauren didn't care where he went. They could still see each other inside the invisibility cloak. The 3 of them were so close together that it was inevitable that they would bump into each other. Lauren was a little behind, watching Harry move forward step by step. With a malicious and evil thought in his heart, he stopped Harry's footsteps and stepped lightly on his heels. "Oh, you stepped on my heel," Harry whispered, thinking it was just a normal bump. "I'm sorry." Lauren apologized simply, but his voice sounded like he was suppressing a smile. Then walking forward, Lauren saw the right moment and wanted to step off the shoe on Harry's right foot. "Oh, again." Harry noticed something was wrong. "Coco," Lauren couldn't hold back his laughter, "I'm sorry." "Oh." The 3rd time, Harry felt that his entire shoe was about to be stepped on. He understood that this was intentional, and gritted his teeth and said, "Lauren Morgan. Isn't that right?" Lauren's apology was interrupted, and his heel was stepped off by Harry. "Ouch. You did this on purpose." The 2 of them started to step on each other, and even Ron next to them was affected, and the heel of his shoe was damaged. The 3 of them got into a scuffle, looking at the footsteps of the 2 people next to them with their heads down, trying to step on their shoes. Heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor, like the sound of someone trying to step on something but missing something. Following the stairs to the 2nd floor, the 3 of them squatted down and put on their shoes again. 2 against 1, it's not fair. Come again next time. Lauren was indignant. He had just been caught in the middle. Each of the two people was staring at a shoe. Harry and Ron were on both sides. Only one shoe was attacked. No next time. Harry fell into deep self-doubt. Why would he indulge in this kind of game and step on his heels? This is too childish. After thinking for a while, I finally attributed the reason to Lauren. His voice was full of exhaustion. There is no more childish game than stepping on a heel. And stepping on other people's shadows. Ron added that after being teased by the twins for a while, he became obsessed with stepping on the twins' shadows, thinking that it could teach them a lesson. Then let's play stepping on shadows next time. Lauren was always very positive about these things. Harry was silent and couldn't make sense with these two people. The three of them set off again, wearing invisibility cloaks and pulling each other forward in the corridor on the second floor. Turning a corner, Filch suddenly appeared in front of him. Harry and Ron were so frightened that their hearts stagnated and they covered their mouths, not daring to make any sound. His sparse hair is grey and hanging on both sides, which is more obvious when he is hunched and squatting. Filch was wiping a stain on the corridor wall with a rag. Brushing it vigorously with the brush had no effect. He spread it bit by bit with his nails, and the rag was soaked in water and wiped off some small black spots. Mrs. Norris sat next to her, with her front legs straightened and her tail wrapped around her front feet, looking somewhat well-behaved. It twitched its nose, looked left and right, and called out in the direction of Harry and the others, "Meow! Is there anyone there?" Filch suddenly raised his head and looked in that direction. There was nothing but an empty corner of the corridor. Filch looked at it for a while, then lowered his head and continued to wipe the wall. Mrs. Norris couldn't sit still and circled back and forth around Filch, barking a few more times. Filch wiped his hands on his clothes, touched Mrs. Norris's furry head, and scratched along the fur to the tip of her tail. "Okay, stop barking. I'll go back and give you canned food after I finish wiping here." Mrs. Norris narrowed her eyes in comfort, stretched her spine, and fully enjoyed the touch. It was Filch who couldn't see it. The cat had done enough, so be it. Mrs. Norris sat down again. The three of them were a little surprised when they saw the gentle Filch for the first time, but they still didn't dare to move for fear of making any noise. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that even Mrs. Norris couldn't hide it, let alone the three-headed dog. Fortunately, he didn't go to see Lu Wei directly. They huddled together and watched quietly as Filch struggled to wipe away the stains on the wall, and then walked away with Mrs. Norris. "He was only gentle to Mrs. Norris," Ron muttered. Harry noticed something else and asked, "Why doesn't he clean it up since spell casting is not allowed in the corridor?" Ron chuckled, "He's probably a squib." "What is a squib?" "A squib is a person who is born into a wizarding family but has no magic at all." Lauren explained to Harry, turning to look at Ron in confusion, "What's so funny about squibs?" "That's right. It's not actually funny, but when it comes to Filch." Ron covered his mouth and started laughing again. "How do you know Filch is a squib?" Ron slowly recounted Weasley's entanglement with the school administrator. His parents, Arthur and Molly, were secretly in love when they were students. They were caught by the former administrator and Filch's predecessor, Apollyon Pringle, and were beaten severely. They are still there today, showing the scars from that time. In the 1970s, Filch took over Apollyon's class. He respected Apollyon very much and often regretted that he could not imitate Apollyon in corporally punishing students. The Weasley family always had a special entanglement with the administrators. Although Bill and Charlie had good grades, they would always break a little rule from time to time, and if Filch caught them, they would be put in solitary confinement. Percy was better. When the twins went to school, in their first year, the family received letters from Hogwarts every month, complaining about how many school rules George and Fred had broken. At that time, Ron was gloating and waiting for his twin brother to be expelled, but he was disappointed. Even though he broke hundreds of school rules, the twins could still go to school. Ron had the idea that Hogwarts would not expel students until he heard that Hagrid had been expelled. The twins who entered the second grade copied the school rules dozens of times and became the most familiar people in the school. They began to compete with Filch. They received fewer letters at home. The twins discussed how to deal with Filch and the man from time to time at home. "A cat," Ron heard some news. "Why does he have to stay at Hogwarts? It's all magic." Lauren couldn't figure it out. For a squib, it was torture every time he saw others casting spells. Jealousy would drive people crazy. No wonder he had such a bad temper. Who knows? Ron shrugged. The topic stopped here, and the three of them continued their night tour. It was pitch dark in the library, and they were already experienced in fumbling for lights in the cabinets on the wall. Wearing an invisibility cloak and holding a lamp floats alone in the air in the gloomy library. Honestly, it's pretty scary, Ron sighed. Carefully crossing the rope that separated the forbidden book area, the three of them got out of the invisibility cloak and looked around. Harry wanted to find a book about the Philosopher's Stone or the three-headed dog, while Lauren and Ron were just looking for a night out, and it didn't matter what book they read. Chains extended from the bookshelf to restrain some ferocious tomes. When the light drifted by, they struggled violently, causing the chains to rattle. Harry and the others quickened their pace and left the chained area. As they walked along, they saw dark stains on the covers of some books, like dried blood, which made people shudder. The shrill screams of witches are heard in some books, sharp and subtle, echoing in the ears vaguely. Lauren and Ron looked over with no purpose. Peel the Skin of the Howling Banshee and The Curse That Stings the Soul, just the names of them made the two of them exclaim that they are wonderful. Harry saw a large black and silver book and pulled it out with difficulty. Lauren and Ron gathered around and watched as Harry put the book on his knees. Bang! The pages of the book suddenly opened, letting out a shrill, blood-curdling scream. This book screams! Harry reacted and slammed the book shut, but the screaming did not stop. It was a high, continuous, deafening tone. Stop cursing! Lauren pulled out her wand and tried to stop the book. It had no effect. The other books in the forbidden book section seemed to be awakened, struggling, and making various strange sounds. The wail of a banshee, the howl of a werewolf, and the shrill clown's laugh. The shock makes one's brain hurt. Lauren saw a book called Introduction to the Four Basic Elements jumping off the shelf and landing next to him. Let's go! The movement here would definitely attract Filch, and Harry wanted to pull a few people away. Just as several people were running away in a hurry, a simple wand suddenly stretched out from the side and touched the cover of the book on Harry's knees. The howling book suddenly stopped. The other books in the forbidden book area have also settled down. Principal Dumbledore! Ron screamed, not knowing whether it was surprise or fright. Lauren put the Introduction to the Four Basic Elements next to him on the bookshelf and leaned over. Good evening, Dumbledore. Good evening. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. To be honest, I didn't feel very good just now. Dumbledore was wearing a light blue nightgown, which was dotted with cartoon patterns of various stars, moons, and clouds. He looked at Harry with a gentle smile through his crescent-shaped eyes. He didn't sound angry, and he had no intention of blaming the others for their night out, which made the three of them relax a little. Harry had a feeling that Dumbledore was not looking at him, but at the scar on his head. He thought of the tombstones he saw in Godric's Hollow. Headmaster Dumbledore, the words on my parents' tombstones were written by you. I did attend the funerals of James and Lily. Now that I think about it, that sentence may be a bit wrong. Death is not the enemy, it is a greater adventure. Will I ever see my parents again? This sentence was strange, but Harry asked it under some unspeakable guidance in his heart. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He looked at Harry's scar, his eyes hidden behind crescent-shaped glasses, magic flowing in his eyes. I think everything is possible. This sounds like a perfunctory answer, but also like an affirmative answer. Harry asked no more questions. Dumbledore, is there any progress regarding Nagini? Lauren knew that Dumbledore must have contacted Nico. He had asked Flamel before, and Flamel became the Riddler again, saying that everything depends on himself. Lauren secretly vowed to invent a magic to eliminate all Riddlers. Just as Harry and Ron were secretly guessing what Nagini was. Dumbledore turned around and said, there may be some progress. I think I can give you an answer by the end of this semester. He had already made plans to let Lauren try the Philosopher's Stone when Quirrell's matter was over. The previous view was his old view. Lauren and Harry would have their own stories and follow their own paths, and they should not let some centuries-old things constrain young people. Do you want Harry to talk to Nagini? Lauren asked. He had previously thought that Harry's parcel tongue would be of great use, but when he thought about it later, he couldn't imagine what Harry and Nagini were going to talk about their tragic past? Don't worry, Nagini is still hibernating. Dumbledore dismissed this suggestion, thinking about Harry's parcel tongue and the shadow he saw in Harry's scar, and he had already determined something. I? Have a chat? Who is Nagini? Harry was confused. Principal, will we be deducted points? Ronino said. He is the only one who cares about Gryffindor's honor. Gryffindor has not won the House Cup for 7 years, and Slytherin has suppressed Gryffindor for 7 years. 7 years, 7 years, do they know how Professor McGonagall spent these 7 years? Neither of them cared, they only cared about themselves, Ron thought silently. Well, Dumbledore pondered, looking embarrassed, and finally said, school starts tomorrow, so there shouldn't be any points deduction today. Long live Dumbledore! Ron shouted. Dumbledore looked at their young and immature postures, his mood relaxed as quietly as the night, and said kindly, I want to know what you want to see in the Forbidden Book area. We are looking for information. Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked serious. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore laughed out loud. Even if he knew about this in advance, it was still funny to hear Harry say it so seriously. Severus will be sad to know that you think so. Perhaps he should pay attention to his usual behavior to prevent students from having such misunderstandings. Harry felt a little depressed when he heard that Dumbledore didn't believe what he said. Except for Ron and Hermione, who saw Snape casting a curse on him with their own eyes, no one else believed it. I secretly made up my mind that we could only rely on the 3 of us to protect the Philosopher's Stone and prevent Snape's conspiracy from succeeding. Ron was concerned about another point and complained, Headmaster, you really should take good care of Professor Snape. He has deducted all the points from Gryffindor. Dumbledore pretended to think, but Severus didn't deduct points from you in the 2 potions classes before Christmas. I think, as a professor, he is fair in general. Ron's face turned red and he wanted to discuss Snape's previous evil deeds with Dumbledore. Okay, it's time to say good night. Dumbledore looked at the night outside the window and stopped the conversation. Ron's flushed face relaxed and his hands dropped limply. Good night, Principal. Harry shook the invisibility cloak and suddenly remembered something. Principal Dumbledore, did you give me the invisibility cloak? That's what Sirius said. As the card says, this is yours. Dumbledore stood next to the bookshelf, looking at Harry gently, looking at his green eyes, not the scar on his head. Harry nodded, and the 3 of them put on the invisibility cloak and disappeared. Dumbledore watched the 3 people gradually move away with deep eyes. Harry, you will meet James and Lily again, and they will give you the power to defeat death. Chapter 87. It's late at night in Hogwarts. The portraits hanging on the walls have fallen asleep, and the corridors are empty. Listening carefully, there seemed to be some light footsteps in the air, adding a bit of eeriness to the dim environment. Who is Nagini and why are you talking to me? There was chatter in the corridor, and Harry had wanted to ask this question since he was in the library. This story is a bit long. Lauren began to tell his experience. Professor Trelawney made a prophecy related to Albania. After Christmas, he went to the Albanian forest with Professor Dumbledore and accidentally discovered the blood-cursed orc Nagini in the hollow tree. I only talked about the general content and skipped the specific process. I didn't mention the salvation of desperate souls, the waves, or the magic stone. Harry and Ron were speechless, with several emotions mingling inside them. Sympathy for the blood-cursed orc Nagini, and shocked by Lauren's bizarre experience. Ron thought about those days when he was worried that no one would play chess, but his roommate was actually doing big things. He felt a little bit like Seamus felt. Can my parcel tongue help? Harry asked, wanting to help. Maybe, it depends on what Dumbledore arranges. This made Harry and Ron feel relieved. If it was Dumbledore, there would be no problem. Fennel cereal. A command suddenly sounded at the empty door in front of her, waking the fat lady from her sleep. The fat lady rubbed her eyes, subconsciously opened the door and turned sideways. Who is it? When she put down her hand and looked carefully, she saw no one. The invisible bad boy who walks at night. The fat lady muttered, closed the door of the passage and went to sleep. Returning to the dormitory and going to bed, silver light flashed under the quilt, and Lauren's consciousness sank into the alchemy laboratory. In the hemispherical building made of red brick walls, Flamel was lying on top of the black boiler. A faint red light shone from the boiler, shining along the lines on the surface of the boiler. Flamel, how can I save Nagini? Lauren asked. Made with magic stone creatures. Flamel slowly floated over like a fallen leaf floating on the water. Biological refining. Flamel stood up and explained to Lauren, from the cultivation of the basilisk to the creation of some magical animals. Some dark wizards are doing body patchwork and grafting, and the inferi are considered part of the biological refinement. I know there was an alchemist who spliced his daughter and a dog together. Lauren said, not sure if it was the kind of refining he was thinking of. Flamel frowned. Hell, his illusory body actually felt some physical discomfort. First of all, there is currently no such advanced biological refining technology in the magic world. It is seriously illegal to do any biological refining related to the human body without authorization. Oh. Lauren didn't worry about breaking the law. In the magic world, it's not illegal if you don't get caught. What should I do? Understand the structure of the human body. When refining it, building the human body requires your knowledge. The rest depends on luck. Flamel lay down again and floated around. Luck. The body must match the soul, otherwise the two will be mutually exclusive and will continue to weaken and eventually disintegrate. Flamel explained. Lauren blinked. The more he listened, the more it sounded like Voldemort was possessing Quirrell. As a result, Voldemort's soul did not match Quirrell's body, causing Quirrell to become weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the unicorn's blood, Quirrell's body should disintegrate. How to match the body and soul? Lauren asked. Voldemort longed for a body that truly fit, and he must be interested in such knowledge. As I said, it depends on luck. Flamel spread his hands and smiled. A person's 50-year-old soul may not match his 49-year-old body. Only he knows what he looks like deep in his heart. Others can't even see it. Deep in his heart, Lauren nodded with some understanding. Let's start today's magic text sketching. Flamel ended the topic. Lauren continued his great work of refining space equipment. The wand tapped one end of the unicorn's tail hair, and the white filaments emitted silver light and clung to the wand. Carefully move the wand to draw double concentric circles on the inner bottom of the suitcase, and outline a six-pointed star within the concentric circles. Regarding the outline of the base of the formation, Lauren was already proficient in it. The next difficulty is the 3 pairs of magic texts. The 3 pairs of magic texts are located at the 6 corners of the hexagram. Each pair is symmetrical about the center of the hexagram. It is said that there are 3 pairs, but in fact it is 3. The function of the first pair of magic words is to isolate space so that the space in the real world does not affect the space expanded by the traceless stretch spell in the box. To prevent the box from being bumped by the outside world, it will be shaken inside. To put it simply, it is shockproof. The function of the second pair of magic words is to divide the weight, so that the weight carried by the space and the weight carried by the box are separated. The seamless stretching charm itself has the ability to reduce weight to a certain extent. The Hogwarts suitcase has this effect, but the suitcase does not have much space to expand. Lauren wants a room-sized space, and if it is filled with things, relying solely on the traceless stretching spell cannot achieve the desired effect. The third pair of magic words connects the space inside the box with the real space. If you want to store living creatures in the space, you must ventilate it with the real space at all times to prevent the creatures inside from being deprived of oxygen and suffocating when the box is closed. To be isolated from real space while still connected in some ways. After getting a set of magic words, Lauren felt that the space in the box was not extended, but that a small bubble-like auxiliary space was opened up in the dimension of real space. The box was just the entrance and exit of the bubble space. Of course, this is just a little guess on his part. It was another busy night. Lauren spent the whole night and could not draw a single magic word. The morning light shines through the window, reflecting a vast expanse of white. Today is another rainy day. After a holiday, Professor McGonagall was taking Transfiguration class again. The little wizards seemed to have forgotten Professor McGonagall's majesty and were chirping in front of the professor. Ron, did your parents send you a picture of the fire dragon? Dean asked expectantly as he stretched his head from the back row to the front row and inserted himself between Harry and Ron. The little wizards nearby also slowly gathered together. They wanted to see the fire dragon. Ron shook his head. No. The little wizards dispersed again. Dean wanted to say something more, but Professor McGonagall had already started teaching. Before this lesson begins, let's review turning a matchbox into a snuff box. Professor McGonagall gave everyone a matchbox and asked them to cast a spell. The result was terrible. Before the holiday, most of the students could transform into a snuff box. Even the worst students could transform into the shape of a snuff box. Now only a few people in the class could do it. It was obvious that there were not many people during the holiday. Practice transfiguration. Most students have a sense of looking down on transfiguration. They think more magical and powerful spells are cooler, and transfiguration is too useless. Professor McGonagall must be very sad. Hermione frowned. Although her snuff box was beautiful, she was not very happy. Next to him, Lauren used his wand to draw magic words on the snuff box, immersed in his own world. Ha! Malfoy had a very standard snuff box placed in front of the table. He looked at the people around him proudly, but no one paid him any attention. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and glanced around the classroom. The little wizards below felt that their inner thoughts had been seen through, and the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. Everyone felt that Professor McGonagall was going to be angry at the next moment. Now, let me retell the key points of turning into a snuff box. Professor McGonagall didn't curse or criticize anyone. This attitude made the students who had not changed their snuff boxes feel guilty. They listened carefully to every word of Professor McGonagall. The noise in the classroom quieted down, and only the sound of Professor McGonagall's lecture was heard. After class, Professor McGonagall hurriedly walked out of the classroom. She wanted to go back to the office to replan the teaching progress. In the aisle from the Transfiguration classroom to the auditorium. Professor McGonagall must be very sad. Hermione repeated this sentence in frustration. She also felt sad for Professor McGonagall. How could so many people not review the content of Transfiguration? Don't worry, Professor McGonagall must have anticipated this situation. This is not her first time teaching first grade. Lauren's words made Hermione feel better. The afternoon herbology class was held by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, starting from the castle and heading to the greenhouse. The snow and mud on the road were wet by rain, and the dirty black and yellow mud stuck to the boots. The little wizards did not worry about this, and their boots made plop and plop sounds in the muddy water. Lauren kicked down, and muddy water splashed up and stained the pants of Hermione and Harry next to him. Mud spots stained the black magic robes. Ah! Hermione screamed. He immediately raised his head and looked straight ahead, pretending that it was just an accident. Harry looked at Lauren expressionlessly. If this man hadn't done it on purpose, he would have eaten the boot. Lauren kept looking in the direction of the greenhouse. Harry kicked down and muddy water splashed onto Lauren and Ron. Ouch! You must have done this on purpose. Evil Lauren complained first, accusing Harry. Harry nodded and admitted directly, I am. As he said that, he stepped down again, and muddy water splashed on Lauren and Ron. That's enough. Ron suffered 2 AoEs. He also retaliated and stomped on the muddy water. He attacked Harry and implicated Seamus at the same time. Seamus is a guy who doesn't take things too seriously when he sees the excitement. When he saw this behavior, his eyes were shining. Is this a new game? A scuffle began among the Gryffindor boys, with kicks and splashes of mud and water. Hermione couldn't stand it anymore, so she walked quickly to join the Hufflepuff team with her book in her arms. The other girls in the Lion House also quickened their pace. But soon the war spread to Hufflepuff, and the little badgers also joined the melee. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Girls scream, boys laugh. This scene did not last long, and soon the girls joined the fight and fought back fiercely. Ouch! Muddy water got into my nose, bah! It was obvious that muddy water got into the little wizard's mouth when he was talking. Hermione returned to Lauren under fire and sprayed him with mud and water, the man responsible. It wasn't until they entered the greenhouse and there was no muddy water on the ground that everyone stopped. Many little Hufflepuff wizards came over to greet Lauren enthusiastically. The frozen pears made them social, and the fact that everyone was full of ideas made them even more enthusiastic. Laughter echoed in the greenhouse. Lauren introduced Rolf to Hermione, Harry, and others who were returning home for the holidays. As usual, they mentioned that Rolf's grandfather, Newt Scamander, was the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Professor Spewtraw entered the greenhouse with a smile on his face, and then the smile solidified on his face. She deeply doubted whether these students had just been dug out of the ground. Did she remember wrongly? Today's lesson arrangement was not to loosen the soil for the herbs, but to loosen the soil for the students. The little wizards' faces and bodies were covered with mud spots, and they looked at Professor Spewtraw with a smile. The professor slowly walked behind the bench in front of the greenhouse, calmed down his mood, and started today's lesson. Today we are going to loosen the soil of some herbs that have been dormant in winter to let them wake up. The course proceeds as normal, except that the practical part is a little different from before. Everyone no longer wears long-sleeved gloves. This is easy to understand. Long-sleeved gloves are to prevent mud from getting on the sleeves. Do they still have to worry about this now? Different herbal medicine classes bring novel experiences to the little wizards. Lauren noticed Rolf in front of him. He always patted his pockets when moving holes for herbs. A green-headed, green-brained little guy, who looked like a mantis and a villain, the palm-sized guy came out of Rolf's pocket and played with the herbs along Rolf's hand. Botruckle? Lauren looked at it curiously. No wonder Rolf's herbal medicine classes were always excellent. This kid hired foreign aid. Just when Lauren was distracted, a cold and moist touch crossed his face, making him shiver in surprise. Why don't you help me? Hermione stared at Lauren with bright eyes, angrily. There were mud spots on her hair and clothes, and she wiped the mud spots off her face with a handkerchief. Yes. Your Highness Princess. Lauren obediently joined in the work of loosening the soil and transplanting. Hermione laughed in anger, thinking about finding a reason to smear a few more mud marks on his face later. That's it for today's herbal medicine class. Professor Sputraw asked the little wizards to put their tools away. The little wizard walked towards the door, planning to go back to the castle to freshen up. In addition, Professor Sputraw looked at the group of mud monkeys and waved his magic wand, Tornado Sweep. A strong wind blew up, rolling out the mud marks on the little wizards' bodies and flying towards the outside of the greenhouse. Watch your image from now on. Don't get so dirty in herbal medicine class. Long live Professor Sputraw. The little wizards poured out of the greenhouse cheering. As for how many people continued to tread in the mud on the way back to the city, and how many people were innocently attacked, perhaps they can be distinguished from the laughter and screams. An unknown little witch was secretly feeling sorry for not being able to draw more mud marks on someone's face. Chapter 88. Tuesday. Herbal medicine classes are held 3 times a week, and the first grade wizard is still enthusiastic about yesterday's game. The Christmas vacation lasted for nearly a month, and they couldn't bear to stick to the rules of their parents. To be honest, sometimes there are more rules at home than at school. When you came home for the first day, you were your parents' little baby. They made you love food, held your hand and talked softly, and the tenderness was reflected in your parents' smiling faces. When you are at home for a month, your parents will begin to miss when you lived on campus and want to cook less meals for one person and wash a set of tableware. At this point, any action you take will be a heinous crime, and I will be annoyed when I see you. The little wizards worked hard at home to be good children in the eyes of their parents, but when they arrived at school they were able to relax. The mud and water fight on the first day gave them a good start in their long-awaited campus life. As for Professor Sprout's advice, pay attention to your image and don't get dirty in herbal medicine class. Long ago forgotten. Lauren was sitting on a soft chair in the Gryffindor lounge, pondering the runic symbols, burying his head and circling with his fingers to simulate the drawing process. Seamus came downstairs in a hurry, his footsteps making a tapping sound on the floor. Come on, the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff mud fight is about to begin. Seamus patted Lauren's shoulder eagerly, and hurried out without giving him a chance to reply. Who came up with a name like Mud Firefight that sounds like a joke at first sight? Before Lauren could ask, Seamus was gone. He raised his head and looked around. There were no first-year wizards in the lounge. Harry and Ron were not there, and not even Hermione was there. They are not really going to participate in this mud firefight, are they? Lauren said to himself. Harry and Ron were still possible, how could Hermione participate in such a game? A smile gradually spread on his face. How could such a thing happen without me? Lauren ran out of the castle and followed the path to the greenhouse to catch up with the large army that was fighting. Although Seamus was talking about the academy battle, only some lively little wizards were participating. From a distance, Dean and Seamus could be seen active in the crowd, stamping their feet vigorously, splashing mud and water to attack the people around them. The scene was more intense than yesterday. The participants were covered in mud and water, like clay figures. He could recognize Seamus and Dean by their distinctive skin colors. Looking at the melee of clay men, Lauren hesitated in his steps. Hermione would never participate in such a thing. It's just a game, it won't cost you so much. He convinced himself not to participate in this battle. Nearly halfway through the journey, Lauren didn't want to turn back to the castle now, so he carefully bypassed the war zone and entered the greenhouse in advance. In one corner of the garden, a spherical canopy covers the ground like a lid, demarcating the greenhouse. There are 3 greenhouses in total, numbered from outside to inside. The first grade herbal medicine class is only in greenhouse number 1. In George's words, there are some herbs that are not very dangerous, so that the little wizards will not use their own fingers and flesh as fertilizer when taking care of the herbs. It's different in second grade. The doors of greenhouse number 2 and greenhouse number 3 were tightly locked with thick iron locks. The occasional flash of magical light on them proved that the unlocking spell did not work, and the key was only in the hands of Professor Sprout. This vaguely confirmed what George said. After entering the greenhouse through the door frame, a burst of hot air hit Lauren's face. There is still nearly an hour before the class starts, and there are already 3 or 4 little wizards sitting on the small stools in the greenhouse. Rolf, wearing Hufflepuff's college magic robe, was burying his head in a nursery, looking at the daffodils that were blooming in winter inside. His large sleeves and hem covered part of the nursery. Lauren walked over and said hello, "Good morning, Rolf." "Hello." Rolf raised his head and stood in front of Lauren and Pu-Tai. Lauren leaned his head to the side, wanting to take a closer look at the flower. "Do you know what kind of flower this is?" Rolf moved to block it so that Lauren could not see it. "Still narcissus, a variant of trumpet narcissus." The two people were blocking each other, one wanted to see and the other refused to let him see. "It's just a narcissus, what's not to see?" Lauren held Rolf's arm and pulled him aside. "It's just a narcissus, what's so good about it?" Rolf grabbed Lauren and tried to pull him aside. When the two of them were secretly exerting force, Lauren suddenly let go of his hands, showing an embarrassed expression, and looked behind Rolf with wide eyes. "Professor." "Oops." Rolf's neck stiffened, and he turned back stiffly with a mournful expression. Just as he was about to explain, he found that there was no one behind him. Lauren took this opportunity to quickly rush to the front of the garden to see what was so interesting about this narcissus. The narcissus with pure white petals and yellow stamens blooms delicately, but there is nothing unusual about it. The most beautiful thing is that on the green stems and leaves, a little green person is rummaging around among the leaves. From time to time, he takes out a flower beetle and stuffs it into his mouth, and the juice pops out. The botruckle. Lauren watched the little man eating bugs with great interest and relished it. "Are you satisfied now?" Rolf came over, with a bit of embarrassment in his tone. Lauren reached out and hooked Rolf's shoulder, comforting him. "Why is the botruckle so secretive? Isn't it a dangerous creature?" Rolf twisted his shoulders and struggled a few times, but couldn't break free, and finally chose to give up. "Yes, if you carefully read the contents of the admission letter, you will know that the botruckle is not a pet that freshmen can bring." The Hogwarts admission letter stated that freshmen could only bring owls, cats, or toads as pets, and botruckles were strictly not allowed. "It's a violation of school rules, as long as you don't get caught." Lauren was experienced. He then looked at the little man on the narcissus stems and leaves. He had long hands and feet, and it looked like the hands and feet were made of plant stems and leaves. "Is the botruckle's food bugs? I can eat other things as well, but my favorite is bugs." Rolf had nothing to do against such a scoundrel. Lauren picked up a blade of grass and teased the botruckle. The little green figure bared its teeth at him. Looking at it, Lauren teased it even more enthusiastically. "Why do you have to feed it here?" Rolf pulled away the blades of grass where Lauren was teasing the botruckle. The narcissus had some bugs in the greenhouse, and it was just time for little Barton to treat it. "His name is Barton." Lauren caught a few bugs and fed them to the botruckle. The little man rubbed Lauren's hand regardless of any previous suspicion. He seemed to know that this man was friends with his master and was not afraid of anything. "It always likes to pull buttons, so my grandfather named him Button," Rolf replied. The two of them watched the botruckle eating. Time passed unknowingly, and there were more and more people in the greenhouse. "Barton is back." Rolf stretched out his hand, and the botruckle crawled along his hand and into the pocket of his magic robe. Lauren also returned to the Gryffindor team, and everyone who played Mud and Water came in. Hermione hadn't come yet, so he looked at the door worriedly. "Have you seen Hermione?" Lauren asked Harry and Ron beside him. The two of them didn't participate in the Mud and Water fight, but they accidentally got involved when passing by. Harry was cleaning his robes with a half-hearted clean-up. He was not very proficient in the magic spell yet, and could only clean an area the size of his palm at a time, but he was almost done after repeating it a few times. "We didn't see her either. She disappeared early in the morning after breakfast. Maybe she forgot the time while reading. You know, she is Hermione. This is normal." Ron turned his back to Harry and stretched out his arms. Showing the mud spots on his back, he answered Lauren's question. Just before class started, Hermione trotted into the greenhouse, right behind Professor Sprout. Hermione stopped next to Lauren and gasped for air. Her nose was red from the cold. The slightly hot temperature in the greenhouse and the run just made 2 blushes appear on the little witch's fair cheeks. There were small drops of sweat on her forehead, 1 or 2 scattered. Broken hair stuck to his forehead. It was obvious that he had run all the way from the castle before class was about to begin. "What did you do?" Lauren asked in a low voice with concern, staring at Professor Sprout who was starting to lecture in front of him. "Hey!" Hermione's breath hadn't even subsided yet. I'm in, the room of requirement, practicing the traceless stretch charm." Lauren did not continue to ask questions. He listened to the little witch next to him slowly regain his breathing, and stood slightly in front of her to prevent the professor from noticing. After a while, Hermione recovered, straightened up and listened carefully to the professor's lecture. Seeing this, Lauren left the problem until the actual operation. Professor Sprout's voice echoed in the greenhouse. "Today we will loosen the soil of the plants that have been overwintering, and apply insect-repellent potions to some insect-infested beds. There is also an insect-repellent spell left for this week." The third lesson of learning. After half a class, Professor Sprout distributed the magic potion, and the little wizard and his partner went to their respective assistant blocks to start practicing. The greenhouse exploded and everyone chatted with each other. "Why are you so anxious to practice the seamless stretching spell?" Lauren finally waited for the opportunity to ask this question. "In order to make my beaded bag as soon as possible." Hermione followed the professor's instructions and checked the root soil of the hellebore in front of her, and poked it a few times with a small shovel to determine the tightness of the soil. The soil they were responsible for was relatively soft. Lauren followed the professor's instructions and shoveled 3 times per inch with a shovel. He continued to ask, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. I was almost late for the herbal medicine class. I'll help you after I make it. You make one too." This is what he originally planned. The storage equipment made with the traceless stretching spell blessed by the alchemical array has even better performance. Concentrate on your work. Hermione did not continue the topic, and the small shovel was shoveling quickly in her hand. "I know you can help me, but I just don't want to be left behind." Only she knows what the little witch is thinking. At the end of get out of class, Professor Sprout assigned today's homework and walked out of the greenhouse. Lauren was still murmuring in Hermione's ears about the invisible stretch charm. Hermione looked at the dirty dirt on her fingers and wanted to smear it on Lauren's face. In the evening, Lauren and Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room, having just returned from the room of requirement. Ron and Harry were wearing nightgowns and sitting opposite each other at wizarding chess in the corner of the lounge. "See you tomorrow." Lauren said goodbye to Hermione and leaned over to see why Harry was asking for trouble. Lauren's shadow was projected on the chessboard by the light. The 2 chess players noticed the person coming and raised their heads. Harry said excitedly, "Lauren, you don't know, George and Fred gave me a new set of chess pieces to listen to. It turns out that it was all a matter of chess pieces before, and I can now play the game with Ron back and forth." Lauren was silent when he heard this. What good could the twins do by giving them something? He always felt that George and Fred were uneasy and kind-hearted. He looked at Ron and wanted to hear his explanation. George took it out of the Christmas firecrackers, a brand new set of wizard chess pieces. Ron told the origin of the chess pieces while directing the chess pieces. "Soldiers, move forward." "Oh, you want to stack 3 soldiers on top of each other, I can see it." Harry was smug. He thought he had seen through Ron's tactics. "Knight, eat it. It's really coming and going, something is wrong, very wrong." Lauren took a few steps back and sat on the soft chair next to him. The difference can be seen from the state of the 2 chess players. Harry buried his head on the table, his whole body immersed in the situation on the chessboard. Ron leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of hot cocoa from his cup from time to time, looking more at Harry than at the chessboard. Moreover, Harry thought for a long time before he could make a move, while Ron almost didn't think about it, and Harry could immediately pick up the move after he made it. "This water might fill up the Atlantic Ocean," Lauren complained secretly. There are also some doubts. In the past, Ron would be bored by this kind of chess. Why could he hold back and play with Harry this time? After a long time, the game of chess was finally finished. "General." Harry won by a narrow margin, with excitement on his face. "I knew it was a chess piece problem before." He happily skipped back to the dormitory, planning to show off to Seamus and point out that there was something wrong with Seamus' old chess piece. Lauren sat next to Ron and asked doubtfully, You haven't seen Harry for the whole holiday, so you are willing to play chess with him. Hey hey! Ron was collecting the chess pieces, and when he saw that he was being exposed, he couldn't help laughing. I found a new and challenging way to play chess. Forcibly reach a tie with him. Lauren looked at Ron packing up the chess pieces. The knight chess piece waved his lance and poked Ron's finger in disgust, shouting, "Get out of here! You are so stupid today!" Ron tickled the knight's horse's butt with his little finger. The horse trembled with laughter and the knight was tossed around. "That's enough. I surrender, but you have to defeat him tomorrow." After saying this, the knight rode back to the preparation seat. After putting away the chess pieces, Ron said slowly, "I'm guessing which move Harry will make when he plays chess. When I started to play with him with all my strength, I couldn't guess. Later, when I found that I played with him back and forth, it became easier to guess. At first, I guessed where the next step would be, but now I can guess the next 3 steps." Lauren clicked his tongue when he heard this. "Good guy, you really have a good idea of Go, let's leave the data analysis here. Harry is so miserable." A second of silence for him. Chapter 89. In the alchemy laboratory of the Book of Fantasy, Lauren pursed her lips tightly and stared at the slowly moving tip of the wand at the bottom of the box, paying attention to every turn of the pen for fear of making a mistake. This is the first pair of magic texts that he has drawn for countless times. The tip of the wand was surrounded by unicorn tail hairs that emitted silvery white light. Under Lauren's careful control, he slowly and forcefully outlined a word symbol that was not too complicated. Glowing lines were printed bit by bit on the bottom of the black leather case, going around a few word turns of the pen, and finally using up the last bit of the unicorn tail hair's light ink with a gentle lift of the wand. As Lauren finished writing, the entire mysterious and weird symbol suddenly burst into bright light, and finally merged with the 6-pointed star array base wrapped in double rings. Lauren looked at the symbol in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. After several days of continuous hard work, he was able to skillfully outline the formation base and the first magic text. Compared with the double circle and the hexagram, which use 3 unicorn tail hairs in total, a single magic text symbol requires a feather. If you make a mistake, you have to start over from the circle. Pulling another one from the unicorn tail hairs floating in the sky, the wand inspired a silver-white pure magic light. He has become much more proficient in using the summoning spell. The calling curse can be regarded as the predecessor of the flying curse, but it does not involve complex magic principles and does not have any spells. Compared with the flying curse, which can make objects from unknown locations fly directly over as long as there is a target, the calling curse only summons things within sight. This is not even a magic spell. Some adult wizards can do this subconsciously. Kind of effect. But the little wizard can achieve the effect naturally and smoothly, which shows that Lauren has more comprehensive control over the magic power in his body, which will make him more comfortable in using other magic spells, and will not cause him to lose control of his magic like Seamus, the explosive wizard. Case. The wand pulled the glowing unicorn tail hair and turned it neatly between the fingers. The glowing fine tail hair left a beautiful ring in the space. Lauren turned the suitcase 180 and began to carve a magic text that was symmetrical to the center of the first magic text. The first one is the regular magic text, and the second one is the reverse magic text. With the experience of the first magic text, the second same magic text progressed smoothly, and the finishing strokes were immediately reached. As if holding a writing brush, the ring finger presses against the wand and exerts slight pressure. The tip of the wand pulls the unicorn tail fur's glossy ink upwards, and then closes the pen in reverse-shaped magic writing. Lauren stared at the second magic text, expecting it to echo the previously sketched magic text and integrate into the double circle hexagram array base. The second magic text emitted a silver-white light, which did not dim as normal. The light quickly turned into a warm yellow. Lauren realized something had changed, and the warm yellow gradually deepened into a fiery red. The 2 magic texts disintegrated into the air together, dispersing into tiny sparkling lights. The alchemy array began to emit light and heat, burning the bottom of the leather case to emit white smoke, giving off an unpleasant burnt smell, and finally leaving a black, burnt round spot. Outlining failed. Flamel floated behind Lauren and glanced at the black round spot. Can you recall which step went wrong just now? Lauren frowned and carefully recalled the sketching process. He confirmed that every step he took in sketching the second magic text was the same as the first magic text. He shook his head and replied, I can't think of any step that is wrong. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the drawing process. But you didn't understand the meaning of the magic text, you only remembered its shape. Flamel took off again, as if he had anticipated this situation. Magic is the inner reaction of the wizard. If you don't understand the meaning of the magic words, you can't use them. Lauren was puzzled, but my first magic text was successfully drawn. When you sketched the first magic text, you hadn't used it yet. When you drew the second magic text that echoed it, you reached the point of using it if you wanted to achieve the effect. Flamel turned to Lauren and fell down, stopping at the same height as him. Lauren still couldn't accept it. I already know the meaning of this magic text. It is an isolation magic text subordinate to the space. What you said is absolutely correct. It belongs to the scope of space and plays an isolation role. But this is just your perception of it, not your understanding. Then what is understanding? For example, when you see the word black, the impression of black will be reflected in your mind. After finishing speaking, Flamel seemed to feel that it was not intuitive enough. He paused and said, "Immediately name 3 black things." "Frozen pear, magic rope, magic wand." Lauren answered quickly. He was also thinking of the night sky, the water of the black lake, his hair, and many, many black things. This is understanding. You understand the meaning of black. Flamel looked into Lauren's blue eyes. Then how should I understand the magic text? Is there anything in it that can be visually presented? Lauren believes that only after seeing a lot of black objects can he have the same understanding of black in his mind, and what realistic expression can the magic text have? Think about its meaning, and you will notice it in real life. Flamel did not give a specific answer, and drifted away after speaking, leaving Lauren the space to think. Space is isolated from space. In the empty alchemy laboratory, glowing magic words flowed on the red brick walls, reflecting the shadow of contemplation. Gryffindor Common Room. Lauren leaned on the bench, his eyes wandering on the ceiling, muttering, "Space, compartment." Harry and Ron were looking for Hermione with their transfiguration homework, and they tried to get Hermione to help them correct their homework. I walked around a few times upstairs and downstairs, and asked Parvati Patil, but she didn't know where Hermione was. Since discovering that most young wizards spent the Christmas holidays giving back to their professors basically what they learned in the previous school year, Professor McGonagall has almost doubled the amount of homework assigned. Part of it is the content of the previous school year, which is assigned as homework for everyone to review, and part of it is the teaching content of the next school year. This is a pain for some young wizards who write slowly and suffer from procrastination. The two sat down on the bench dejectedly, completely missing the transparent man Lauren next to them. What has Hermione been doing lately? She hasn't been able to see anyone. Harry complained. She's Hermione. We can't find her anywhere to read. Ron didn't seem so anxious, or we can look for Lauren. Oh. Harry sighed, Lauren will copy the homework directly for us. He paused and continued, it's not bad, but I still feel that it's more practical to read the book myself. Since many people in the Transfiguration class were unable to transform into snuff boxes, Professor McGonagall was very disappointed but did not blame anyone. Many young wizards felt guilty about this, and their learning attitudes became correct. Lauren's mind was taken back from the magic text. He heard the conversation between the two people and had some vague guesses about Hermione's whereabouts. I can also help you check out the wrong answers. This is not a troublesome thing, and Lauren has no reason not to help with this. Harry and Ron were startled by Lauren's sudden voice. Damn it! When did you come? Ron looked at Lauren sitting aside in surprise. Is it possible that I was sitting here from the beginning? Lauren said with a contrived tone of grievance, as a roommate, you didn't care about me at all. The two of them looked uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a pile of cockroaches and were speechless. In order to interrupt Lauren's performance, Harry hurriedly handed over his homework. Please help me mark the Transfiguration homework. Lauren put away her resentful attitude and took the parchment. She looked around and found no ink bottle or quill. She subconsciously used her wand to draw on Harry's homework. After a few strokes, I realized that there was no unicorn tail hair here, and the wand couldn't draw anything. Turning his head, he saw Harry and Ron staring blankly at him. Lauren raised his wand and nodded quietly, feeling that he was confused by drawing the magic text. Without looking for the quill, Lauren used the transfiguration spell on Harry's handwriting, extracting some ink marks from the original words, which made them lighter in color. The extracted ink marks circled the parchment paper. Wrong answers are formed into circles, with the page number of the textbook containing the correct answer condensed next to it. Lauren handed the corrected answer to Harry, my transfiguration won't last long. It will be enough for you to find the correct answer before tomorrow night. Oh! Ron exclaimed, I think your transformation skills have improved again. He said and handed Lauren the homework. You will improve if you spend the time you spend practicing playing chess. Lauren said. The two of them became addicted to wizard chess after the beginning of the next school year. Harry enjoyed the even battle and the joy of victory. Ron was watching the most predictions. How many moves did Harry make? Ron did not answer the question. Speaking of which, do you know what Hermione has been busy with recently? No one can see her except for class all day long. Lauren's eyes were on Ron's homework without raising his head. I practiced a new spell before, and Hermione wants to catch up with my progress. Tisk. Ron clicked his tongue. She is always unwilling to fall behind and wants to be number one. Harry thought thoughtfully, if you ask me, this is not a good character. We should help her. What do you think? Lauren said. Play chess. Hermione only loses when she plays chess, and it's good for her. Harry finally revealed his intentions. Maybe he really has the idea to help Hermione, but he also has his own little thoughts. No one could beat Ron in chess before, including Hermione. Now Harry felt that he could win or lose against Ron. He was already at the same level as Ron. If he could beat Hermione. Thinking of this, Harry smiled unconsciously. Lauren understands this mentality. It is not to outdo anyone, nor to prove who is inferior. It is like two good friends walking on the road. One of them suddenly jumps up and touches a leaf, and the other wants to touch the higher one. Leaves. A strange comparison mentality unique to friends. Ron remained silent as he waited to see how many mistakes he made in his transfiguration homework. Lauren finished grading Ron's homework and looked at Harry's silly smile. He didn't know how to persuade this stupid kid. Let's wait until Hermione comes back and ask her opinion. Lauren did not expose Ron. If Ron was exposed, two people would lose their happiness, but if he chose to keep it secret, two people would continue to be happy. In order to maximize his happiness, he finally chose to keep it a secret. There was still some time before lights out, and Hermione slowly came back from the lounge. When she saw the three people sitting together, her eyes lit up and she ran over, her loose brown curly hair beating with her footsteps. Hermione sat down next to Lauren neatly. I can also use honey jars to hold pebbles. The little witch was very happy with the progress of her seamless stretching spell. Before Lauren could speak, Harry said first, Hermione, we have an idea to tell you. Several people told Hermione the idea that playing chess could help her relax. Hermione pondered for a while, and it seemed that trying to be first in everything was not the right hobby, but she was used to it. When she was in Muggle school, she had conflicts with her classmates because of these things. When she met Lauren at Hogwarts, she was not isolated, and she also made a group of friends who accepted her personality. Okay. Hermione agreed, regardless of whether it was useful or not, just treat it as a casual game after practicing the spells. Looking through the chessboard, Ron used chess pieces that had been passed down from his family and were older than him. Harry hesitated for a long time before letting Hermione use his brand new chess pieces. Knight, advance. Queen, kill it. The game was stalemate for a long time, until in the end, both sides almost ran out of chess pieces, and Ron won with a slight advantage. Hermione frowned slightly, having a strange feeling that when she made a bad move, Ron would make a similar bad move within a few moves, which led to a stalemate. Harry was beside him eager to try. In his opinion, there were several opportunities that he could seize and win. Let me take my turn. Harry squeezed Ron to sit in his seat and turned the chessboard around. He used brand new chess pieces and let Hermione use Ron's old chess pieces. Hermione hesitantly started a new game with Harry. The situation was terrible. Hermione had just finished a round and was in good shape. In the past few days, Harry had been playing the baby chess that Ron fed to his mouth, and his level was getting lower and lower. General. Hermione said without feeling anything, and ended the game easily. Harry opened his mouth, in disbelief at the endgame on the chessboard. I looked at Hermione opposite, then turned to look at Ron next to me. Why was this different from what I thought? There was a big question mark in Harry's head. Chess piece, Hermione used your chess pieces to beat me. They didn't listen to your instructions. Ron hurriedly said something to fool Harry. Such a good sparring partner could not make him understand. Is that so? Harry was doubtful. Isn't it just winning or losing a game of wizard chess? What's so special about it? Hermione looked at the two men suspiciously, then turned to look at Lauren, her eyes expressing, "Is there something I don't know about you?" Lauren ignored the big deceiver over there and the lame person who was deceived, and pulled Hermione's sleeve to the window. Outside the window, the clouds in the sky are filled with the brilliance of the moon and stars, and there are sparse firelights in the forest in the distance, which are the campfires of the Centaur's tribe. Chasing first and being strong are not bad habits that need to be broken. Lauren looked into the distance. Hermione understood that this was what she was talking about just now. She supported her head on the edge of the windowsill with her hands. The light from the sky and the forest was reflected in her brown eyes. "Perhaps if you change it, you will be more gregarious." Her tone was cheerful. "You don't have to change yourself to fit in with others, just be yourself." Hermione is Hermione, the know-it-all, the one who gets O's in every assignment, the one who seizes all the time to catch up with me under the invisible stretch curse. This is the stronger Hermione. Lauren looked at the stars around her. Hermione looked at the firelight on the blue background. Chapter 90. Today is a rare good day. The dark blue in the clouds is washed clean by the clear sunshine, revealing a color as white as cotton. The sun is hidden in the clouds, giving off a slightly bright light. The skylight shone through the window into the Charms classroom, making Professor Flitwick's white beard shine brightly. Professor Flitwick stepped on a pile of thick books and could barely hold on to the desk, but this did not affect his excitement at all. The lockpicking curse is a classic curse. Around the 17th century, the wizard Eldon Esrical learned this curse from an old African wizard and brought it back to England. From then on, Alajo Open Sesame replaced the long-established Open Sesame and became the classic lock-opening spell. The little wizards were whispering and traveling to mysterious and backward countries to bring back the magic spells that changed the magical world. This experience made them feel fresh. After graduation, I also want to study in Africa. Simo put his hands on the desk, as if he was about to leave. It is said that they don't ride broomsticks, but something called a flying carpet. Harry learned all about Quidditch from the book The Magical Quidditch Ball. It would be great if I could be like this Esrical and discover the curse passed down from generation to generation. They would write my name in textbooks and draw pictures of chocolate frogs. Ron looked up, already imagining such a scene. As long as his mind wasn't on the chessboard, he was still a childish and pushy 11-year-old. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. As long as you have prepared a little bit, you won't be able to say I want to be like Esrical. Professor Flitwick's voice sounded at the right time. Of course, Esrical became a famous thief and was sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Ron kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to become a big thief. The unlocking spell also indirectly contributed to the invention and popularity of the locking spell. As the corresponding spells, we will learn these two spells at the same time. After talking about the interesting part, Professor Flitwick began to talk about the boring history of curses, their effects, and the related regulations. The little wizards hate this part of the content the most, but Professor Binns would be more accepting of it, because sleeping is allowed in the History of Magic class, but not in the Charms class. Professor Flitwick began to recite a long list of theoretical knowledge, and the people below began to lose focus. Some people stared at Professor Flitwick, who was giving a lecture without focus. Some people stared at the standard spells, elementary on the table, looking at the name of the author Miranda Gorshak, trying to find out what the letters were. Only a few young wizards who were close to Professor Flitwick had no choice but to listen carefully to the lecture. To the right of the podium, Lauren and a group of people were sitting here, passing the time boredly, folding the corners of books, and drawing random shapes on the parchment. Only Hermione took notes carefully based on the preview content. Lauren was thinking about the magic text that isolated the space in his mind, and his little hands unconsciously folded the corners of the book into a roll, and then smoothed it out. After repeating it several times, I finally tore off the corner of the page. Looking around, he found that no one was paying attention to him. He put the torn-off small piece of paper back into its original place and said, "Repaired as new. Turn the page and look back and forth." Lauren nodded with satisfaction, "Good, like new." Next to him, Harry was telling Ron about the Quidditch match, the next match between the Gryffindor team and the Hufflepuff team. "As long as we win this game, our score will surpass Slytherin and win the House Cup." Harry suppressed his excitement and voice. "This is the first time in 7 years." Ron exclaimed. Lauren joked, "Harry Potter, the youngest seeker in history, helped Gryffindor lift the trophy in the first year of school. Your name will be circulated among the young wizards every year in the future, Hermione. The book Hogwarts, a school history you read will have a section dedicated to recording your deeds. Such a compliment made Harry a little embarrassed, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his lips. Even his mood improved a lot. After returning to school next school year, he had nightmares for 2 consecutive nights. At first, Mom and Dad disappeared in a sudden green light, and at the same time, there was a loud voice laughing weirdly. There seemed to be a scene of a castle with some trees behind it, but he couldn't recall the details. There is no class this afternoon and the weather is very good. It is a good day for the team to train. After dinner, Harry hadn't rested long in the common room before he was dragged to training by Wood. People go there happily and with a smile, and come back exhausted at night. The twins, along with Harry, helped each other back. It's rare to see the always energetic twins being drained of energy. Their hair is wet with sweat and stuck tightly to their scalps. Their faces are pale and they look extremely miserable. The 3 of them lay spread out on the soft chairs for a long time, not even wanting to move a finger. People gathered around and asked what happened. The 3 of them didn't have the energy to answer their questions, so they rested for a while before they recovered. It's terrible. I don't think I'm as tired as I am today after 2 years of Quidditch. George complained weakly. Me too, Wood wants to win the championship crazy, he is becoming a training freak. Fred agreed. Harry was younger than them and was a little malnourished before coming to Hogwarts. After half a day of high-intensity exercise, his voice became even weaker. Although I am very tired, I support Wood. Only in this way can we win in the Academy Cup Championship. Team Slytherin. Yeah, at the cost of our lives, George groaned. Come on George, it's time for us to take a shower. The 2 stood up shakily and helped each other walk away. Harry, with Ron's support, slowly went to wash up in a relatively stable manner. Lauren clicked his tongue, young Harry, even if you are last in Quidditch, there will still be free points at the end of the semester to make you the champion. Hermione couldn't see Lauren acting mischievously and slapped him on the arm. The horrific training continued. The twins were miserable, but Harry was enjoying it. In potions class on Friday morning, Snape seemed to recall that he had not deducted points before the holiday. In the first potions class of the next school year, Snape deducted 20 points from Gryffindor in one breath, which was equivalent to a month's worth of points. Fraction. The reasons were, Neville's potion was pink, Alois Midgen's potion was purple, and Harry and Ron at the table next to them did not remind them when they made a mistake. After class, a group of Gryffindors were walking in the corridor beside the courtyard. Hell! This old bat just wants to maintain Slytherin's house cup by deducting points from Gryffindor. If Snape appeared in front of Ron now, he would definitely spit on Snape's head. Lauren breathed the slightly moist air. Seeing how angry Snape was, he guessed that Dumbledore might have teased Snape. He was regarded as a suspect by Harry for stealing the Sorcerer's Stone. Snape became angry and implicated Snape. Landfinder. Neville lowered his head, his mood as bad as the gloomy and cloudy weather outside. Gryffindor deducted points because of him again. He was the reason Snape used most to deduct points. His friends also had points deducted because of him. The gloomy sky made Neville breathless. The snow has not yet melted, and the cold wind is howling outside the castle. That's why we have to win against them all the more. Harry said loudly, and he was inspired to fight. He must use the Academy Cup to punch the Slytherin guys in the face. As if in response to Harry's words, it began to rain heavily outside. The weather in the UK is always so unstable, and the last 2 days were sunny and sunny. Lauren looked at the heavy rain and said, someone's training is going to fail. Unexpectedly, Harry was dragged away by the twins at the door of the Gryffindor common room. George and Fred each said, come on, our seeker. Wood said training can't be stopped even on rainy days. The 2 of them shouted in unison, poor Quidditch players. The 3 of them disappeared from Lauren's sight. At noon, the 3 of them reappeared at the long table in the restaurant, all wet. The twins looked tired and stuffed bread and steaks into their mouths with expressionless expressions. Under the table, the corners of the magic robe left a series of watermarks on the floor. Harry was the same, but he didn't look so depressed and was actively eating. He's happy to train on rainy days, which helps win games. In addition, Harry also found that every time he was exhausted after training, he always slept soundly without nightmares. Hermione strongly objected to such behavior. She raised her eyebrows and scolded several people, "You will catch a cold. Can't you wait until the rain stops before training?" The little witch took out her wand and planned to deal with their wet clothes, and Lauren also took out her wand. The twins waved their hands to reject their kindness, and their voices sounded a little more energetic. "Don't waste your efforts. We have to go to the stadium later." "What?" Hermione exclaimed. She really couldn't accept this kind of training that was damaging to her body. "I don't know if you can win the competition like this. If you catch a cold, you will definitely get a scolding from Madame Pomfrey." "Don't worry, good Hermione. We'd love to have a taste of the pick-me-up." The twins had eaten, regained their energy, and were even in the mood to joke. The twins were particularly attracted to the refreshing potion, which was a potion that could cure common colds. After drinking it, wizards would usually have white smoke billowing from their ears like a train boiler for the next few hours. There is a big difference in the health concepts of wizards and muggles. This is due to the fact that they can easily treat diseases that muggles think are difficult. Harry and the twins didn't even return to the lounge after dinner, and ran towards the Quidditch pitch in the heavy rain. The rain had left a trail of wetness on the corridor, and Filch would have wanted to hang them up and beat them if he had seen them. Hermione watched the three people walking away and said angrily, "I just remembered a very useful waterproof spell and forgot to tell them." Lauren patted the little witch on the shoulder and comforted her, "Don't worry, this is Hogwarts. This is Hogwarts, so even if you catch a cold, it's not a big problem." Harry, who was happy to train, came back in the evening and sat in front of the fireplace, staring blankly at the flames. The friends noticed Harry's abnormality and sat around. Ron asked, "What's wrong with you? You look terrible. Don't talk to me yet." Harry needed to calm down. Later, Harry told several people that Snape had maliciously become the referee for the next Quidditch match. Hermione and Ron immediately recalled that during the previous Quidditch match, Snape cast a curse on Harry. If Hermione hadn't set his robes on fire in time, Harry would have fallen off the broom. This time Snape became the referee, and he was able to hex Harry even closer on the field. "He wants to use the referee's convenience to murder you." Hermione reasoned out this horrifying conclusion. Lauren looked strange and didn't know whether to laugh or not. "Maybe this time you can light his robe on fire in front of all the teachers and students in the school. That must be cool." Ron was led astray by Lauren and imagined that scene. "Don't be kidding." Hermione slapped Lauren on the back. "How long did it take?" She turned to look at Harry. "Stop competing." Ron said, "Just say you're sick." Hermione thought of more specific advice, "Pretend to break your leg." Lauren also gave advice, "I can really break your leg, very quickly, and it won't hurt at all." Hermione looked at Lauren, her brown eyes scanning his face, unable to tell whether he was teasing or really suggesting. Harry rejected the suggestions. "I can't do this, there's no replacement seeker in the team. If I quit, Gryffindor won't be able to compete." Alas! Except for Lauren, everyone sighed together and worried about how to deal with Snape. Just then, Neville stumbled into the lounge, his legs stuck together. Several young wizards who were familiar with him noticed this situation, and they all thought that Neville had fallen into some magic trap or drank some potion. There are magic traps set up in some places in the castle, and from time to time, junior wizards are caught in them. As for the potion, it may be Snape's punishment. Everyone laughed, wondering how Neville managed to climb up the Gryffindor tower by hopping like a rabbit. Recognizing the leg-locking spell, Lauren took out his wand and lifted the spell. Neville's legs spread apart and he stood up tremblingly. He used both hands to wipe away the liquid from his eyes and nose. He tried not to cry. "What's going on?" Lauren asked as he helped him sit down in front of a few people. Hearing this question, the ridicule of others on the road, and the hard work of climbing up the tower all turned into grievances and burst out from his heart. Neville could no longer hold back his tears and cried, "It's Malfoy, Malfoy, and his two there's Ben, Crabbe and." Neville's words were intermittent, and he could not speak clearly. "They said they have been looking for someone to practice that spell." Before the next words were finished, several people already knew the follow-up by thinking of Neville's appearance just now. "This is too much." Hermione's face turned red with anger, and she urged Neville, "Go to Professor McGonagall and file a complaint against them." Ron and Harry echoed the idea. Neville shook his head and choked, "I don't want to cause trouble." Several people tried to persuade him, hoping that he would have the courage to teach Malfoy and his followers a lesson. "I don't have the courage. I don't deserve to be a Gryffindor. I don't have the courage. Neville kept repeating this sentence. Chapter 91. Compared to his peers, Neville was larger and taller, but this didn't give him any courage. The glory of his parents, his grandmother's constant expectations on him, this kind of family environment brought long-term suppressed emotions, making his magic power slower than that of his peers. They were among the slowest in learning magic. They always forgot things, and points were always deducted in potions class. All these things combined made Neville feel a little inferior. Neville felt very lucky to be able to go to Hogwarts, and being sorted into Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat was the only thing he was proud of. Going to school allowed him to stay away from his grandmother's stressful eyes and gained him a group of friends. But today, Malfoy's teasing and other people's ridicule destroyed the shelter in Neville's heart to pieces. I don't have the courage, I don't deserve to be a Gryffindor. Neville still repeated this sentence. The slightly fat body made a childish gesture, which made Lauren and others feel even more uncomfortable. Harry and Ron looked at the crying Neville and were at a loss as to how to comfort him. Hermione's hands unconsciously grabbed the corners of her clothes. Lauren walked forward and squatted in front of Neville. Neville, listen to me. Neville was immersed in twisted emotions. I don't deserve to be. Listen to me. Lauren's voice was a little louder and slightly intimidating. Harry and the others next to him were a little intimidated by Lauren's serious look. Neville stopped moving his lips, put down his hands covering his face, and looked at Lauren blankly. Your parents are Aurors, did you know? Lauren took out Neville's handkerchief from his robe, handed it to Neville, and motioned for him to wipe it. Neville took the handkerchief and held it in his hand. Your parents, Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, escaped from Voldemort 3 times. They once faced Voldemort and bravely resisted. Neville knew this, and his grandma had always encouraged him with his parents' stories, but this was different. He was not as brave as his parents, nor as talented in magic. He looked at Lauren, wondering why he was talking about this now. Harry's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, had the same experience as their parents. They escaped 3 times but died at the hands of Voldemort. Harry eventually grew up in the house of his evil aunt. He was kept in a storage room since he was a child. When he stood up, his head would hit the ceiling. He was treated like a servant. Lauren stared at Neville and raised his hand to point at Harry. Do you think this affects him? Has he lost his courage? Neville stared blankly at Harry, following his fingers. Lauren turned his head and asked Harry, does this affect you? This. Harry opened his mouth. He wanted to say that the storage room was not that small. For a child to jump, he could not touch the ceiling, and Harry felt that this affected him. But in the end, Harry shook his head cooperatively. No, no. Look, after he entered Hogwarts, he broke Malfoy's arms, legs and several ribs in the 2nd week, and killed a troll on Halloween. Was he afraid of anything? Lauren said impassionedly. Said. In front of the fireplace, Neville felt that Lauren's blue eyes reflecting the firelight were so dazzling. Facing his question, Neville shook his head. Harry felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. What do you mean by breaking Malfoy's limbs and ribs? It's like I broke Malfoy's limbs. I'm not a person like Dudley. And the thing about the troll was obviously done by a few of us together. Your parents are so similar to Harry's parents, and your birthday is only 1 day earlier than Harry's. You and Harry are actually pretty much the same. Lauren's voice softened. This sentence entered Neville's mind like a devil's whisper, and he could feel his heart beating uncontrollably. But he quickly reacted. Harry's magic is better than mine, and he's also very good at Quidditch. We are different, and our talents are also different. No, your talents are also very similar. Lauren's voice became more bewitching. He reached out and pulled out an old wand from Neville. I guess this is not your own wand, right? No, it's not, Neville replied. It was his father, Frank Longbottom's wand, which his grandmother hoped would give him power. Each wand has its own wizard. If you use an inappropriate wand from the beginning, of course you won't be able to perform it well. Ron is an example. If you think about it carefully, he is much more powerful with a different wand. Lauren's words made Neville's eyes widen and his heart beat excited again. Ron changed his wand and became really powerful, and for a period of time he always taught them how to cast spells. Let's talk about Quidditch again. Don't forget that you are the first little wizard to fly in flying class. This doesn't mean you have no talent. The really untalented ones are Hermione and I. It took us a long time to get the broomstick to react even slightly. His thoughts followed Lauren's words involuntarily. Neville felt a heat rush from his left chest to his brain. His breathing involuntarily increased. Yes, is that so? Yes, it's because you were afraid that you kept flying slowly and slowly. Whether it's magic or Quidditch, your talent is almost the same as Harry's. Change the wand that suits you, control your emotions, and use the Gryffindor's courage. Lauren paused and his voice became inaudible. You can also be the savior. Neville couldn't bear it anymore and got up on his hands and knees. I'm going to write a letter to Grandma and get a new wand. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were stunned as they watched Neville trot away and disappear from sight. What is a spiritual mentor? Lauren clapped his hands, very satisfied with his escape just now. Problem solved. Are you telling the truth? Ron looked at Lauren with some admiration. Will there be one more seeker on the Gryffindor team? That would be great. Harry said excitedly. His thoughts were still on Quidditch. Maybe this way he could avoid Snape's persecution. Wake up, Harry, even if he joins the team now, it will be too late for training. Lauren struck. Oh. Harry sighed, yes. He pulled Ron aside to continue discussing what to do. Hermione turned her head and whispered in Lauren's ear, you were just like a door-to-door liar. The girl's breath hit Lauren's cheek, which was a little hot. Lauren argued, what do you mean by a liar? Is there anything wrong with what I said? The wand does have an effect, and Neville was indeed the first to fly. Then there was a muttering, I just made some processing and speculation, how can I be considered a liar? In the basement of Hogwarts, the lights are still on. Lauren was walking on her way to Snape's office. It was almost a week since school started and it was Friday night again. It seems that Grandpa Bates's Wolfsbane potion is almost used up. He was still thinking about Neville in his mind. Neville was indeed not weak in the later stage, and his talent was not bad either. Maybe he could really take off with a different wand. Gradually he walked to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of the office door. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Snape's voice was vague, sounding like it was coming from the storage room. Lauren pushed the door open and saw that no one was in the office area. He walked a little further and entered the storage room. Snape, dressed in black robes, was waiting for him, his face still expressionless, looking like he was mocking. Seeing the 4 boxes next to him, Lauren froze in his steps, but then he relaxed after remembering that the snakes were probably still hibernating. Good evening, Professor Snape. Snape sneered, I thought you were going to call me a thief who wanted to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. It seems that Dumbledore did discuss this issue with Snape. Lauren didn't reply, secretly complaining in his heart, it's not what I thought. What do I do with your yin and yang? Harry goes with your yin and yang. Snape received no response and turned his eyes to the box. Process these herbs with me. Keep up with my speed. After saying that, he waved his hand and 4 boxes flew onto the console. 2 of them slid aside, apparently giving Lauren the herbs to use. Opening the lid, there are many kinds of herbs of different types and origins piled in the box. They all look very fresh, and the crisp grass leaves are still covered with white frost. The box should have been cast with special preservation magic. Lauren discovered that there were some streaks of light on the inner wall of the box. This box might be an alchemy item specially designed to preserve herbs. Lauren had never seen many herbs, but he wasn't too panicked. I have learned most of the herbal processing procedures before, and I can deduce some of them just by looking at the categories of herbs, not to mention just following Snape's operation. Snape didn't say anything more and just took out the herbs and started processing them. Lauren hurried to follow. At the beginning, it was about processing some flowers, stems and leaves. Snape was a little faster, but Lauren could barely keep up. There are fewer and fewer herbs to be processed in the box, and the processed herbs are piled higher and higher in another empty box. When it came to a piece of jet black tuber herbs, the situation changed a bit. Place the tuber on the workbench and move Snape's wand, quickly and easily cutting off the black skin of the tuber. The flesh of the tuber is dark purple with some red, exuding black-red mucus with a strange smell. Then Snape carefully used a levitating spell to stop the tuber in the air, waiting for the mucus on the surface of the tuber to solidify into a thick film, and looked at Lauren on the side. Lauren was dumbfounded. Seeing Snape's careful operation, not daring to touch the mucus, and using magic when cutting, he knew that the layer of mucus was not a good thing. Then he couldn't just stupidly cut it with a knife, who knows what the consequences would be if he touched the mucus. He looked at Snape, and the two looked at each other for a long time. After confirming that Snape really wouldn't help, Lauren turned to look at the herbs. Okay, just do it by yourself. Not sure whether using a knife would affect the medicinal properties of the herbs, Lauren planned to use transfiguration to complete the operation. Wingardim Leviosa. Suspend the skin cut off by Snape, and use transfiguration to shape a blade on it without changing the material. Lauren still couldn't use the floating spell to flexibly operate this special blade to cut the tuber skin. He could only slowly control the skin blade to make a slit on the tuber. After completing this step, he put the cuticle aside, exhaled, and prepared for the next step. Lauren planned to use deformation surgery to expand the incision to the interface between the epidermis and the flesh, so that a complete layer of skin could be removed. Such a delicate transformation technique is no small challenge for him. Lauren imagined the result of the transformation in his mind, and pointed the tip of his wand at the black tuber. That's it. Snape interrupted the transfiguration that was being prepared. Although it is not certain whether it will succeed, at least it will prove that you are not a fool who will just sit back and wait for death. Just one drop of Andean potato mucus can make you sleep until graduation. He pointed his wand back and forth, cutting out the tubers in front of Lauren and hovering them in the air. You can go back. Snape looked intently, checking the degree of solidification of the tuber mucus. You can't just ask me if I have any ideas, you have to torment me, right? Good night, Professor. Lauren cursed in his heart, turned around and left with a smile on his face. As soon as they walked out of the storage room, Snape's voice came from behind, take the things on the table away, and you'd better give me a different result next week. This is Professor, this is Professor. Lauren took a deep breath and advised himself. There was a palm-sized bottle on the table that he was already familiar with. It contained Wolfsbane potion. Lauren picked up the potion and found a piece of parchment under the bottle. It should be homework or something. He picked up the parchment and left without looking at it. He didn't want to stay in this office any longer. Walking slowly back to the Gryffindor common room, Lauren put the potion into the pocket of his robes, and then opened the parchment to see what this week's homework was. The ink on the parchment has not yet dried, and it must have been written not long ago. The first line in the middle reads, Shen Feng Shadowless Curse. Back in the dormitory, Neville's snoring could be heard in the room. He jumped up to the Gryffindor Tower today and experienced huge mood swings of sorrow and joy. He was very exhausted physically and mentally. Lauren touched the bed, and inside the quilt where no one could see, there was a burst of silver light. The dual practice room in the Book of Fantasy. The outline of the magic text has encountered a bottleneck. Before understanding the true meaning of the magic text, the reverse-shaped magic text cannot echo the regular magic text, and practice will not help. Flamel was not surprised that Lauren chose the dueling practice room. Shen Feng Wu Ying. Lauren waved his wand, aiming directly at Flamel, who was floating in the air and flipping through the parchment. No, your wand didn't fire anything. Flamel didn't even raise his head, looked at the parchment and praised, the wizard who invented this spell is extremely talented, and he perfectly embodies the characteristics of cutting. The parchment contained exactly the contents of Shen Feng Wu Ying, and the Book of Fantasy was reproduced based on Lauren's memory. But I don't recommend you to continue practicing. Flamel raised his head. Hearing this, Lauren stopped waving his wand and looked at Flamel in confusion. Why? The cutting in the spell is irreversible. In words you can understand, Flamel paused, this is a black magic. Dark magic. Chapter 92. For wizards, common cuts are not serious injuries and can be healed quickly using herbs such as white flowers. Flamel explained to Lauren the dangers of the Shadowless Curse, but the damage caused by this curse is difficult to cure using conventional means, unless a counterspell is used on the spot. As a combat method, this is an excellent feature, isn't it? Not to mention used for processing herbs. Lauren believes that whether it is black magic or normal magic, magic is good when used in the right way. Magic is just a tool. In the final analysis, it depends on whether the wizard who masters magic is a dark wizard. Flamel smiled, I agree with you to a certain extent, but it's not just the unpredictable power of dark magic that's stopping you. Why is that? Lauren asked. Flamel waved his hand, and a white cloud sprang out from his sleeves and filled the air. The dual room suddenly became dark, with only the diffuse clouds and mist glowing. A young wizard emerged from it, with a handsome face and a gentle smile. In the very first scene, the young wizard begins to talk to himself in front of the black fire. This is the scene where he studies black magic. The reason why black magic is called black magic is because such spells can have an alienating effect on souls that are not strong enough. As Flamel spoke, the handsome face of the young wizard who studied black magic became thin and ferocious, and his smile became crazy. The black flames in front of him turned into a human corpse. If they are not firm enough, people attracted to black magic will unconsciously lose some of their human qualities and gradually fall into the abyss and self-destruct. The black wizard in the picture was ignited with black flames and was eventually burned into a withered skeleton. The white fog in the space dissipated, and the duel room became bright again. Flamel looked serious. As a unique field, black magic has profound insights into the exploration of emotions and souls. But I think you should wait until you grow up and have your own understanding of the world before contacting black magic. Magic. Lauren understood clearly that the alienation and pollution of the soul by black magic was not some kind of stable and effective magical effect, but that some wizards' thirst for power or desire exceeded the limit, and they were addicted to black magic and dragged themselves into the abyss. This was the same as his impression. After all, Dumbledore was the master of dark magic, and he had not seen him sink into darkness. What Flamel means is to wait until you have mature cognition and establish a complete worldview before engaging in black magic. Thinking of this, Lauren breathed a sigh of relief. If he was really just an 11-year-old wizard, he should probably follow Flamel's advice. But he's not. Lauren couldn't tell Flamel the reason, so he had to discuss it. The two made an agreement that whenever Flamel noticed any abnormality in Lauren's temperament, he should stop practicing dark magic and seek help from Dumbledore. In this way, the progress of studying the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse was slowly moving forward again. Saturday morning, restaurant. Yesterday's rain seemed to have drained away the water vapor deposited by the recent dark clouds. Although the sky was still gloomy in the morning, the rain had stopped. Just the fact that it wasn't raining already made Harry feel better. He had to train all day today, so it was always good if it wasn't raining. Neville seemed to have gotten over what happened before. He ate very well and would talk to Harry and Ron from time to time. The three of them made an appointment to go to the Quidditch pitch together. "Would you like to try out the seeker position?" said Harry. I'd better take a look first." Neville's face was filled with a smile. He had already written to his family to change his wand to a suitable one, and he was looking forward to the future. Quidditch will recruit people in 2nd grade. Maybe we should all try. Ron felt that he also had some opportunities. The three of them discussed Quidditch happily, and Lauren kept silent, trying not to attract the attention of others. He buried his head and sipped the pumpkin porridge, which was warm and sweet. "I was thinking about how to fool Neville again if he found out that he had no Quidditch talent. Maybe he could tell Harry that his father was a seeker back then." There was no class today, so Hermione's brown curly hair was untied and hanging casually on her shoulders. She looked at Lauren's ant-like eating speed and knew that he was full. "Come on, come practice magic spells with me." The little witch took Lauren to practice the seamless stretching charm in the room of requirement all day long. Returning to the Gryffindor common room in the evening, Harry, Ron, and Neville had returned and were sitting around on the bench. "Lauren. Hermione. Come here quickly, you have no idea how incredible what happened today is." Ron greeted Lauren loudly. He put one hand on Neville's shoulder and waved the other hand excitedly. "If you ask me, Neville can fly at a speed that many Quidditch players can't keep up with. It would be great if he could overcome his fear of heights." Hearing such praise, Neville smiled a little shyly. "I'm not that scared anymore." On the Quidditch field during the day, Neville was still afraid of heights when he rode his broomstick, and would get dizzy when flying to a certain height. However, he flew very fast close to the ground, which amazed everyone on the Quidditch field. The twins teased him for being a flexible fat man. Dizziness in the air is a physical fear of heights. This can't be the psychological shadow left by flying lessons. You should have been afraid of heights earlier. Hermione's slender eyelashes fluttered, thoughtfully. Both her parents were doctors, and she had a certain degree of influence from what she heard and saw. Medical knowledge. Neville frowned and recalled, "When I was 8 years old, Uncle Algy threw me from a building to help me awaken my magic. I remember falling to the ground and then bouncing up, flying across the garden and landing on the road far away." Neville scratched his head. "It seems that I have been afraid of heights since then." "What?" Hermione screamed angrily. "This is murder, torture, he should be put in jail." Calm down, Hermione." Lauren pressed her shoulder to comfort her. "His uncle is a wizard and he will definitely not let Neville fall to death." Several people tried to calm down Hermione's anger. Unbeknownst to Neville's uncle Algy, he was almost imprisoned in Azkaban for child abuse. As Gryffindor's second Quidditch match approached, Wood's training became more rigorous, training regardless of rain or snow. The Quidditch players even turned off the lights several times as soon as they returned to the dugout. If Filch is smart enough, he should wait in front of the fat lady. If you catch one and get it right, it all counts as a night trip. The twins complained, but Wood's training did not diminish because of the complaints. Neville often followed Harry to watch their Quidditch practices and was gradually overcoming his fear of heights. It was Friday, the second week of the next school year, in Snape's office. Under the dim light, Snape was grading homework on his desk, and Lauren was in the storage room. He was in a daze looking at a box of potatoes piled in front of him. Each potato was cut in half by the shadowless curse of the Divine Edge. Use the counterspell to remove the shadowless curse of the Divine Edge on the potatoes, and then restore them. Recalling Snape's request, Lauren couldn't understand how a person could be so fickle. It was clear that last week he was cutting tubers, but this week he was practicing counter curses. Alas, what can we do if we are under the roof? Lauren took out her wand and thought of it as practice. Quick healing. Quick healing. Quick healing. The monotonous sound of incantation echoed in the dark and quiet potions professor's office. Thanks to the help of the correction talent, Lauren's quick healing can quickly remove the remaining Divine Edge shadowless curse on the potato slices, allowing them to rejoin. It can be seen that Snape cut these potatoes very casually. The magic on them is not strong. Even without the help of talent, it should be able to clear them, but it will be slower. Professor Snape, I'm done. Lauren rubbed his arms that were a little sore from waving the wand. He felt that his magic power was not used up much, but his physical strength was used up more. Hearing this, Snape's quill that was constantly stroking stopped, much faster than expected. He should not be addicted to dark magic. Don't be so obsessed with power that you neglect some things. Snape's quill continued to stroke. Professor, you should have wanted me to learn the Divine Edge shadowless curse as soon as possible. Why did it suddenly change to a counter curse? Lauren still felt something was wrong. Snape didn't answer what he had to say. Recently, he discovered that the know-it-all lady always acted alone instead of with Lauren as before. This situation reminded him of some similar memories in his mind, and he thought that Lauren might be obsessed with power and indifferent to his friends. Lauren never dreamed that the root of today's incident would actually be Hermione. Seeing that Snape didn't answer or let him leave, he turned around and asked another question that he had forgotten before. Professor, why did you suddenly become the referee of Quidditch? Snape snorted coldly, although there is a looking glass, even if we receive an early warning off the field, it will be too late to save the famous savior. I am the referee to let him survive. After a pause, he then mocked, that stupid Mr. Potter might think I want to harm him. Speaking of Harry Potter, Snape got very angry and turned his anger on Lauren. You can go back. Good night, Professor. After saying that, Lauren Malio retreated, causing great harm to Chi-Yu. As the date of the game approached, a depressing atmosphere spread among the Gryffindor students. The dull powder keg was filled with saltpeter, and everyone was waiting to light it. The game was held in the afternoon, and the weather was neither good nor bad. It didn't rain, but the clouds have always been so gloomy recently. The first-year wizards gathered in a stand, secretly cheering Harry on. Neville couldn't understand why both Ron and Hermione took out their wands and held them in their hands, as if they were about to have a fight at any time. Speaking of wands, Grandma replied, and when the Quidditch game was over, he would take time off to go to Ollivanders to buy a wand that belonged to him. He will never be Gryffindor's weakest player again, and he will never deduct Gryffindor's House Cup points again. Looking at Professor Snape in the arena, well, the last one is to be decided. Remember, don't forget, you stop when your legs stand stiff. Hermione whispered to Ron. I know. Ron whispered back, so that Lauren could not hear it. The two planned to cast a spell on Snape if he showed signs of harming Harry. Lauren was sitting next to him and did not participate in the explanation. Hufflepuff is a friendly brother house, and Professor McGonagall thought his explanation was offensive. There seems to be no second Quidditch scene in the movie, and Snape is more concerned about Quirrell's movements than Ron and Hermione. Call out! The whistle sounded, and 14 players from both teams, plus Professor Snape, took off. Harry sped up and flew out of the main battlefield, looking at the whole place. He believed that Snape would not dare to attack him under Dumbledore's eyes, but he still planned to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible to end the game in case of long nights. On the field, you come and go, the battle is fierce, but both sides abide by the rules and don't get too angry. In the stands, Ron and Hermione stared at Snape's every move. Ouch! Ron shouted in pain. Someone poked Ron in the back of the head. It was Malfoy. Malfoy grinned at his two lackeys, and Crabbe and Goyle laughed too. I wonder how long Potter can stay on his broomstick this time? Anyone want to bet? How about you, Weasley? Ron was paying attention to the situation on the field and had no time to talk to Malfoy. Malfoy didn't know why he had to do these provocative behaviors. He wanted to attract the attention of the people around him. But everyone's attention was on the field, and no one paid attention to him, which made Malfoy a little angry. Do you know how the Gryffindor team selects its members? Malfoy said loudly. They select those who they feel are pitiful. For example, Potter, who has no parents, and the Weasley brothers, who have no parents at home. Money. Neville Longbottom, you should be on the team too, because you have no brains. These words were too much. Lauren looked away from the court and turned his head to scold Malfoy, that's enough. Watch the game carefully. If you don't watch, go back to the castle. Malfoy was stunned by the scolding, and then he felt angry and wanted to scold Lauren along with him, but for some inexplicable reason, he did not say it out loud. Crabbe on the side cursed, bah! Mudblood! You and that know-it-all lady are both. Hermione heard the words, but wasn't sure what the mudblood meant. She was watching Snape intently, protecting Harry. Ron and Neville knew what the mudblood meant, looked at Crabbe in disbelief, and rushed toward Crabbe angrily, and the three of them struggled with each other. Malfoy was stunned when he saw this scene. The thought occurred to him that he should apologize to Lauren on Crabbe's behalf. There was a cold breeze and an apology. Malfoy was amused by the thought. He is a noble pure-blood family, why should he apologize? They are indeed mud. Malfoy didn't think about it anymore. He stopped Goyle, who was about to help, turned around and left with him, because he didn't want Slytherin to be deducted more points. Ron, Neville, and Crabbe rolled into a ball on the ground. Lauren knew mudblood was a curse word, but didn't understand the meaning. The three of them were fighting. Ron and Neville were trying to help him vent his anger, and they used their toes to figure out who they were helping. He took out his wand and said, all petrified. White light flashed, and a crisp binding spell hit Crabbe accurately among the three. Crabbe's face was pale and his hands and feet were stiff, lying in the aisle of the stands. Ron and Neville got up, with traces of blood on their faces. How dare he say that? Ron was still angry and stretched out his foot to kick the collapsed Crabbe. Neville nodded, still immersed in the excitement of his first impulsive fight. He heard his own breathing next to his ear, hey! Hey! The intense heartbeat is in my ears, dong dong! Boom! A voice asked him in his heart. Cowardly Neville, why did you rush forward just now? Longbottom, how dare you charge forward? It's like there's a surge of power in the body, that's courage. Are you okay? Lauren asked. Ron touched the blood on his face, then looked at the stunned Neville, hey, it's okay, it's this guy's nosebleed. As he said that, he stretched out his foot and kicked Crabbe a few more times. Chapter 93. Long Life Potter. All the little wizards in the stands stood up and cheered. Just now, Harry, who was outside the battlefield, suddenly rushed to the ground, stopped a foot above the ground, grabbed the golden snitch tightly in his hands, and raised his arms in victory. 5 minutes into the game, he caught the golden snitch to end the game. I've never heard a faster Quidditch match in history. Seamus shouted. Harry should be given a monument. Win. Harry wins. We win. Hermione screamed, jumping in her chair with excitement. She wasn't a big fan of Quidditch, but she was extremely focused on watching this game. In addition to the atmosphere at the scene, Gryffindor won the House Cup for the first time in 7 years. The girl turned her head and hugged Lauren tightly, and then let go after a while. Her face was red, and she didn't know whether she was shy or excited. By the way, did you have an argument with Malfoy just now? Hermione asked. A fight? We beat Crabbe hard. Ron was very proud. Neville just giggled. Let's go, we're going to throw Harry into the scoring ring. Seamus and Dean happily pulled them towards the court. In the middle of the stadium, after Dumbledore said a few words of encouragement to Harry, he gave up his position to the young wizards who came up, He leaned against the stands and looked at the little wizards celebrating with a smile. Honestly, seeing them always makes me feel a lot younger. What do you think, Severus? He turned his eyes to Professor Snape next to him. I just feel noisy. Snape said angrily. Slytherin's house cup cannot change hands, and he will severely deduct points from Gryffindor in the following classes. And Quirrell, give him a little warning. There were too many people, and young wizards from several grades of Gryffindor were crowding around Harry. Lauren saw something was wrong and protected Hermione from the crowd. Ron and Seamus grabbed Neville's clothes, pushed him forward, and pushed through the crowd to get to Harry. Looking at the crowd from a distance, Hermione smiled and raised the corners of her mouth, looking cute and cute. Don't you like Quidditch very much? Lauren asked. College Cup. Professor McGonagall must be very happy that we won the game and won the College Cup championship. The court turned into a sea of joy, and Harry was thrown higher and higher. Although it was a pity for the little wizards of Hufflepuff to lose the game that ended in 5 minutes will definitely go down in school history, and they were happy about it. After an hour, Harry left the dressing room alone, preparing to return his Nimbus 2000 to the broom shed. Walking on the wet grass, the water vapor mixed with the earthy smell became sweet, and the gloomy clouds were beautiful shapes in his eyes. He finally accomplished something he could be proud of, and no one would ever say that he just had a famous name. Thinking of the scene of celebration just now, the Gryffindors threw him in the air, and saw Ron and the others jumping up and down to greet him from a distance. Harry saw a man wearing a hood and a cloak from a distance. It was Snape. He obviously didn't want to be seen and walked quickly towards the Forbidden Forest. Sneaking towards the Forbidden Forest while others are finishing their meal? Recalling what Hagrid said before, someone else had entered the Forbidden Forest and awakened the hibernating Acromantula. That's Snape, he's going to do bad things. Harry jumped back on his broomstick and took off, quietly following Snape. Entering the Forbidden Forest, flying along the treetops, he heard someone's voice behind a towering beech. Landing on the branch, Harry carefully climbed forward, holding the broomstick in his hand, and looked down through the leaves. No, I don't know why you would, choose to meet here, Severus. It was Professor Quirrell's voice, stuttering even more than before. I think I should give you some warning, Snape said in a cold voice, you'd better calm down. Also, about the Philosopher's Stone. He couldn't hear clearly from behind, so Harry held his breath and leaned forward. Quirrell was muttering something, but Snape interrupted him again. Times have changed. You'd better know who you are loyal to. You don't want to be my enemy, Quirrell. Snape said, taking a step closer to Quirrell. I don't know that you. You know exactly what I mean. Snape covered his head with his cloak and strode away. After leaving the Forbidden Forest, flying slowly on his broom, and carefully recalling every word he just heard, Harry came to the conclusion that Snape must be coercing Quirrell to help him seize the Philosopher's Stone. Passing by the stands of the Quidditch pitch, Harry glanced down inadvertently. There's a person lying down there, there's a person lying down. He quickly grabbed the broom handle and landed on the stand. It's Malfoy's follower. Harry was a little confused, and it looked like he was being held down by a restraining spell. Although he hated Slytherin and Malfoy, Harry still untied Crabbe's binding spell. Too much bullying. Crabbe roared angrily and ran towards the castle. It's rude not to say thank you, Harry muttered. Putting the broomstick back into the broom shed, he wanted to discuss the Philosopher's Stone with Ron and Hermione. Gryffindor Common Room. Harry felt that the layout of the lounge was a bit strange. All the candles and torches were placed upstairs, the light below was a little dim, and there was a cardboard box 2 to 3 meters high in the middle. The twins and the senior students were gathered in a group, discussing something. Harry, where have you been? Hermione was the first to notice Harry's return, and this greeting attracted the attention of the people around her. We won. You won. We won. Ron slapped Harry hard on the back and shouted, we beat up Malfoy's lackey. Everyone is waiting for you. We are having a celebration. George and Fred came from the kitchen. I made a big 7-layer cake. Ahem. Harry took Ron's hand and patted him. Well, it turns out you were the one who hit Crabbe. I can feel that Ron must have hit him very hard today. His internal organs were almost taken out by the few blows just now. Don't worry about that yet. Harry was about to say what happened in the Forbidden Forest when he was lifted up by the twins who came out from behind, his voice rising in fright. Our gold medal seeker is back. Guess who's going to be thrown into the cake? Harry turned pale at what George and Fred said. No, no. No. Throw it in. Throw it in. Seamus and Ron took the lead in cheering, and the atmosphere of celebration was high, and no one could stop them. Pulling open the big paper box, there was a big cake filled with cream. Boom! The white cream on the cake splashed, smeared on the sofa and on the faces of the surrounding little wizards. Hail Harry! George and Fred picked up a large dollop of cream and threw it out. Although they shouted "Salute Harry," the cream suddenly hit Percy's face. You too! Before Percy could finish his reprimand, a ball of cream blocked his mouth. The cream war started instantly, and cream was flying throughout the lounge. The candle light was placed high to prevent the cream from accidentally getting on it. They had planned it in advance. Salute to Wood! Angelina shouted, and put a dollop of cream on Wood's head. She had wanted to do this for a long time. Salute to Wood! The Quidditch players banded together and buried Wood and Harry together. Wood was smiling, even if his eyes were covered in butter. Harry kept dealing with the cakes flying into his face, a smile on his face, and he quickly forgot about the Forbidden Forest. Barbaric, too barbaric. Hermione hid behind Lauren and said words of disgust. But the little witch's eyes shone with a cunning light, and she was eager to find a big piece of cream cake and put it on Lauren's face from behind. In the dormitory, the 5 Laurents were lying on the bed with satisfied smiles. Neville accidentally burped, and it tasted like butter and sweetness. Lauren turned over and faced Ron. Is the word mudblood really a dirty word? Hermione and I didn't even feel it, so you just rushed out. Hearing this, Ron suppressed his smile and said, it's very dirty. There are few words in the wizarding world that are more dirty than mudblood. Even if Professor McGonagall is around, he will support us in beating him. Yet. Neville nodded vigorously. You don't call me when you fight. Seamus muttered to himself. He was very sorry to miss the opportunity to beat Slytherin this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have lifted the curse on Crabbe and asked their prefects to find him when they were counting their heads at night. Harry felt that today was a perfect day. He won the Quidditch match and Ron and the others beat Malfoy. As a follower, he also caught Snape's trap at night. Harry planned to discuss it with Ron and Hermione before deciding whether to mention this matter to Lauren. The roommates spoke up one after another, and Lauren felt warm in his heart. Why don't you tell the professor that chess players shouldn't think more about their moves? Can telling the professor get us to beat him up? Ron said. Telling the professor that the most he could do was to deduct points from Slytherin and put them in solitary confinement, how could he beat him directly to relieve his anger? If you ask me, Neville is really brave. He was the one who held Crabbe down while I took the opportunity to hit him. Ron praised. Crabbe was stronger than Neville and the two Rons combined, but Neville ignored himself and hugged Crabbe tightly, and Ron finally found the opportunity to punch him in the face. When Neville heard the compliment, he laughed unconsciously. At that time, I just wanted to beat him, but I didn't care so much. Neville deserves to be a Gryffindor. Lauren didn't enter the fantasy book tonight. He chatted with his roommates until late at night, and he didn't know when he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Harry took an opportunity to drag Ron and Hermione to an empty classroom and told them what he saw and heard in the Forbidden Forest. Snape must be trying to force Quirrell to help him get the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry finally concluded. You mean, the Philosopher's Stone is safe only if Professor Quirrell can resist Snape? Hermione asked. Possible. If you ask me, Quirrell seems to be very timid. He won't be able to hold on for long. The three finally decided to pay more attention to the movements of Snape and Quirrell, and speculate on whether the Sorcerer's Stone was safe. Snape became more gloomy and irritable, walking around the school all day long, staring at Quirrell with scary eyes from time to time. In the eyes of Harry and others, this showed that he had not succeeded yet and the Philosopher's Stone was still safe. It was another Wednesday night. After observing today's horoscope, they returned to the lounge together. The weather is gloomy and there are no stars at all. How can I write a report? Ron complained, rubbing his neck with his hands. Except for Lauren, the other little wizards also made this move, and their necks became extremely stiff. The weather in the UK is very unstable and always rainy, especially towards the end of winter. They strained their necks and stared in front of the stargazing mirror for a long time before they could barely see some tiny rays of light. Find a day when you can see the stars and record them. Each time you write about one of the 9 planets, occasionally the moon, other meteors and comets, one stargazing session is enough for most of the semester. Lauren lazily walked behind. On the tower, he observed the condition of Mars. After confirming that it was still not bright or not, he did not continue to trouble his neck. When Harry and Ron heard this idea, their eyes lit up and they said excitedly, "What a great idea!" "No." Hermione objected to this idea, "This is lying. The report should truthfully state the observed stars." "Professor doesn't know how to look carefully," Ron muttered. Lauren and Harry nodded, they had the same idea. Hermione said angrily, "It just can't be done anyway." "I got it." The three of them dealt with Hermione. They were all used to Hermione being more serious and they all knew how to deal with her. "You." Hermione also heard the response of several people. She turned and stared at Lauren, "I want to check your future stargazing reports." "Just check, you can't verify it anyway." Lauren muttered in a low voice. "Astrology is specious. I wrote that Venus became brighter and the rings on Saturn deepened in color. Who knows whether it is true or not? Also, why are you just looking at me alone?" When passing by the corridor on the 4th floor, Hermione, Harry, and Ron slowed down. When Lauren was not paying attention, they put their ears on the door of the room where Lua was, listening to see if Lua was still inside. Ever since the Quidditch match, they had done this every time they passed by. Lauren had noticed it a long time ago and just acted with a few people as if he didn't see it. After walking past the 4th floor, the steps of several people suddenly became brisk. In the middle of the corridor, they met Professor Quirrell who was walking towards them. Wearing a black robe, a purple scarf was wrapped bloatedly around his head. His face was pale, and his figure was thinner than before, but there was a spirit in his eyes. Thinking of the smell of Quirrell, Lauren subconsciously held his breath and leaned aside to let Quirrell pass first. The three Hermiones showed kindness to Quirrell and smiled encouragingly. Quirrell insisted that he had not given in to Snape until now. They felt that the professor was not that bad. When Quirrell walked away, Lauren gasped, "Fortunately, it's winter. I can't imagine how the defense against the dark arts class will be held when the weather warms up. The weather is dry and cold in winter, and the smell on Quirrell's body is less. When the temperature gradually rises, there may really be a few little wizards who enter the school doctor's office because of the evil garlic smell. Be polite, Lauren, Professor Quirrell is better than we think," Harry advised. "Then why don't you sit in the front in your defense against the dark arts class?" Lauren raised his eyebrows, as if Yagong loves dragons, Harry loves Voldemort. The three of them were silent. This question could not be refuted. Compared with defending Quirrell, one's own nose was more important. Chapter 94. In an ordinary transfiguration class. At the beginning of the next school year, some little wizards worked hard for a while because of their guilt. During that time, no one said anything in class, and everyone completed their homework seriously. But students are students after all, and the heat soon passed. The course has progressed to turning a mouse into a snuff box, and this lesson is the theoretical part. I have already learned how to transform a matchbox into a snuff box before, so this lesson sounds a bit boring. Harry was pulling at the hairs on his quill one by one, intending to remove the quill as quickly as possible. Suddenly, I felt a malicious look behind me, so cold that it made people shiver unconsciously. Generally speaking, it would be Malfoy, but Malfoy's malice would not be so vicious or vicious. Harry was a little surprised by this conclusion. His perception has always been relatively sensitive. Who else could it be if it wasn't Malfoy? When Professor McGonagall wasn't paying attention, Harry turned his head slightly and glanced behind him. A fat man with a fat body and a swollen face was staring at a group of them resentfully. "It's Malfoy's lackey, I think his name is Crabbe." That look was really uncomfortable. Harry turned his head back and turned towards Ron and the others. "Hey, what did you do that day? That Malfoy follower hates you." Harry spoke in a low voice. Ron was trying to read the chess score from the Transfiguration textbook, and when he heard these words, he turned his head and looked at Crabbe. "Just beat him up, he deserves it." Ron didn't care at all, "I'll beat him up next time." After clearing his mind of the magic symbols, Lauren looked sideways when he heard these words. "Dude, you sound like a school bully." "I'm afraid Slytherin and Gryffindor got the wrong script." Hermione also stopped writing, "Be calm. As long as there is no trouble at the end of the year, the Academy Cup will be ours." These words had weight, and Ron stopped thinking about giving Crabbe a lesson. Neville on the side actually felt a little disappointed. "I want to visit Hagrid on Friday, Do you guys want to go? Harry changed the subject. Speaking of Hagrid, Hermione remembered a strange thing. I keep seeing him in the library recently. Hagrid? Library? Ron thought about the scene for a moment and shook his head. It felt too inconsistent. Harry couldn't imagine how Hagrid would turn the pages of books that were no bigger than his palm. You can ask him when we meet him. Maybe he got into some trouble. I'll talk about it then. Lauren hesitated. Calculating the time, it has been more than a month since school started, and there has been no progress at all on the magic text. On the contrary, the traceless stretching spell has achieved some results. It would be even harder if it were postponed to the summer vacation. Because of Zungzi, magic might not be used during the summer vacation, and the space equipment might have to be postponed until the second grade. He planned to spend more time reviewing the runes that Flamel had taught before. The magic script used in alchemy is basically inherited from runes, and maybe some breakthroughs can be found. If you still haven't achieved anything by Friday, go to the Forbidden Forest and relax. Harry and Ron looked at each other. They also wanted to discuss things about Professor Quirrell and the Sorcerer's Stone while Lauren was away. With ulterior motives, they did not ask Lauren what he wanted to do, and both parties reached an agreement. At night, inside the Book of Fantasy. How do we understand the isolation between space and space? Lauren had a lot of books in front of him, but he still didn't find anything. Don't understand space as space. It is not isolated length and width, up and down, nor a cuboid nor a sphere. Flamel slowly landed on the pile of books. For a wizard, space does not exist absolutely. Flamel stretched his hand forward, and his entire palm disappeared neatly in front of Lauren. Lauren's eyes widened. He could clearly see the fascia, bone sections, and tender red muscle texture in the cross-section of the wrist. There was a pressure on his shoulders, and Flamel's hand was patting his shoulders, moving from time to time. I simulated the effect of the apparition split. Flamel retracted his arm, and the palm on Lauren's shoulder also retracted, gradually disappearing and reappearing on the original arm. Don't think about how to supply blood to the hand, how to control the detached palm, and don't be bound by space. Whether it's the invisible stretch spell or apparition, space is something that wizards can change. Think of space as water, as building blocks, something you can pull, fold, and join together. Flamel could see that Lauren regarded space as some kind of absolutely existing field, so he was stuck in this step of understanding. Lauren frowned, still unable to understand. He was really thinking about how the blood supply returned and how the nerve signals were transmitted across space to the severed hand. It's isolation, but it's connected, Flamel said. Lauren sat there thinking, unable to recover for a long time. Flamel's demonstration made him vaguely feel a thin film that could be broken by touching it, but he still couldn't find the way out. Friday morning, potions classroom in the basement. Today they were going to learn how to make a paste potion, which itself had no special effects. It is more of an auxiliary medicine, a carrier that can penetrate into the body with medicines that actually work. The air-diving vine is a magical shrub that lives underwater and is mentioned in magical aquatic plants of the Mediterranean. Their slurry has extremely strong penetrating effect. When dealing with some deep or internal wounds, it can be mixed with fresh blood to transport the fresh blood to the wound in the body. Snape's voice echoed in the dim underground classroom. After explaining the theory, Snape demonstrated the cooking process, and the little wizards began to cook their own. Hermione broke off a wet black branch and dripped blue juice from the break into the bubbling cauldron. Looking at the magical changes taking place in the crucible, Hermione's eyes showed surprise. Lauren, I think I know why this tree is called the air-diving vine tree. The juice dripped into the boiling crucible, and the bubbles rising from bottom to top turned into bubbles that kept lurking from top to bottom, gathering at the bottom of the crucible, and disappearing unknowingly. It's amazing. Hermione stared at the reverse boiling potion carefully. Lauren looked at the magical scene in the crucible, his eyes glowing, and he seemed to understand the meaning of space in the wizard's eyes. It is completely different from the space that ordinary people think of. Distance is not space, length is not space, it is not up or down, the gas does not necessarily lie on the liquid, and the space it occupies does not necessarily have to be occupied. His previous idea was completely wrong. Just like transfiguration, there is no need to consider the changes of molecules and atoms. Dead objects can be transformed into living objects, and living objects can be transformed into dead objects without considering details such as cells and nervous systems. A wizard can make magic work as long as he has the idea to achieve his goal. Biology, physics, and magic in the Muggle world are two systems of cognition. The storage device does not create an auxiliary bubble space in the main space, and there is no need to consider dimensions or wormholes at all. His understanding of space was mixed with too many ideas, and he was unable to understand the magic text. Space is not special, the wizard can change it if he wants. I understand. I understand. Lauren patted Hermione on the shoulder happily. The excitement made Hermione a little confused. She dives into vine trees, I understand that too. Lauren Morgan, you are noisy in class. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape's voice came faintly from the podium. Lauren had no choice but to suppress his joy. He couldn't wait to try to draw the inverted magic text. After class, the little wizards walked out of the basement one after another. Say hello to Hagrid for me, I won't go. Lauren said goodbye happily and ran away quickly. The three of them watched Lauren's figure gradually disappear. Don't you want lunch? What's wrong with him? Harry asked. Hermione shook her head to indicate that she wasn't sure. Ron's focus was not on this, and he said bitterly, Snape, this old bat, has deducted points even more severely since we won the Quidditch championship. This sentence caught Hermione's attention, and she calculated carefully in her mind, fortunately, at this rate, Gryffindor will still have higher points than Slytherin until the end. Taking out some snacks from the cabinet, Lauren ate something casually and entered the book of fantasy. The alchemy laboratory is a hemispherical space made of red bricks. In the middle, red light patterns appear on the surface of the black boiler. Flamel. I think I understand. Lauren shouted excitedly. Honestly, this time is much slower than I thought. A voice sounded from behind Lauren. Flamel floated in front of Lauren, I don't understand how you, as a little wizard, can have such a complex understanding of space. Lauren smirked and didn't answer. It couldn't be said to be because of his knowledge of physics. Flamel waved his sleeves, and a suitcase containing unicorn tail feathers appeared in the air. After many days, Lauren began to outline the path of alchemy circle again. After understanding the space in the wizard's concept, Lauren's first outline of the magic text became smoother. The reverse-shaped magic text was written, and it began to echo the corresponding regular-shaped magic text. The two centrally symmetrical magic words emitted a faint flash of light at the same frequency. Eventually it settled down and was deeply imprinted on the inner bottom of the black leather suitcase. Looking at the filled upper and lower corners of the hexagram, Lauren lay down in the laboratory, unable to suppress a smile on his lips, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Flamel! Lauren shouted, wanting to show him what he had accomplished. This is a pair of magic words, don't even think about blabbering in front of me. Flamel floated lazily above the boiler. Lauren was not embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed, and said seriously, I want to ask you if there is anything you should pay attention to in the second pair of magic text outlines. As long as you don't have any weird ideas about weight, it shouldn't be difficult to understand. Lauren began to reflect on whether he had any strange perceptions about weight. Conservation of mass and energy. Newtonian classical mechanics. Mass constant. Hiss. Lauren gasped, this should not affect his drawing of the magic text. Anyway, there are plenty of materials in the alchemy laboratory. Let's draw the regular magic text first. He sat up and pointed his wand. The unicorn's tail hair glowed beautifully. Lauren pulled the light and began to draw the second pair of magic words on the bottom of the box. With previous experience, the progress this time was very fast. By night, Lauren's formal magic text could be drawn with only 1 or 2 strokes left to take shape. He originally wanted to draw the regular runes in one go, but today, Friday, there was still Snape's daily task to complete. After exiting the book of fantasy, the sky outside the window has completely darkened. In the dark sky, the stars are shining. It is a good weather for stargazing. Lauren had a quick bite and headed to Snape's office. The potions master's office. When Lauren knocked on the door and came in, Snape was grading homework, as he always did. I made some calculations in my mind. There were not many students in Hogwarts, and the lower grades had 1 potions class a week. In the next advanced potions class for senior students, although there are fewer students, the number of classes per week increases. Being a professor at Hogwarts is not an easy job. Even defense against the dark arts classes are dangerous. Good evening, Professor Snape. Lauren was in a very good mood today, and his tone was filled with excitement unconsciously. Snape raised his dead fish eyes and stared at him, then lowered his head and continued correcting his homework. Gryffindor was now leading by a large margin, and he was not in a good mood. There are 2 boxes of potatoes in the storage room. Use the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse to remove the skins of the potatoes. The skin should not be thicker than a fingernail. Snape finished speaking and stopped talking to Lauren. Lauren only felt cold and breathless. The weather was several degrees below zero, and Snape's words were even colder than the weather. How could he come up with so many teasing teaching processes? Last time it was about curing potatoes, this time it was about peeling potatoes, and next time it was about making mashed potatoes. Did you know that the food I hate most is potatoes? Silently complaining in his mind, Lauren took out his wand neatly and vented his anger on Tudo. He used the Shadowless Curse with great ease. The process finally ended before lights out, and he even felt a little relieved by cutting potatoes. When we returned to the common room, there was no one there. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were sitting around, plotting loudly. Lauren could hear Harry and Ron's voices standing at the door of the lounge. Fire Dragon! This is illegal! At the Wizards' Conference in 1709, the bill banning the raising of fire dragons was officially passed. This is a very dangerous move. Ron once again advised Harry to abide by the rules. The 3 of them went to visit Hagrid today and found that he was hatching a fire dragon egg. It was said that he won it from a bet in the bar. Are there no wild fire dragons in Britain? Harry asked. Hermione was also very concerned about this issue. She had never heard similar rumors in the news. Of course, Ron said. There are ordinary Welsh green dragons and Hessidian black dragons. The Ministry of Magic has dedicated staff to deal with these matters. He then advised Harry that raising a fire dragon violated more than 700 laws, including the Statute of Secrecy, and the consequences would be enough to turn Hagrid into fire dragon fodder. But... Harry lowered his voice, how many times in our lifetime can we see Charmander emerge from its shell? Ron couldn't argue, and his heartbeat started to beat faster. What a unique experience it is to watch a Charmander emerge from its shell. Chapter 95. Lauren listened for a while and realized that Quirrell had given Hagrid a fire dragon egg in order to trick him out of how to deal with the 3-headed dog. This matter is really full of flaws when you think about it carefully. A fire dragon egg is worth a lot of money. Quirrell actually gave away a fire dragon egg just for the weakness of the 3-headed dog. Voldemort didn't raise any objections to this. What kind of solid-eyed Death Eater this was? He leaned behind the 3 of them and said, how many times in your life will you have the opportunity to give Hagrid prison meals? The sudden sound startled the 3 of them. Lauren! When did you come? Harry asked. Lauren did not answer the question. If you are caught raising a fire dragon privately, both the fire dragon and Hagrid will be punished. This is not a good thing. Of course, this is just a suggestion. The key depends on what Hagrid thinks. Lauren didn't plan to get too involved in these things. Anyway, the fire dragon incident had a happy ending, so there was no need to worry about it. Now he just wants to complete the alchemy circle as soon as possible. We are the only ones who know about this now. Harry preferred Hagrid. Judging from Hagrid's obsessed look, he obviously wanted to hatch the fire dragon. Harry had no intuitive impression of the Ministry of Magic's regulations. When he first started school, he thought the Hogwarts school rules were ironclad rules. It had only been less than a year, and he had already broken almost everything he could, and there seemed to be no consequences. Hagrid was the one who took Harry out of that dark place and opened the door to a new world for him. Harry may not even realize it, but he vaguely regards Hagrid as a close parent, a bit like a father. He thought to himself, there are professors and Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and there are no muggles around here. Raising fire dragons will not harm anyone. It is not difficult to choose between the law of secrecy and Hagrid's wish. We'll talk about it later, we'll just keep it a secret. Harry stretched, ended the conversation, and pulled Ron upstairs. Oh, I knew it. Hermione was used to these troll-headed friends, and she had to think of a solution on her own. Lauren and Hermione said goodnight to each other, returned to the dormitory, and continued to immerse themselves in the alchemy laboratory. The next day, Hermione compiled a list of books about fire dragons in the library. She wanted to write down the information to prepare for possible accidents. Lauren was also in the library, looking over some cases of people being punished for private use of the invisible stretch charm. Avoid making the same mistakes. Turning over the last page of Classic Cases of British Wizards in the 20th Century about the traceless stretching spell, Lauren rubbed his sore eyebrows. He was sure that he would never make the stupid mistake of loading dozens of elephants into the box. Next to her, Hermione was immersed in a thick book called The Stages of Growth of the Fire Dragon, writing and drawing in the book from time to time, and she had already read the last page. Closing the book, Hermione looked complicated and said to Lauren, "I wonder if Hagrid and the others know that it won't be long after the fire dragon is born that it will be bigger than his wooden house." Instead of looking at the information about fire dragons, it is better to read the Ministry of Magic's penalty cases for raising fire dragons. Lauren showed Hermione the book in his hand. "At least then we will know how big the cell is where Hagrid is held, and maybe there are also Hagrid's cells. Lee and Ron's place." Hermione could hear the joking in Lauren's mouth, and was freed from her worries. She couldn't help but smile. "What you said makes sense. Maybe our two accomplices can be locked together. Do your homework, prisoner 1, Mr. Morgan." "Okay, prisoner number 2, Miss Granger. This week's homework is a little over 100 million points." Harry and Ron were nowhere to be seen all weekend. They hung out with Hagrid and went back to the dormitory at night to discuss the patterns on the eggs and the gender of the little dragon inside. Seamus and Neville both thought that these two people were suddenly interested in fire dragons and didn't think much about it. It is normal for students of 12 or 13 to be suddenly interested in fire dragons. Seamus has been interested in Muggle cannons for a while. He believes that the two have the same attraction to young wizards. Sunday night. Lauren routinely asked Harry before going to bed, "Have you done your Transfiguration homework?" Several professors assigned an astonishing amount of homework this weekend. In 2 days, Lauren could barely finish the Transfiguration class assignment that was due on Monday, and planned to finish the rest before handing in the assignment. But Harry and Ron had been obsessed with the world of fire dragons for the past 2 days, and he felt that the two of them would have to work overtime again tonight. "Not yet, there's no rush," Harry replied casually. He was talking to Ron about whether Charmander should recognize the person who hatched it as its father or mother. There was no rush. Lauren somewhat admired the good attitude of the two of them, and went to bed. The formal magic text in the second pair of magic words has been perfectly depicted. Regarding the response to the inverse magic text, he attempted to formulate a brand new concept of weight, which has nothing to do with classical mechanics or universal gravity. It is only a unique attribute of matter that wizards understand. Flamel believes that this idea is correct at present, but in the higher-level alchemy field, Muggle's understanding of space and mass will actually help Lauren understand magic. That's the thing about magic, you think it doesn't make sense, but it actually makes sense. You think it might have some truth to it, but in the end you find it's a dead giveaway. Monday. Lauren woke up from the fantasy book and folded the quilt. The other 4 people in the dormitory were still lying on the bed, occasionally humming, and had no idea of getting up. Lauren felt something was wrong. The first period in the morning was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. "How dare you be late? Get up!" Lauren patted the bedboard. Ron turned over, buried his face into the soft pillow, and muttered, "There's no class today, why do you want to get up?" "No class?" Lauren said in surprise. Some vague voice came out from the pillow, "Yes, Easter holiday. Easter vacation." As a fake Briton, Lauren has never had the concept of Easter. In addition, his mind has been filled with alchemy formations these past few days, so he actually forgot about this. Easter is Tuesday, and today and tomorrow are holidays. Together with the weekend, there are no classes for 4 days. Of course, there are no classes during the Easter holiday, the Hogwarts Express is not operating, and students are still in school. So the ridiculous amount of homework this week is calculated as a holiday. He couldn't fall asleep after returning to his cage, and Lauren didn't want to disturb Flamel by returning to the Book of Wonders. Maybe Flamel waited until he left before going to sleep. After breakfast, he came to the library and planned to make up the homework for the remaining subjects. The homework given by Professor Flitwick in the Charms class was very specific. It was about making apples dance, peaches dance, and various fruits dance. This had nothing to do with the content of the previous class. It's hard not to believe that he's not implying something. As long as his brain hasn't been hit with a stick by a troll, he will think carefully about the magic used in this process. Hermione arrived at the library just as Lauren finished writing how to make apples dance. The little witch's hair was scattered around her shoulders, and her bow tie was not particularly neat. She sat casually next to Lauren and read the contents on Lauren's parchment. "Good morning." Hermione's tone was a bit lazy and soft. "Did you stay up late last night to catch up on your homework?" I stayed up late and read some cases. If someone guarantees that the fire dragon did not cause any damage, Hagrid may not have to go to jail. Hermione finally got rid of the fire dragon panic. Let me think. Lauren held his chin in his hands and pretended to think. Newt's commander was fired for raising dangerous animals, and Hagrid was fired for raising dangerous animals. Do you think we will be fired for raising dragons? Hermione was so trembling when she heard this that she almost lost her drowsiness. We absolutely won't. Fire dragons are not kept in schools. Sunlight shines into the library from outside the window, adding a clear filter to the bookshelves. The two happily discussed how to let Dizzy dance tango and Grapes dance group ballet. On the morning of April 1st, Ron closed his eyes, put on the sweater knitted by Aunt Molly, and reached out to fumble with the jacket. Do you think it's a joke for the professors to attend classes on April Fool's Day? Then they got me. Harry's movements were synchronized with Ron's. They spent all their Easter holidays on dragon eggs. They stayed up late last night to learn from their homework, and now they were very sleepy. Lauren, who was already dressed and waiting beside them, was in sharp contrast to them. With a smile on his lips, he said, I think it's a joke too, otherwise you guys go on sleeping. I'll go to the greenhouse and have a look. I'll let Hannon come back to inform you when the class actually starts. Harry and Ron opened their eyes and gave him bloodshot eyes. Thank you. Seamus and Neville dragged the two of them and followed Lauren to the restaurant. After drinking a bowl of warm oat milk, the simple aroma of cereals and silky milk flowed into their stomachs, and the two of them became energetic. Hermione sat next to Lauren, with an angry look on her face, tearing the pieces of bread with her silver teeth. Bread has a grudge against you. Lauren wondered. It's the end of the semester. I didn't realize that the end of the semester is coming soon. Hermione said bitterly. You are still dreaming, the exam is still 2.5 months away. Lauren put his hand to Hermione's forehead to see if she had a fever, but Hermione nimbly avoided it by holding the bread. 10 weeks to be precise. Hermione had a mouthful of bread in her mouth, her cheeks were bulging, and her words were a little vague. I should have thought that the assignments given by professors were a cue that it was time for us to review. It's all your fault. You dragged me to say that Grapes should do hip-hop. I'm so stupid to argue with you on this issue. Lauren was in an inexplicably happy mood. Grapes are really not suitable for ballet. Why doesn't it fit? Hermione was about to retort, but took a deep breath to control herself. Stop talking about grapes, we should start reviewing. Then Hermione began to chatter about her review plan, from transfiguration to charms, matches turning into needles, lighting spells and levitation spells. Lauren and the others didn't care too much, but Hermione was like that, she liked to study. Until the next few days, Hermione continued to nag. Potions get out of class was over, and everyone walked back to the dining room from the basement side by side. Harry and Ron were calculating when Charmander would hatch. Hermione didn't listen to other people's topics at all, and kept muttering, reviewing potions and herbology together, they have the same medicinal properties. Harry turned to look at Lauren, is she okay? Just wait until she memorizes all the textbooks. Don't worry. Lauren felt that this was not fear of the exam. Hermione should be excited about the exam. She was eager to take the exam. Ron and Harry trembled when they heard this answer. On weekends, it's rare for a few people to get together to do homework. It was 3 days ago that Harry and Ron stayed up late to catch up on homework, and the impression was still very deep. That morning, as he stared at the herbs with bloodshot eyes in the greenhouse, Rolf thought they were under the influence of some medicine and almost called the professor for help. White fresh food grows in Crete. The last letter was K. Harry's tail pen was stretched out and rolled into a vine pattern, and then he threw the quill out and inserted it into the ink bottle. Finished. The voice was full of pride. Ron also finished at about the same time. Let's go and play with Hagrid later. Agree. Waiting for the ink to dry, he immediately rolled up the parchment without any thought of checking it. Ron took the small bag containing Lauren's books, and Harry put the 2 homework assignments into it. The movements were smooth and coordinated. We're leaving first. Lauren will help us bring our homework back. Harry pulled Ron and wanted to run away. Hermione stopped the two of them. You should review with us. Oh! The two of them exclaimed together, as if they were being targeted by some ferocious magical animal. The unusual decibel attracted Mrs. Pance's attention. Sensing Mrs. Pance's warning gaze, the two of them quickly lowered their voices. Hermione, the exams are still hundreds of years away, Ron said. 10 weeks, only 10 weeks, Hermione retorted. Harry scratched his head. We'll start reviewing now and we'll forget it before the end of the term. Hermione blinked in confusion, unable to understand this sentence, taking apart and reassembling each word in her mind. Lauren pulled Hermione back to her seat. Let them go. They won't be able to sleep well until the fire dragon hatches. Say hello to Hagrid for us. Okay. The two shouted happily. Under Mrs. Pance's angry expulsion, Harry and Ron ran out of the library without looking back. Back in the evening, Harry excitedly told Lauren that Charmander would hatch next week. Ron on the side looked strange and very confused. As the time for the fire dragon to break out of its shell got closer and closer, the mentality of the two began to change. Harry became even more excited. He wished that Charmander would come out of his shell the next moment and spit out a small puff of fire at him. Ron was different. He became worried about gain and loss. On Monday afternoon, Harry went to the Forbidden Forest right after class, and Ron unexpectedly refused to go with him. In the Gryffindor common room, Lauren and Hermione were comparing their different opinions on their homework. Ron sat aside and played with the chess pieces on the chessboard unconsciously. You don't know how dangerous the fire dragon is. Charlie will have new scars every time he comes home. His mother scolded him hundreds of times, but he still likes the fire dragon. Didn't you really want to see the fire dragon before? Hermione said in surprise. Yeah, but Ron couldn't express the worry in his heart and sighed heavily. I really want to know what a peaceful life is like. Chapter 97. Lauren knew the outcome from the beginning and was not worried about the fire dragon. After seeing various cases, Hermione was immersed in the anxiety of reviewing. Harry was obsessed with watching the dragon with Hagrid. Only Ron sighed more and more as the fire dragon hatched, feeling excited and worried at the same time. Those who didn't know better thought Charmander came out of Ron's belly. Lauren complained to Hermione. Breakfast time, on the Gryffindor table. Hermione ate bread while reciting the 12 uses of the fire dragon's blood, claiming that recitation was best in the morning. Please. Hermione, we're expecting a Charmander. Harry was afraid of the first time he saw Charmander. What he was thinking was, the 12 known uses of Charmander's blood include oven cleaner, spot remover, wart treatment. Hagrid might use it if he knew about it. He stuffed Charmander's eggshell back into his body. I'm just revising, Hermione replied. Dragon nerves can also be used as wand cores. Hermione's wand is like this. Lauren added with a smile. Harry and Ron stared at Hermione strangely, as if she were some vicious Charmander slayer. Hermione squeezed her wand tightly, wanting to demonstrate to them the power of the dragon's nerve core. Speaking of wands, Neville, how do you think of your new wand? Lauren turned to look to the side to change the subject. The weekend after the Quidditch match, Neville went to Ollivander's wand shop, but he didn't seem to get much out of it. During the Easter holidays, he went again. After hearing Lauren's words, everyone turned their attention to Neville. He was dealing with a slightly chewy cranberry cookie, crumbs clinging to his chin. Ahem. Neville wasn't used to being stared at all of a sudden, so he hurriedly wiped his face and wiped his hands clean on his clothes before taking out his new wand. This is a brand new wand. The beeswax reveals a dark red color on the wood grain, making it look restrained and mysterious. When I first went there, I tested many wands, but none of them were suitable. Neville introduced in a low voice, Mr. Ollivander customized this one based on my situation. It's made of cherry wood. Unicorn hair. Cherry wood often gives wands extraordinary lethality. Hermione, who was well informed, immediately cited the characteristics of this material. Oh. For little wizards, lethality is a particularly cool thing. The noise in the auditorium continued. Hedwig, dressed in snow white, followed the owl army and flew into the auditorium from the skylight, fluttering her wings and landing in front of Harry. Hagrid wrote him a note with only 4 words on it, hatching soon. These 4 words seemed to be magical, lighting a fire in Harry and Ron's butts, making them restless. After breakfast, the little wizards walked to the greenhouse in groups, ready to start today's herbal medicine class. The weather has always been this good lately, the sky is clear and blue, like the color of forget-me-not flowers, and there is a sense of summer coming in the air. Harry and Ron didn't say anything during the whole trip, all they could think about was Charmander. After walking through the vegetable field and reaching the door of the greenhouse, everyone turned into the greenhouse. Harry and Ron were still walking forward. Hermione almost went crazy when she saw this scene. No one knew how many points would be deducted for skipping classes yet. Lauren quickly pulled the two of them back. "Do you want to skip class?" Hermione clenched her fists, wanting to open their heads to see what was inside. Harry and Ron finally woke up and entered greenhouse number 1 in despair. In the greenhouse, they kept casting their gazes in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, trying to see the fire dragon egg through the obstacles. The first thing Professor Sprout said when he walked into the greenhouse was, "Today is a rare good day. There is sunshine, but it is not dazzling. It is very suitable for turning out the rhizomes of herbs to bask in the sunday." Small shovels were given to the little wizards' hands one after another, and everyone was sent to the ground to dig in the grass. The weather is bright, there are no labor tasks, the little wizards are playing in the fields, and from time to time there are screams of small insects. The sun illuminates such a scene. Harry and Ron held the shovels feebly, swinging them without looking, and they shoveled the herbs to death one after another. The eyes of Lauren and Hermione were twitching. If Professor Sputro saw this scene, he would definitely throw them into the ground. Hermione stepped closer, reaching out and tapping each of the two elm heads. The two raised their heads and looked at Hermione blankly. "Go to class peacefully and don't get into trouble," she warned. "Hermione, let's go, no one will find out." Harry's voice actually sounded a little pitiful. The little wizards who were in class were scattered on the grass, and there would be a break between classes later. The professor doesn't count the number of students at the end of get out of class, so no one pays attention to them. As long as they pass through the greenhouse and walk a little further ahead, they can see Hagrid's hut, where their beloved Charmander is. How many times in our lifetime can we see Charmander emerge from his shell? Ron agreed. The two of them stopped talking about herbs and just gathered around Hermione to argue with her. Finally, Hermione agreed to run with them to Hagrid's hut during morning recess. When get out of class was over, the bell just rang in the castle, and the three of them dropped their shovels and started running. Lauren was sunbathing on the edge of the field. He felt that not only herbs, but people were also suitable for such sunbathing. Sitting on the ground, squinting his eyes, he would fall asleep at any moment. "Lauren, stop sleeping in, let's go." Harry passed by and kicked away the shovel next to Lauren. Ron pulled Lauren up from the ground. Before Lauren could recover, he was dragged by two people, and his footsteps moved unconsciously. "What are you doing?" "Kidnapping." Hermione pushed Lauren from time to time. "Run, we have to be back before class." The hairs moistened by sweat looked a little glistening on her fair little face, and the little witch's voice contained excitement that she didn't even know she had. When the four of them approached the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid, led by Yaya, greeted them. His face was red and he was very excited. "Coming out soon." He let them into the hut. A big black egg lay on the table, with soot from the charcoal fire and its own black and red lines. The three little ones hurriedly gathered around. This was the first time Lauren had seen a fire dragon egg. A crimson magical light that he had never seen flowed on the eggshell, and this light was converging toward the center. When all the magic power gathers to one point, it may be time for the fire dragon to emerge from its shell. "Long time no see. Lauren, I thought you didn't like fire dragons." Hagrid greeted Lauren while making tea. His voice was louder and more excited than usual. "I'm busy tinkering with things, using the unicorn hair you gave me last time." Lauren reached out and poked the dragon egg, which was warm. "Then you're in time." Hagrid excitedly pointed out a pattern on the eggshell to a few people. "The book says that when it turns into a three-color pattern, it means the little guy is about to come out." Their eyes looked at the place where Hagrid pointed. It was originally black and white, but now it showed a faint light red, which was getting darker at a speed visible to the naked eye. They all moved their chairs closer to the table and watched closely, holding their breath. Suddenly, with a harsh scratching sound, the eggshell shattered on the table, the egg cracked, and an ugly little Charmander hatched out. It looks a bit like a lizard with wings, a typical Western dragon appearance, and is only a little bigger than Lauren and his two hands. It has a slender neck, wide membrane wings with many small spines, and dark wrinkled hard shell skin. The nose is a bit long, the nostrils are white, there are horns on the head, and the orange eyes bulge outward. Squeak! It sneezed, and a few sparks came out of its nose. Hagrid was fascinated by it and murmured, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" He stretched out a hand and touched Charmander's head. Charmander bit his finger, revealing his long fangs. The little wizards were frightened. Charmander failed to bite Hagrid's skin, and he even felt very happy. "Oh my god, look, it knows its mother." "Why not Dad?" Lauren asked. Harry discussed this issue with Ron and gave various reasons. Hermione slapped the table. The ferocity of the Charmander just now was beyond her expectation. "Hagrid, do you know how fast the Norwegian Ridgeback grows? In less than a month, it will be able to use your hand as a snack." Before he finished speaking, Hagrid suddenly looked out the window, his face turning pale. Beside the window, a blond boy turned and ran away quickly. Harry jumped to the door and looked out. "The magic robe is inlaid with green stripes, the magic robe of Slytherin House." Even from a distance, he would never admit his mistake. It was Malfoy, and he saw Charmander. "He must have followed us here." Harry blamed himself very much. Rushing back to the greenhouse before the school bell rang, the joyful mood of several people was cast into a shadow, and even the bright sunshine became less warm. Except for Lauren, who was still enjoying the sun. Over the next week, Malfoy always had a sinister smile on his face, which made Harry and Ron very uneasy. Hermione told the two that as long as the dragon didn't pose a threat, Hagrid should be fine. But she still persuaded Hagrid, along with Harry and Ron, to release Nob before he grew up. Norbert is the name given to Charmander by Hagrid. Lauren was lying completely flat. The second pair of magic texts in the alchemy laboratory were making good progress. It wouldn't be long before he would have space equipment. You can see clearly from the perspective of a bystander. If Malfoy really wanted to make a fuss about this matter, the school board and the Ministry of Magic would send someone to visit Hogwarts that day. But now a week has passed and there is still no movement. It is obvious that this bad boy is scaring Harry. Lauren was also happy to see such excitement. On an ordinary night, Harry and the other three failed in their routine attempt to persuade Hagrid to release his life, and returned to the lounge dejectedly. "Hagrid is right, Norbert is too young to throw it away," said Ron. "But when it grows up, the Ministry of Magic can trigger Hagrid and Norbert on the grounds of threatening the safety of students." Hermione felt that they should not have been allowed to leave the herbology class in the first place. Harry had been frowning. He suddenly remembered something and looked at Ron happily. "Charlie." Ron was a little confused. "You are confused, I am Ron, remember." Harry told of his idea that Ron's brother Charlie, who was studying dragons in Romania, could adopt Norbert. Unable to stop the smiles on their faces, they finally found a way to get rid of Norbert, or rather a way to get rid of Malfoy. Not long after, Harry and Ron put on invisibility cloaks and went to the Forbidden Forest to write a letter to Romania with Hagrid, asking for Charlie's opinion. There was hope, but the next week turned out to be even more difficult. Malfoy's smile became more sinister and more frequent, as if he was going to lead someone to execute Norbert at the next moment. Harry and Ron were trembling all the time, but with vague hope. They were struggling between hope and fear. To outsiders, Malfoy has been running up to Harry lately with a pretentious and sinister smile. Some immature children look a little funny when they make this expression. However, Harry was frightened every time and showed his uneasiness on his face. So Malfoy became more active in this game. Lauren felt that this boy had some special skills inherited from his family and knew how to torture people. It was another Wednesday night, the clock on the wall had just passed 12 o'clock, everyone had gone to bed, and Hermione was waiting in the lounge with Lauren. The portrait hole suddenly opened, as if falling from the sky, and Harry and Ron appeared in the lounge. Putting the invisibility cloak aside, Harry helped Ron sit on the soft chair. Ron's right hand was injured and wrapped in a bloody handkerchief. "Norbert is no longer safe. He bit me when I was feeding him mice. Looking at the many wounds on Charlie's body, I thought the fire dragon's bite wouldn't hurt." Ron pretended to be relaxed. His lips were pale and he didn't dare to look at Lauren and Hermione, two smart people, for fear of exposing their flaws. He turned to Harry and smiled reluctantly. "Give them some good news. We got a reply from Charlie and took Norbert up to the tower at midnight on Saturday, and Charlie's friends would ride by on their broomsticks and take Norbert away." Harry didn't notice Ron's strange behavior and whispered, suppressing the joy in his voice that he could finally get rid of Malfoy's torture. Lauren sat next to Ron, opened the handkerchief and looked at his hand. Ron stiffly tried to pull his hand away, but after receiving a slap, he obeyed. There was a small circle of fine tooth marks on it, the edge of the wound was faintly black, and the hand was already swollen. "I think this might be a big problem." Lauren put his hand around the wound and squeezed it, and a faint smell of pus came out. "Ah!" Ron's forehead was sweating from the pain, and he collapsed on the soft chair. It didn't take long for the wound to deteriorate to this point. Norbert was just born, and his teeth had not yet been tempered by bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms. Apparently, Norway Ridgeback's teeth were venomous. As the toxin of a XXXXX level dangerous creature, this is not something that can be resisted, nor is it a wound that a first-year wizard can handle with his half-baked knowledge of herbalism and potions. We have to send Ron to Madame Pomfrey. Lauren looked at Harry and Hermione. No. Ron's face turned as white as Malfoy's. Miss Pomfrey might see that it was bitten by a fire dragon. Charlie has a lot of wounds on his body, and there are no big problems. Ron said this, as if he was persuading his friends, but also himself. Newt and Hagrid were both expelled for raising dangerous animals. He was not sure what punishment he would suffer if he was found out in this situation. He did not want to implicate Hagrid, Norbert, or his friends. Lauren didn't say anything and dragged Ron out. Let go, this is my own business. Ron struggled, but when Lauren pressed his hand, he struggled feebly. Hermione went up to help and helped drag Ron out. Harry was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He quickly reacted and took out his wand and pointed it at the three of them. Lauren and Hermione looked at Harry. Fainted. Ron was subdued. Facing their gazes, Harry smiled shyly, this will make it easier. The three people dragged Ron to the school doctor's office. As I walked up the steps, there were occasional dull sounds of bodies colliding with stones, which spread in the dim corridor, which was a bit scary. Would it be better if we tried another way? If you put your head down, your brain will be knocked stupid. The portraits in the corridor could not be seen, and only fragmentary conversations could be heard. She was trembling, and rumors began to spread that dark wizards had sneaked into Hogwarts. The school doctor's office was on the second floor. Not long after knocking on the door, they saw Madame Pomfrey. The starched white stand-up collar, the two white cloth belts hanging from the back of the nurse's cap with two pointed ends, and the white apron outside the clothes looked like a nurse in a community hospital. Miss Pomfrey had a straight face and immediately saw Ron dragging himself on the ground. Oh my God, how dare you! She cast a spell and Ron levitated. The three of them slapped their heads and forgot about magic in a hurry. Ron floated into the school infirmary behind Madame Pomfrey. Just when Lauren was struggling with how to explain the situation to the doctor, the door to the school doctor's office slammed shut, cutting off their worries. Lights out, everyone go back to sleep. I'll take good care of him. Madame Pomfrey's voice came from inside. The three people who were locked out looked at each other, put down their worries, and headed back to the dormitory. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I feel as if a burden has been lifted and I feel more relaxed. Before Ron showed his pain, Harry just wanted to cover up the fact of the fire dragon at all costs and try to hide it. When Ron was exposed by Lauren and tried to hold on, Harry didn't feel anything was wrong. Ron didn't wake up until Lauren and Hermione forcibly dragged him to the school doctor's office. Thinking that Madame Pomfrey would recognize that it was a wound bitten by a fire dragon and inform Professor McGonagall and Principal Dumbledore, he felt relieved. I thought you were going to attack both of us just now. Lauren said with a smile. Am I the one who puts my friends in danger for myself? Harry asked, feigning anger. Maybe it's for your child, baby Norbert. Hermione also teased. Hey! You too! Laughter spread in the silence of the night. Fortunately, Filch was not nearby, otherwise someone would have suffered. Go back to the dormitory and lie on the bed. The fire dragon hurt someone and was noticed by Madame Pomfrey. Harry thought about how he would be punished tomorrow. Deductions, confinement, or expulsion from school. If he was expelled, he would go live with Sirius. That seemed like a good idea. Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face. In the alchemy laboratory of the Book of Fantasy. On the inner bottom of an ordinary suitcase, on the second and fourth corners of the six-pointed star array, two symmetrical magic texts echoed each other, emitting a bright white flash. Lauren looked at this scene with a satisfied smile. The next day, Thursday. Harry got up early. Ron's bed was empty, others were still asleep, and a corner of a large book stuck out of Lauren's bed. He thought that Lauren and Hermione loved learning so much that they should stay in this magic school. This was the luck of Lauren and Hermione, and the luck of Hogwarts. You'll be fine. What happened to the fire dragon is all my fault. Harry silently made up his mind. While it was still early, Harry walked up and down the castle. I remember when I was always being teased by the stairs at the beginning of school, and I unconsciously felt some nostalgia for this Hogwarts castle. It changed my life. Following Lauren's example, Harry had steak and bean stew for breakfast. Well, it tasted good, but Harry still couldn't get used to it. In the morning, there was defense against the dark arts class. He helped several people occupy seats in the back row, and then sat in the front row alone. This might give Professor Quirrell some encouragement before leaving, allowing him to persist longer under Snape's threat. Lauren and Hermione sat in the back row, whispering. "What's wrong, Harry?" "I don't know. I didn't see him when I got up." "Maybe you want to send yourself to the hospital to be with Ron. Didn't Abo have a bad stomach last time? The smell of Quirrell is stronger, maybe it will be okay. He and Ron have a really good relationship." Harry's thought lasted only 5 minutes. Summer is coming, the temperature has risen a lot, the humidity in the air has also increased, and the smell on Quirrell's body has become even stranger, mixed with the smell of blood. Behind the admiring looks of many young wizards, his eyes were dull. Damn it, Professor Quirrell is not really dealing with vampires. Harry noticed that Professor Quirrell looked at him from time to time, and he felt more comforted. As long as he could encourage this professor, all the pain would be worth it. What was frustrating was that after class, the other little wizards refused to get close to him. He already smelled like Professor Quirrell. Lauren stood with Hermione, a little afraid of this weakened bastard, and shouted from a distance, "You don't want to go into the hospital to stay with Ron, do you?" Harry sighed. If he entered the restaurant like this, he would probably be kicked out by everyone. He would have to go back to his dormitory to clean up. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class was in the afternoon, and he might be expelled. Harry wished he could take another flying lesson and teach Malfoy a lesson before he broke his legs. Surprisingly, Professor McGonagall didn't mention the fire dragon. She just thought Ron was sick and therefore absent from class. Harry was hit by the sudden surprise, and his whole body was filled with joy from the inside out. His transfiguration was so fast and good that he even earned 5 points for Gryffindor. During the flying class, feeling the atmosphere of Hogwarts and thinking that he would be able to visit Ron after class, Harry flew unbridled in the sky, provoking an exclamation of surprise below. Chapter 98. On the second floor of the castle, the school doctor's office. As evening approached, the setting sun passed through the transparent glass windows and cast a golden coat on the white sheets of the hospital bed. At this moment, Ron was staring out the window in a daze. Thousands of thoughts were racing in his mind. He was worried that his friends would be expelled, and he was annoyed that Harry actually used the stunning curse on him. And the poison on the fire dragon's teeth made his whole body hurt. I really don't know how Charlie could endure it. Ron, we're here to see you. Ron looked back, his eyes a little puffy from sleeping for too long. Lauren looked at it from top to bottom. It looked like there was nothing wrong with it. The swelling in his eyes might be attributed to Harry's coma spell. Ron was also looking at his friends. They had smiles on their faces and didn't look like they were about to be expelled. He felt relieved, the situation seemed much better than he thought. Ron greeted happily, "Lauren. Hermione. You are here." Just not calling Harry's name. This little thought made Lauren and Hermione a little funny. The two of them sat side by side on the hospital bed next to them, watching the show in silence. Harry had been taught by Professor Quirrell for a lesson, and now he felt that his heart was extremely strong. This kind of neglect was child's play. He sat on Ron's bed, as if he hadn't heard what he just said, and said calmly, "You must not know that Ms. Pomfrey didn't see the fire dragon thing. I thought I was going to be fired." Ron still didn't want to talk to Harry. "Yes, really? Maybe it's because I told her it was a dog bite." "Clever." Harry patted Ron's bandaged hand exaggeratedly. "Ouch." Ron's painful spot was held and he could no longer pretend. "That's enough, Harry, I haven't told you about using the coma spell on me yet." The three of them couldn't help laughing. This was the Ron they were familiar with. Madame Pomfrey heard laughter coming in and warned, "No violent movements. This is to prevent the wound from collapsing." In the magic world, ordinary physical wounds can be healed directly with magic potions. But Ron's wound contained unknown toxins and he could only wait for it to heal naturally. Madame Pomfrey told several people that fortunately it was delivered in time and the wound did not deteriorate seriously. He only needs to stay in the school doctor's office for 2 days and will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Ron calculated on his fingers that he would be discharged from hospital tomorrow, which would be just in time for Snape's potions class on Friday. He raised his head and showed a pitiful expression. "Dear Madame Pomfrey, I feel pain not only in my hands, but also in my whole body. Can I stay for one more day to recuperate? Madame Pomfrey heard this and glanced at the three people next to her. Lauren, Hermione, and Harry were sitting upright, with their backs straight, and expressions of "watch what I do, it's none of my business" on their faces. I have never heard of any injuries caused by dragging. Madame Pomfrey finally nodded in agreement with Ron's request and looked at the three culprits beside her. I'll give you 5 more minutes. The patient will rest in 5 minutes. After that, exit the door. Good. Ron cheered, no need to take Old Bat's potions class. Normally, Hermione would scold Ron at this time. As the end of the term was approaching, she should study hard in class. But it didn't happen this time. Hermione followed Lauren and praised her against her will. This was really a clever move. It might allow Snape to deduct a few points from Gryffindor. Maybe in the end, Gryffindor's house cup would also be Ron's. Credit. Fire dragons are really dangerous creatures. The three of them said in a false tone. The inexperienced Charmander Norbert was eating mice at this time, and he didn't know that he had already taken a big blame. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was Friday morning. After potions class, Lauren and the others just entered the restaurant and saw Ron already stuffing roasted chicken legs into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. The bandage on his hand has been removed, and purple potion is still applied to the wound. Baby Ronnie, I heard you were bitten by a dog. Are we still going to visit you? George and Fred were talking jokingly, each controlling Ron with one hand and looking at the wounds on his hands carefully. It's okay. I just missed 2 classes. Ron hurriedly covered it up. He was not sure whether the twins could detect anything from the wounds. After all, both of them had seen the wounds caused by the fire dragon on Charlie's body. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Ron, the twin brothers looked at each other suspiciously, let go of Ron's hand, and whispered into his ear. Hey, I advise you as a first grader to avoid going to the Forbidden Forest. We're not sure when Mom's yelling letter will come. Without giving Ron time to react, the twins pulled away. Seeing that they didn't bother with his wounds, Ron was relieved and started talking and laughing with the little wizards around him. Lauren was slowly tasting the steak next to him, removing the bones bit by bit with his fork. He heard what the twins had just said. The twins were not peaceful students. Their reputation for wandering at night was widely known among the first-year wizards, but they had never been caught. Most of the points were deducted because of some pranks. Harry and Ron used their invisibility cloaks to frequently come in and out of the lounge late at night, and they might have been detected by the twins using the Marauder's map. Lauren is very interested in the alchemy technology on the Marauder's map, which involves the magic of names. It's interesting that such advanced magic and alchemy techniques can be mastered by a group of predators during their student days. Thinking carefully about their animagus, the success rate is surprisingly high. There are only 7 registered animagus in the UK, and all 3 of them succeeded, including the less talented Peter Pettigrew. They may have mastered the advanced theory of human body transformation, which will be of great help to Lauren on the path of biological refinement. There are always infinite mysteries waiting for people to discover in Hogwarts Castle. Lauren wiped the salty sweet gravy from her mouth and took this to heart. On the other side, Seamus told Ron about the recent rumors in a low voice. According to the portraits in the corridor, a graduated Slytherin wizard slipped into the castle. He is a cruel and evil dark wizard. It will always be late at night, in an unknown classroom, torturing the abducted body and destroying his soul. Actually, something like this has happened before, so Hogwarts prohibits little wizards from traveling at night. Lauren cooked the meal with ghost stories and listened with great interest. It turns out that there are horror stories circulating in magic schools. I wonder if Hogwarts Castle was built on a cemetery. At night, Lauren routinely came to the basement to complete Snape's weekly tasks. It has been almost a year. At first, Snape issued a list of books and asked Lauren to read them by himself, building up some basic knowledge system of potions and understanding some superficial principles of potions. The act of preparing snake venom and asking him to carefully pick out the stamens was more like a test of his character. After Snape told him some conjectures about the greatness of potions and the elixir of life, the relationship between the two became much closer during that time. The most obvious manifestation was that Snape no longer used Mr. Morgan this title. Lauren accepted Snape's kindness and treated him as his teacher. Occasionally, Snape would behave in a seemingly vicious manner, but he would just complain and not take it to heart. Then we will start laying the foundation, understanding the properties of various materials and the methods of processing various herbs. Occasionally, he would catch up with Snape preparing some simple potions, and he would ask Lauren to help him with some tricks. Recent teaching content has mainly focused on handling herbal medicines, with an emphasis on their proper handling and utilization under various conditions. Also, the Divine Edge Shadowless Curse. For Lauren, Snape is no longer just an NPC. After pushing the door open, Snape was sitting behind the desk. He looked a little tired and did not react to Lauren entering the door. "Professor Snape, what are we doing today?" Lauren asked tentatively. "I won't be dealing with medicinal materials today, but I will answer some of your questions about potions." Snape spoke slower than usual, without any waves. The two of them asked and answered questions about potions. In the process, Snape's mind gradually changed and he focused on teaching Lauren. After the teaching ended, Lauren did not leave in a hurry. He felt strange about Snape like this. I had seen Snape feeling sad, angry, and arrogant before, but this was the first time he was as tired as he was today. "Professor, what's wrong with you?" "Tomorrow, Mr. Crabbe will visit Hogwarts with the school board's papers." "Does it have anything to do with you?" "The principal of Hogwarts is Dumbledore, and the vice principal is Professor McGonagall. You, a potions professor, are going undercover and want to get a higher position. It does seem to be on top from the back." Snape stopped here. Why was he telling a first-year Muggle wizard this? There was no way he would understand. After Voldemort's fall, some Death Eaters cleared themselves and appeared to have done nothing bad. In other words, various means were used to prevent the Aurors from finding evidence to prove that they had done bad things. There are also some people who are clever, even if they are caught as evidence of Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic admits their innocence. This group of people still leads a decent life in Wizarding Society. This group of people all believed that Snape was one of them, and the most successful one, having deceived Dumbledore and becoming the potions professor and potion master of Hogwarts. Guys who are greedy for profit want to use this to cultivate friendship and make some less than glamorous deals. According to Snape's idea, he would not pay attention to these people at all. But for Dumbledore's so-called mission and for what might happen in the future, he had to make plans. Snape found it a bit funny, asked Lauren what he was doing, and then sent Lauren away. Those bugs always have to pay for their thoughts. He needs to think carefully about how much he should increase the price of this batch of potions, or add some delicious little spices to them. Lauren couldn't hear Snape's thoughts, but later it seemed that Snape had figured it out and there was no big problem. His alchemy circle is nearing completion and he is starting to carve the third pair of magic texts. Lauren had an intuition that the third pair of magic texts would go more smoothly than the previous two pairs. Harry's long-awaited Saturday finally arrived. The weather was not good that day. The sky was dim, the wind was blowing, and the sky was covered by thick clouds. Obviously, the night light will be blocked. If today were Wednesday, then Lauren's stargazing report would be grilled by Hermione again. But today, Saturday, Harry and Ron thought it was a good day for their move. During the day, they pretended to study in the library. But only Hermione was reviewing seriously, while Harry and Ron were restless. Harry repeated in his mouth, "The 12 known uses of fire dragon blood include oven cleaner, spot remover, wart treatment." When it reaches Ron's mouth, it turns into Norbert's blood. The 12 known uses include. "Hermione, where's Lauren?" Harry couldn't remember the book anymore and wanted to find something to say. "Tying with his gadgets, remember, I told Hagrid." Hermione paused, then felt a little annoyed. He really should study hard, the exam is coming soon. She had practiced the seamless stretching charm with Lauren before. After catching up with Lauren's progress, she had not practiced it yet due to concerns about the Ministry of Magic's regulations, but Lauren seemed to really intend to practice it. Every time Hermione tried to persuade him, she always repeated the phrase, "Are you going to report me?" Extremely abominable. Harry didn't listen at all. When he heard Hagrid's name, he thought of the fire dragon and repeated mechanically, yes, that gadget." "Look, Professor McGonagall." Ron pointed at the door. Hermione looked up and saw Professor McGonagall and several faculty members accompanying a tall man to visit the library. This man was wearing an ill-fitting dress and was trying hard to straighten his back, like a bear trying to be a gentleman. He looked very funny. Seeing the restricted book area blocked by ropes, the man showed disgust and shouted, "If you ask me, Hogwarts should not collect these books about dark magic." The librarian, Mrs. Pants, suddenly appeared next to a group of people. Without caring at all, she angrily waved a feather duster and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" The people on the side quickly persuaded Mrs. Pinksy. The man looked at Professor McGonagall with a bitter expression. Professor McGonagall frowned. Mr. Crabbe, you all know the rules of Hogwarts, and they haven't changed over the years. I still have some work to do, so you can visit by yourself. If you want to visit Professor Snape, he is in the office. After that, he left with several faculty members. Seeing that Mrs. Pinksy was about to get angry at any moment, the man also withdrew. Who is this? Harry lowered his head and asked Ron in a low voice. They had important things to do today, and a stranger suddenly came to the school, which made him a little uneasy. One of the sanctimonious ones, Mr. Crabbe, the father of Malfoy's lackey. Ron teaches Harry and Hermione what sanctimonious people are, those whitewashed Death Eaters. Harry showed a look of disgust. He already knew that his parents died because of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Such a person wants to visit Snape. Snape is really not a good person. Why didn't Dumbledore send them all to Azkaban? Actually, it's complicated. At this time, Lauren had already broken out a dozen boxes in the room of requirement. Looking at the box that was pierced by the alchemy circle in front of him, Lauren put his chin in his hand and said thoughtfully, "It's definitely not the magic circle's fault. I can now draw the magic circle with my eyes closed." Just last night, he had completed the outline of 3 pairs of magic texts. In the alchemy laboratory, a space box was created using Flamel's virtual suitcase and unicorn hair. I came here early this morning to verify in the real world that the room of requirement can only provide suitcases, and the unicorn hair conjured is the hair of some unknown animal. White, but not magical. He had no choice but to use the unicorn hair sent by Hagrid. It was a big ball, he couldn't count how many there were, but it was enough to cause him trouble anyway. Fortunately, the suitcase is no problem. There are even various styles, luxurious, exquisite, and crude. Lauren also saw pureblood family marks on some of the suitcases. He was not sure whether these were left here by teachers and students from the past thousands of years, or whether the room of requirement used magic to manifest itself according to Lauren's needs. On the bottom of the leather-lined box, there are black burn marks and some impurities. Lauren probably knew what was wrong. In the Book of Fantasy, the virtual materials were all high-quality unicorn hair. Although the magic power is not enough to make a wand core, there are no impurities in it. This impurity will not cause a short circuit in the array. In fact, this situation shows that the circle is drawn correctly. The purpose of heating is to remove the impurities mixed inside. Ordinary suitcases cannot withstand such high temperatures and will be burned through. Ask for fresh unicorn hair that's pure enough, or find a suitcase that can withstand the temperatures. Want to make a suitcase made of special materials? Lauren shook his head. Who knows what problems may be encountered in the process of making a suitcase? Maybe at first I just wanted to make a space equipment, but in the end it turned into an alchemy laboratory. It's certainly impossible to find unicorn hair in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns only like pure girls, and there is nothing he can do about it. There really is nothing he can do about it. Box, high temperature resistant box. Lauren's mind flashed to the box containing frozen pears given by Malfoy. There seemed to be a kind of freezing magic in it, which might be able to meet his requirements. Back in Gryffindor Tower, there were some little wizards in the lounge spending their weekend leisure time, and more little wizards were outside the castle looking for traces of summer. There was no one in the dormitory, just as Lauren wanted. With a light touch of his finger, silver light flashed, and his consciousness entered the Book of Fantasy. Flamel. He told Flamel about the problem of impurities in unicorn hair. Flamel looked strange. My oversight, Nico hasn't used unicorn hair with impurities for hundreds of years. So I didn't consider this issue. Flamel thought for a while. Are you going to learn how to remove impurities from unicorn hair without damaging it? This involves a very classic magic circle. You need to learn about 73 pairs of symmetrical magic words and 151 asymmetric magic words. At your previous pace, you should be able to do well before graduating from Hogwarts. Lauren's face was expressionless. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? He talked about his idea of using a box with refrigeration magic and asked Flamel for his opinion. You can give it a try. After receiving Flamel's affirmative answer, Lauren exited the fantasy book and dug out the empty box from under the bed. The box is larger than a regular suitcase, but not the size of a suitcase. The outer layer is an unknown black leather, the wooden frame supports the main body, and the lock is made of gilt metal with decorative lines printed with peacock patterns. Opening the box, a burst of icy cold air came out, and there was a circle of blue alchemical lines on the side of the box. Probably the modern alchemy style, the whole is mainly decorative, and the coldness is mainly due to the material of the box. The leather of the box is made from some kind of magical animal from the snowy mountains or the polar regions. Magic and alchemy are used to enhance the function of constant temperature refrigeration. Now that the Magical Creatures Protection Act is complete, it should be worth a lot of money. At that time, Malfoy was such a stinky kid that he just told him not to pay it back. I don't know if old Malfoy has dealt with this prodigal son. Lauren returned to the room of requirement and began experiments. The sky gradually dimmed into a dark, overcast night. Harry, Ron, and Hermione split into two groups. Hermione met them in the tower in case they missed Charlie's friends. Harry and Ron slipped out of the castle and went to Hagrid's hut to bring Norbert over. The night was dark, and the sounds of unknown animals could be heard from time to time in the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Ron stood by and watched Hagrid put Norbert into a large crate. It was a little late when they arrived at Hagrid's hut, because Peeves had been playing badminton against the wall in the hall, and they had to wait for him to leave. I prepared a lot of mice and some brandy for him. Hagrid's voice was dull. He liked this little cutie, like a little rabbit. Maybe I should put his teddy bear in there so he won't be lonely all the way. Charmander hit the box with his tail, making the box rattle. Look, he thinks so too. Hagrid opened a partition on the box and threw the teddy bear made of cloth through the opening. There was a tearing sound from the crate, followed by a burst of fire. Obviously, the teddy bear has been sacrificed. Ron shivered as if he was feeling the same thing, and felt a dull pain in his right hand. Harry's scalp was numb. Damn it, the dragon egg must have some kind of dark magic, otherwise why would he have so obsessed with supporting Hagrid to hatch it in the first place? After Hagrid said goodbye to Norbert, Harry used the levitation charm to lift the crate and let it follow him and Ron. As soon as the invisibility cloak was on, the two people and a big box disappeared into thin air. In the darkness, no one knew they were smuggling the fire dragon. Up on the tower, Hermione was alone in the dark night. She knows lighting spells and fire spells, and has hundreds of ways to light up this place in her mind. But no, that would attract other people's attention. Damn it, Lauren, he's not here at this time. Hermione tightened her robe tightly. This behavior could bring her some comfort. She forced herself to sort out the knowledge she was reviewing, but she always got distracted. Finally gave up and chose to focus on yelling at someone. Just when Hermione was arranging some unreliable guy for the 101st time, Harry and Ron's bodies emerged from the bottom up, and they merged smoothly. Although Hermione had many shortcomings and was not easy to get along with, the moment they saw Hermione, both Harry and Ron felt at ease. The levitation spell was easy to use, and except for Norbert throwing tantrums from time to time, everything went smoothly. It's really lucky that there are no obstacles on the way. Maybe we can also look at the stars. Ron said. No one paid attention to Ron's cold joke, and the three of them guarded the box, waiting for the arrival of Charlie's friends. Summer has not yet arrived, and there is still some coldness remaining in the night. In the darkness, this coolness is even more obvious. I don't know how much time passed, but a blonde figure suddenly appeared at the door of the tower. Malfoy! What are you doing here? The three wands were pointed at Malfoy at the same time, and surging magic power surged in the wands. Idiot, I'm here to help you. Malfoy glanced back, as if he was worried that someone was following him. Harry and Ron looked at each other with hatred. It was this guy who had been scaring them for almost 2 weeks. How about giving him a binding spell and unlocking it tomorrow? A stun spell would be more appropriate. Only Hermione didn't get carried away. Malfoy's appearance meant that their plan was leaked. She needed to know more details, speak clearly. Let's go first and talk as we go. Malfoy was a little anxious. Harry said quickly, why should I believe you? I really want to report you. You should bring the professor with me now. Malfoy wanted to curse, let's go, Crabbe and his father are coming. Death Eaters. This sentence made Harry and the three of them panic for a while. Hermione reflo'd Norbert's crate, Ron pulled Malfoy into the invisibility cloak, and Harry kept his wand pointed at Malfoy. They re-entered the hallway and listened carefully to the sounds coming from the stairs below. There was the sound of armor falling to the ground downstairs, followed by Sir Nicholas' hearty smile. Harry was the first to react. Headless Nick is helping us. Although Sir Nicholas always scares them, he has a good relationship with Lauren. Even with the help of the ghost, the sounds below were getting closer and closer, and they didn't dare to breathe. We have invisibility cloaks, so they may not be able to detect us. Ron said. Meow. A cat meowed. It was Mrs. Norris. The crabs bribed Filch. The smell of Norbert's body will definitely not escape that cat's nose. Harry's mind was racing, trying to find a way out of this predicament. Come with me quickly. In panic, Hermione thought of a place they couldn't find. Harry and Ron immediately pulled Malfoy to follow them. Where are we going? Harry asked, now blocked upstairs. Go find Lauren. What's the meaning? Lauren should be in the dormitory at the moment. Could it be that he is out at night again? Just follow me. Hermione didn't want to bring a few people to the room of requirement. That was the place where Lauren celebrated her birthday. It was like a birthday present from Lauren. The two spent many weekends in the room of requirement, a secret base known only to the two of them. But now the situation is critical and only a few people can be brought over. Several people followed Hermione quietly. Malfoy began to tell the story. When Mr. Crabbe visited the school doctor's office, he found a book containing a reply to you from Charlie Weasley. Ron's hand holding the wand was shaking. I forgot, I put the letter in the book. Idiot. Malfoy was happy to flog Ron's self-reproach. Harry and Hermione didn't blame him, it was just a coincidence. No one would have imagined that someone from outside the school would suddenly visit Hogwarts and visit the school doctor's office. Malfoy went on to say what happened next. A letter alone was not enough to win Professor McGonagall's trust. Crabbe and his son planned to take the stolen goods together, so they went to the tower to arrest them after turning off the lights. Once you are discovered with the fire dragon, just like that stupid guy, you will all have your wands broken and expelled from Hogwarts. After Malfoy said this, he began to gloat. Expelled. Hagrid's wand was broken. Hermione and Harry had different concerns, but they both quickened their pace. Why are you helping us? Hermione asked. Ha! I just see how pitiful you are. Since the last incident in the stands, Crabbe had become alienated from him and did not obey his orders as before. Malfoy felt that he was just trying to destroy this follower's plan and teach him a lesson. The great Malfoy family would never allow betrayal. As for Harry, it was just bad luck. He was actually not too anxious. Even if he was caught, the Crabs would not do anything to him. While Crabbe dared to disobey him, his father certainly wouldn't dare to disobey another Malfoy. Malfoy regarded this as a unique adventure and looked at the invisibility cloak with interest, thinking that maybe he should buy one too. On the other side, the voices of Sir Nicholas's jokes were also rising higher and higher, and Filch was approaching with them. Her footsteps kept moving, and the painting of silly Barnabas was behind the corner. Hermione's heart was filled with unspeakable thoughts, and the closer she got to it, the weaker her feet became. But the movement behind them forced them to get closer. Honestly, I'm surprised you guys are acting together with Malfoy. A joking voice suddenly came from the front, and Lauren was standing in front carrying a box. His eyes glowed bright blue and he had a playful expression on his face. Lauren. The big stone that had been weighing on Hermione's heart was put down, and she jumped up to Lauren. She wanted to say something, but couldn't. Harry and others came up to him and informed Lauren of the current situation. No one noticed a problem, how Lauren found them under the invisibility cloak. Sir Nicholas's voice grew louder and clearer, like a hammer on their hearts. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Lauren opened the box that released blue ice crystals. There was a pattern of a white six-pointed star on the bottom of the box, and there was a symbol on each corner. The silver light flowing from time to time adds a bit of mystery to this magic circle. Lauren dragged the floating crate and struggled to push it toward the circle. Like a black hole, the crate gradually became smaller after it touched the magic circle, and it slowly got into it. After closing the box, the small box bounced on the ground a few times and became quiet. Harry and Ron watched this scene with their mouths wide enough to fit a fist into. No wonder Hermione said she wanted to find Lauren. Although Lauren was deceived by Snape, he was too reliable at other times. This is the box I gave you. Malfoy looked excited. Of course he had seen the traceless stretching charm before, but this box certainly didn't have this effect before. This is so cool, Lauren is nothing like those stupid Gryffindors. Hermione was a little confused. This was against the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, but it was more important not to be expelled now. It's just been completed. Now we can only put one crate in it. Lauren spread his hands and couldn't put the person in. He still couldn't escape the punishment of night wandering. He is quite satisfied with this box and can continue to improve it in the future. Once the fire dragon is hidden, the rest is not a big problem. If you are caught wandering at night, you will get deducted points. If you are lucky, you may not even need to be detained. It is unrealistic to avoid it completely. With Mrs. Norris here, the invisibility cloak is not easy to use. They were able to fool Filch last time, but they might not be able to fool the Death Eaters this time. Letting the smell disappear in front of the room of requirement is not a good idea either. They planned to return to the tower and hand Norbert over to Charlie's friends. We all went out at night, so private meetings with people outside the school were not a big deal, and it was normal to give a small box to friends outside the school. As long as the fire dragon is not discovered on the spot, deducting points is better than breaking the wand and being expelled. In just a few minutes, Lauren's appearance changed the situation. The few people walked back to the tower openly, as if taking a walk. I have never been so comfortable walking at night. Honestly, Malfoy, I thought you were eager for Harry to be expelled. Lauren teased. Actually, I do think so. This time it's just to get revenge on Crabbe. Malfoy raised his head arrogantly. Malfoy cannot betray. Ron curled his lips, but this time, thanks to Malfoy's help, he could not say the sarcastic words on his lips. Chapter 99. The wind of the wilderness blows from the dark distance, blowing the corners of clothes and hair, and making a sound on the dim tower. Black, brown, red, and light blonde hair are immersed in the wind. In the castle, Harry and Ron would also have a few words with Malfoy. Outside, everyone fell silent, waiting for something to arrive. Mrs. Norris first appeared behind several people, and then, the bear-like Mr. Crabbe and the hunched Filch behind them broke into the sight of several people. Malfoy's eyes swept back and forth between the two sides, and finally he chose a seat behind Mr. Crabbe to watch the show, and casually walked over to watch the show. Although Mr. Crabbe was surprised to see the Malfoy boy with them, he said nothing and tacitly agreed not to embarrass Malfoy. Filch's gloomy gaze followed him. The administrator of the castle didn't want to let go of any student wandering at night. Raising fire dragons and traveling at night, I also suspect that you are conducting evil black magic research. Mr. Crabbe's eyes were locked on Harry. You will be imprisoned in Azkaban. Lauren raised his eyebrows. In fact, only professors can punish students. The bear-like Mr. Crabbe's mouth was split open on both sides, revealing a ferocious smile, with the flesh squirming on his face. Yes, but I will catch you first, and let you experience what pleasant torture is before the professor comes. Mr. Crabbe said as he approached them. Hermione, Harry, and Ron couldn't help but feel a little nervous and pointed their wands at the bear. This Death Eater wouldn't want to attack students in school, would he? Lauren didn't move his wand. Not only did he not panic, but he looked forward to it. In his peripheral vision, a blazing red light flashed on the high wall of the distant castle, making his eyes hurt. You know Dumbledore won't miss this big show, but can't he restrain his magic? It's like a little sun at night. Now that Dumbledore is here, Snape and Quirrell might also be around somewhere. He didn't believe that a Death Eater with the level of cannon fodder could hurt students in Hogwarts. Mr. Crabbe moved slowly, like a cat chasing a mouse, and he enjoyed the despair of his prey as it waited for death. Woohoo! Keep a safe distance. Several red magic beams suddenly hit the floor in front of Mr. Crabbe, and a burst of energetic shouts suddenly came from the silent air near the tower. 4 broomsticks descended from the darkness, and 4 energetic young people appeared on the tower. One of them smiled at Ron and said, "Ha, I can tell at a glance that you are Charlie's brother." Before Ron and others could answer, the remaining 3 people also spoke one after another. The situation is different from what we thought, at least it's more lively than I thought. Long time no see, Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. Others greeted Filch, and they seemed to have graduated from Hogwarts. Long time no see, Professor McGonagall. The last greeting was surprising. Professor McGonagall came out of the castle stairs with Vincent Crabbe, Malfoy's little follower. Lauren reacted, and Crabbe and his son also divided into 2 groups. One side caught them and wanted to torture them, and the other side asked Professor McGonagall to catch them. Professor McGonagall's eyes glanced around the crowd, surprised by the many young wizards wandering around at night, and angry by the fire dragon who didn't even have a shadow. She suppressed her voice and said to the graduates, "I have graduated. If I want to go back to school, I should use the formal method instead of barging in directly with a broom." Of course she knew this group of students who had just graduated a few years ago, including some who had left Gryffindor. One of Charlie's friends, the first one to greet Ron, quickly snatched the small box from Lauren's hand and winked at him. Then he raised his voice and said to Professor McGonagall, "We will meet next time. In order to prevent you from locking us up again, we are leaving now." Charlie's friends were all cheerful people, so they immediately got on their brooms and flew away. As Professor McGonagall watched them disappear, her anger gradually became uncontrollable, and her eyes almost burst out with fire. "I can't believe it was you, Vincent Crabbe, who said you were up in the astronomy tower. Don't forget it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Explain yourself." Before several people could speak, Vincent Crabbe's father, Mr. Crabbe, answered first. "They raise fire dragons and study black magic. They should be arrested and interrogated. I have evidence." As he said this, he began to dig into the pockets of his coat in an awkward manner. All eyes were on him. But he dug for a long time and found nothing, like a funny troll. "That's enough. Hermione, tell me what's going on." Professor McGonagall became even more angry. Hermione couldn't answer the teacher's question for the first time, and it was Professor McGonagall. She didn't dare to look into Professor McGonagall's eyes, for fear of seeing disappointment in her. "Ahem." Lauren said, "That's it. We heard that there was a dark wizard in the school at night, so we planned to check it out. But Mr. Crabbe chased him all the way here. We thought he was the dark wizard and controlled Mr. Filch. Fortunately, we happened to meet some seniors here and persisted until you arrived." Harry, Ron, and Malfoy looked at Lauren in admiration. "How could you come up with such a comprehensive lie in such a short period of time?" Hermione looked down at her shoes, as still as a statue. Crabbe and his son froze on the spot, not knowing what to say. Their only evidence could not be found. "Box, that box just now." Mr. Crabbe looked crazy as if he was grasping at straws. "Oh, that box was originally in the astronomy tower. I think it was the luggage of the seniors. They left it here and went to visit the castle, and we just happened to pick it up." Lauren killed it easily. "You don't think that such a small box can hold a fire dragon, do you? If there is some combination magic of legilimency and loud voice, and the voices in the hearts of a few young wizards are released, it will be a unified cheer." Malfoy thought that the Sorting Hat must have made a mistake. He was playing with people's hearts elegantly with lies like this. He must be Slytherin. How could he be sorted into Gryffindor? Lauren is an orphan. He must be an estranged child of a pure-blood family. Professor McGonagall had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with what she said, but she couldn't find any evidence. Lauren's story matched what happened tonight. Mr. Crabbe wanted to torture the young wizard, and as a former Death Eater, this was something that was possible. "After breakfast tomorrow, the 6 of you will go to my office to accept punishment. Now, go back to sleep," Professor McGonagall said. She was very angry now and needed some time. Lauren pulled Hermione, who had been shrinking her head, and walked around the bear and jumped back to the stairs. Other little wizards followed, including Malfoy and Crabbe. After all the little wizards left, Professor McGonagall looked at Mr. Crabbe and said in a calm voice, "I will tell Dumbledore about this, and from now on, the school board shall not interfere in the management of the school. You must apply for access in advance." "Professor McGonagall. This needs to be discussed at a meeting," Mr. Crabbe said urgently. This time, he made an urgent visit to Hogwarts after receiving Crabbe's letter and realizing that he had an opportunity to deal with the boy who had brought shame to the Dark Lord. After hearing his son talk about Harry Potter's unusual hospitalization, he realized there was something fishy and found evidence in the school doctor's office. "I thought I could drive Harry Potter out of Hogwarts and gain some prestige among the pure-blood family, but I didn't expect this would be the result." If the school board knew that he was causing trouble and their limited power would be taken back by these professors, then the Crabbe family would have to make amends in other businesses. "I, Minerva McGonagall, the vice principal of Hogwarts, have the right to do this." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she looked at Filch, pursed her lips and said nothing, then turned and left. On the way back to the lounge, Vincent Crabbe had a gloomy face and said nothing. Malfoy wanted to talk to Lauren, but there were so many people there that he didn't find a chance. In fact, Harry and the others also wanted to speak, but because they were worried about the others, they all chose to remain silent. At the fork in the road, the two groups of people going to the Gryffindor lounge and the Slytherin lounge separated. The atmosphere around Lauren suddenly became relaxed. "This is the most exciting night I have ever experienced in my life." Ron was beaming. He wanted to remember this incident in his mind. You don't know, my legs were weak when the big bear came over. I wanted to punch him in the nose. After experiencing exciting things, their minds still hadn't calmed down. Harry and Ron discussed what had just happened. Hermione was still a little uncomfortable with deceiving Professor McGonagall, and she walked with her head buried. Suddenly I felt a chill under my feet. When I looked carefully, I saw it was a head. Ah! Hermione screamed in fright, pulling Lauren's sleeve tightly. Ha ha! Another scare from Sir Nicholas. Headless Nick floated up from under the floor. Nick, thank you for helping us hold down that Death Eater. Harry was full of gratitude. If Nick hadn't delayed the time, they might not have had the chance to find Lauren. Not only was it stalling for time, I also hid a gift in the armor in front. Nick smiled heartily. Harry and Ron found a letter in the armor's boot, which was Charlie's reply letter that was left in the book. That's great. No wonder he can't produce any evidence. Ron held the letter and kissed it. It was all the trouble caused by this letter. Ron swore that things like this would be burned after reading in the future. Lauren walked around the headless Nick, making sure that he was just an ordinary ghost and did not have a physical body like Peeves. How did you do that? Lauren asked curiously. Keep it secret. Remember that the ghost is also the owner of this castle. Also, you owe me a favor. Headless Nick's voice gradually drifted away with him. I will never call him Headless Nick again. Harry said. It's nearly Headless Nick. Ron retorted, putting the letter away to throw into the fireplace later. The four of them continued on their way back to their dormitory. Lauren, what do you do with your suitcase? Hermione asked. We'll do it later. Lauren didn't care too much. If you have skills, why would you worry about not having the materials? Please, Lauren, make one for me too. Me too. Harry and Ron hurried forward. No. Hermione yelled, this is against the rules of the Ministry of Magic. I quietly added in my mind, I haven't done mine yet. On the other side, Malfoy and Crabbe were walking back to the Slytherin common room. Why are you helping those Gryffindors and those Mudbloods? Crabbe's words were questioning. Malfoy said without looking back, it's none of your business. Have you forgotten the glory of pure blood? Malfoy stopped, but still didn't look back. I didn't. Don't you want to give them a taste of something awesome? I said, it's none of your business. Malfoy said with a hint of impatience in his voice. Crabbe stopped talking, and he looked at Malfoy with the same hatred as he looked at Harry. It was he who noticed that Malfoy was unusual in threatening Harry and Ron, and wrote a letter to call his father, wanting to avenge the previous humiliation in the stands. But this was all messed up by Malfoy. His father always told him to please Malfoy because of their family's wealth, their family's power, and because their family had robbed more benefits under the power of the Dark Lord. At the beginning of school, he tried to get acquainted with the boy who framed the Dark Lord, and later he got close to the filthy Muggleborn. He doesn't understand the glory of Slytherin or the glory of pure blood. Damn it, Malfoy! It was a sleepless night, with some lights and candles extinguished and others lit again. In the principal's office, the portraits on the wall were turned upside down, and the people in the portraits were all asleep. In a top hat on the shelf, a small snake coiled a sapphire under its body, and the grid patterns on its back scales reflected dark red light. Minerva, do you want something to eat? Dumbledore was wearing a set of blue pajamas and looking for candies under his crescent-shaped glasses. Professor McGonagall's face was tense, and she was very annoyed at the moment. I say, Principal Dumbledore. Do you really not know what happened tonight? I probably know a little bit. Dumbledore dug out half a bag of nougat and said, have some, it will help you sleep. Professor McGonagall pressed her hand hard on the table, her fingers turning white. These Death Eaters have no remorse. They are still keen on torturing people, even underage wizards. Minerva, I know. Dumbledore took out the teacup and poured hot tea from the empty teapot. There was a reason for letting this group of people go. The reconstruction of Wizarding Society requires the support of pure-blood families. Professor McGonagall looked at the tea and subconsciously thought of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of transfiguration, and then came back to his senses. They have taken control of the school board, and Hogwarts needs full management rights. Dumbledore nodded, put the nougat in, shook it a few times and handed it to Professor McGonagall. I know you always care about the students for their own good. And I agree with your idea, but this matter needs to be done slowly. 2. Dumbledore showed some sarcasm. They always arrogantly believe that others are peeking at those insignificant powers. Professor McGonagall was distracted by Dumbledore's actions and sat down slowly. Don't pamper the students too much. I know you can catch them wandering at night. They must not have told the truth this time. The only honest Granger the lady doesn't even dare to look at me. Don't dwell on the little mistakes. Dumbledore thought for a moment, and realized that the little ones might not make the same mistakes. Perhaps some teaching methods that break the rules will help them gain more. I'm really worried they've led Miss Granger astray. Haha, on the bright side, Granger can also influence them. Chapter 100. After watching Professor McGonagall go out, Dumbledore sat quietly on his chair, feeling the silence of the office. The portrait is sleeping, Fawkes is sleeping, and Nagini is sleeping. The show in this 1000-year-old castle has just ended, and they are gradually falling asleep. And he hasn't slept peacefully in many years, and this office has been deserted for 47 years. Voldemort will be resurrected and must be resurrected. Harry's scar has already shown a lot of things. The current piece was bought by James and Lily. Their only child cannot be allowed to risk his life in exchange for peace. When trouble comes, Hogwarts will be the safest refuge. It is true that external forces cannot get involved, be it the Ministry of Magic or the school board. 10 years have passed since the days of glory and stability, but in just 10 years, some people have forgotten those days. Why do those people have worse memories than an old man like him? There is still a lot to do this semester, for the children, for a better tomorrow, and for the greater good. It was time for Severus to push him, and it was time for Quirrell to get into character. A cold light flashed through the crescent-shaped lenses, faintly revealing the waves of the old wizard's past century. Bidding farewell to Hermione, Lauren, Harry, and Ron crept into the dormitory. Neville's snores echoed as usual, and the three people's agitated hearts calmed down amidst such reverberating snores. Lauren didn't enter the book of fantasy, he was thinking about what to do with the next magical suitcase. Cooling, special materials. Various thoughts accompanied by the sound of snoring brought Lauren into a dream. The next day, several people got up a little late. The sky was still gloomy, and a heavy rain seemed to be brewing, but it would not fall. There is a little cool water vapor hidden in the air. The little wizards on weekends have their own things to be busy with. They are busy catching up on homework, busy falling in love, and busy trying to throw big dung eggs into Professor Quirrell's scarf. When Lauren and others arrived at the restaurant for breakfast, there was no one on the table and there wasn't much food left. But Hermione was still there, dressed as if she was going to class normally, and she didn't usually do her hair on weekends. "Good morning, Hermione." Lauren greeted and began to choose today's breakfast. "Good morning." Hermione's voice was weak. The food was already on the plate in front of her, but she didn't move much. When she was with Lauren last night, she was happy that she didn't have to be fired. But later she went back to the dormitory to be alone, lying on the bed, her mind constantly reminding her that she had deceived Professor McGonagall and had to be punished today. Hermione dreamed that Professor McGonagall said that she was very disappointed in her and that she was ashamed of Professor McGonagall's teachings. Harry and Ron had already picked up the somewhat cold breakfast and ate it without any care. They had done a lot and walked a lot last night, and their bellies and stomachs were clamoring to swallow a whole cow. There were only 3 or 4 slices of ham left on the whole plate, which were not enough to cover the bread slices. Lauren looked around. "Do you want some ham?" Lauren put the plate of ham between him and Hermione. Hermione felt Lauren's care and felt a warm feeling in her heart. But she had no appetite and shook her head to indicate no need. "Great, I don't have enough to eat," Lauren exclaimed in surprise. He also grabbed the ham slices from Hermione's plate and spread them all over the bread slices. "You!" Hermione was furious. She actually thought Lauren was caring about her. "Do you want a croissant?" Lauren asked again, holding 2 croissants. "It's this trick again, if you say you don't want it, he will take away your croissant." Hermione didn't really want to eat it, but she didn't want Lauren to succeed either. "Yes," the little witch said angrily. "That's all for you." Lauren neatly put the bread on the plate in front of Hermione. The hard crust on the bread surface collided with the porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. Hermione then realized that the croissant was hard and not tasty when it was cold, so Lauren asked him if he wanted it. "Lauren!" Hermione was angry and funny. Why could this person have so many thoughts about just breakfast? Angrily, she snatched Lauren's ham-covered sandwich. stuffed it directly into her mouth and bit it. Biting into the sandwich, he poured all the croissants onto Lauren's plate. "Hey, I'll give them all to you." The little witch was biting something in her mouth and her speech was unclear. She said eat instead of hum, which sounded a bit coquettish. After teaching this cunning, teasing guy a lesson, Hermione found the sandwich in her mouth particularly delicious. Lauren had a croissant in each hand, banging it, and stared at Hermione and the sandwich on her mouth with aggrieved eyes. Hermione thought the sandwich tasted even better, turned her head, and enjoyed her breakfast happily. Alas! Lauren sighed, what can he do if he encounters a bully? He poured out a cup of hot milk and added a few spoonfuls of honey to it. The croissants are dipped in the sweet milk, and the aroma of wheat slides into the stomach along with the milk aroma, and I also enjoy breakfast. After breakfast in chaos, the four of them slowly went up to the second floor, preparing to be tortured. If it hadn't been for the sandwich just now, Hermione felt that her hands and feet would be cold and weak right now. But a full stomach is always acceptable and starts a day that may not be a good one. Guess how many points Professor McGonagall will deduct from us? Ron said in amusement. Can I get all the points deducted on you if you guess correctly? Lauren was licking his teeth. He didn't seem to have rinsed his mouth thoroughly just now. It was all the croissant's fault. Hermione saw Lauren winking and slapped him on the arm to tell the man to stop. Lauren grinned. It was not just the croissant's fault, it was Hermione's fault as well. Is that okay? I also want to pin the points off on you. Harry looked at Ron, his eyes flashing, and he was very interested in Lauren's proposal. This time all four of them would deduct points together, which would definitely make Gryffindor fall to last place. Thinking of so many guilty looks, Harry felt that he couldn't bear it. Hey, Ron was about to refute this extremely outrageous suggestion, but then remembered the letter. It does seem that he was responsible for this incident. Resist if you want. Anyway, all the Weasleys are good at deducting points. It's just that some prefects are good at deducting points from others, and some Weasleys are good at deducting points from themselves. Ron lowered his head guiltily. Guess. If you guess right, you can count on me. 20 points each. Harry immediately guessed a number. There is precedent for this. Someone was caught swimming at night and was charged 20 points. 30 points for each person. Hermione whispered and guessed a number. Although this was not very friendly to Ron, if she could be less watched and discussed in the library, Ron would be a little aggrieved. She felt that because they went out together at night, they should be deducted more points than usual. The three of them turned their attention to Lauren, wanting to know what he guessed. No more than 100 points. Lauren smiled mysteriously and spit out the answer. Go to hell. Ron ignored him and wanted to teach this shameless guy a lesson. Of course it won't exceed 100 points. Everyone knows that it will definitely not exceed 100 points. Gryffindor's current score is only over 400. Will Professor McGonagall deduct it all at once? Putting aside the solemn atmosphere at the beginning, a few people laughed and chased each other to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. As the title says, you should have a good breakfast.